Samurai sword on my back. You don't know how to act. Maybe you should relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding. Stop.
To the Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Finals 2022 here at the Karting International Algarve. And my guest this morning, Ferdinand Habsburg, welcome back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
How are you feeling?
Extremely comfortable.
Yes, you had a little bit of surfing there while you've been here yesterday, you were telling me.
Yeah,
So,
taking advantage of the beautiful weather that we
Yes.
are having today.
yes, gorgeous weather today. Gush Becken, our technical advisor.
Yep, back again. So we will do some more interviews later this afternoon. We will have a look in the paddock as well. So we have plenty planned for today.
We do, and of course we're into the pre-finals today, pre-finals A and B. So everybody's decided, I guess, from the heats yesterday maybe at the front, maybe not at the front. How does that work today, Gus? Can you fill us in a little bit? You know anything about qualification?
Yeah, of course you have some guys who had bad luck in qualifying, that maybe a couple DNFs or what have you, and of course you have the pre-final now, which is the latest possible moment to qualify yourself for the final for the classes who have double grid, so the 72 entries. So yeah, we'll see, I think, some very exciting racing from guys trying to move forward and get those points back that they lost during heats. So I think we'll have same, if not more intensity than we had in the racing yesterday.
Of course, there was a little bit of bad luck with some of the drivers, but some of the others have actually really improved since qualifying. So this is a...
It's always the case when somebody falls back, then the other one moves up. So yeah, you have some mixed grids if you look at qualifying, but then it's nature of a racing weekend.
Of course, we've also got our onboard cameras in 4 of the classes, so you make sure you follow this as well. There we can see some beautiful pictures. Ferdinand, is that the Austrian flag I can see?
Yeah, very motivated. I told them they better be strong on the camera.
Okay, so Gus, I guess you're going to be going out there on the grid and having a chat with some of the guys and girls.
Yep. I'll be out grabbing a few words from them as they get themselves ready for the pre-finals today. So you'll see me in a few moments' time.
Okay, so thank you so much. I think this is really the most colourful part of the whole week. We bring all the nations together, 60 different countries, in their team clothing. You know, it's really special. Really special. And so a lot of these drivers also, they've never even been outside of their own country, let alone at a race like this. And, you know, it's a celebration of the champions. Ferdinand, I know you've been here also to the Grand Finals.
I think this moment is a bit of a breath of fresh air for all the drivers. This is the part of the week where it gets a little bit more intense. You're getting closer to the important one and only Grand Final, and having just a moment to take a breath, to get back together with your teammates from your nationality, seeing maybe everybody in a slightly different light. Seeing them all as human beings with a face and not just with a helmet on track.
That's
right. It's great. We see the Austrian team here, which is awesome. The younger folk and the more experienced folk there as well, holding up the flag strong. But yeah, that breath of fresh air can be what can take a bit of an edge away coming towards the pre-final and the final.
Of course, they're in alphabetical order. You can see there the team from Caritas with the Portuguese flag at the front. And of course, there will be, wherever the event is actually held, there will often be more Portuguese, in this case, drivers. If there's anyone, for any reason, that can't, you know, be here at the event, you'll often find that the local, a little bit like other sporting events, like the Olympics and so on, all in team clothing. And as you say, getting to see the faces, you know, who are the drivers, because they're only, we talked about this last night, they're only identified by the helmet, really, because here everything is the same. The go-karts are the same, the race suits, they're running in their nations rather than perhaps in their local teams when they're usually racing at home. Team Canada, of course, everyone from BRP Rotax in Canada, I hope they're up early watching. And if they're not, they can catch it on YouTube for the Canadian team there. So, yeah, and tell us, Ferdinand, which Grand Finals? We had you in New Orleans, Valencia. Was there another one?
This one.
This one?
2012, first one.
2012.
First time I qualified.
Which class was that?
Junior Max.
Hungarian, Austrian, or Central Eastern European champion? Which one was it?
I think that was the Hungarian championship.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yes.
I remember
that was a trick question.
Yes.
But of course, many, many years ago now, does seeing this take your mind, your memory back to that time when you were standing there with all those, I mean, you were so young? And
I was thinking about it because how different would my experience be if I would be there 10 years ago with, let's say, the experience and knowledge that I sit here with today, you know, if that would have been any better or worse. And I think on a performance level, it would have been better because I would have known how to deal with pressure. I would have known how to deal with my emotions and my excitement a little bit better, or a lot better, actually. Maybe I would have been able to eliminate quite a few of my mistakes I made back then. But then I was also thinking, okay, for sure on that side it would have helped me, but my ability to be naive and to not know, to make those mistakes, made that week, that whole week being at the Grand Finals for the first time, all the more special. Knowing what's coming towards you can be normalized. It can, even a grand final can become something repetitive at some point if you've done it often enough. But you will never forget your first grand finals.
No.
It's something so unique. You're wearing your national suit, and I like to compare it the feeling of going to the Olympics, just like you said. You never really get that sort of national pride that you're like going to represent your country as an athlete, represent its values, and try to do your best, not only for yourself and your mechanic and your team, but even for your country as you carry the flag. And you then end up doing that throughout your career, but never to the extent like you do at the Grand Finals.
No, and of course, on the grid, you're actually there with so many champions and so many other kart racers from around the world experiencing that same feeling and excitement. Sometimes a little bit overwhelming, I think, when they suddenly realise they go into that big tent, they see all the nations, all the flags, all the colours. Beautiful pictures from our drone here from Kart Data TV this morning. Gorgeous sunny weather. I'm glad that we ordered that one for today. But yeah, this is such a special feeling. As you say, it stays with you forever. The other side of it is you were young and this was something you never even knew what to expect, I guess. And you're just taking it all in. At the same time, you're racing against some of the best drivers in the world in their class. So 394 drivers. Not so easy to get them all organised in the teams there. But there we have Team Greece as well. Kalimera to everyone.
Good one.
At home in Greece. I know a little bit. I know how to say hello. Team Germany. So it's Servus. Grüß Gott.
No, Servus is Austrian.
Okay.
Hallo,
Hello.
Servus, Grüß Gott, Grüß Gott.
Guten Tag.
Guten Tag. And my Hungarian folk, Sziasztok.
Yes. There they are, waving. So everyone sitting at home watching can spot the driver. For sure, we know some of the champions here. We've already seen them in the interviews the last couple of days. But as we move through, Israel, of course, is there. Oh, yes. And Team Japan. What are they going to do? Yes, some crazy stuff. Look. Oh, pink hair. Here we are. Give us
That's
a
us.
wave, Ferdinand, out the window.
Can you see? Yeah,
Yes,
we can
there's
see
the
it.
drone.
How's it going?
Thank you. Andreas behind the wheel of the drone there. No, but really special memories. As you say, you don't forget the first one, and it was right here in Portimão. And then, of course, coming back to the Grand Finals after that, you know a little bit more of what to expect. All in the same equipment. It's not your go-kart. It's not a track you're necessarily familiar with. You're in a huge tent. Everyone's out of their element, in a way. So,
I mean, my nervosity hasn't gotten any less even till today. At every race I go to, I still get nervous because it has to do with how much it matters to you. And the Grand Finals, every single time I went, have mattered to me deeply. So coming here, even though, like, let's say the first year was extremely overwhelming, the consecutive years were, I was still nervous, but at least I was, mature. I had matured over the next year and 2 years that I was able to calm down once I sat in the go-kart and remember the basics, that it's just like a race like any other race, and you have the same objective, and all you have to do is trust in your ability and what you've been training for all year. So you learn over the years then to acknowledge your nervosity, not try to push it away, but to recognize, okay, this is my physical response to tell me this is something big, this is important. And I love to compare it. There is no better comparison. Anybody that's not a racing person themselves or never competed at a high level in sports, the best way to compare it is if you have ever, as a man, seen a girl that you liked and you wanted to say hello to that girl. That feeling of excitement and nervosity is exactly that feeling. And until you say hello and you start a conversation, that feeling doesn't go away. So if you've never done that, that's exactly what it feels like.
Yeah, so even if you're not from motorsport, you can relate to that. Although
Yes.
I do see that a lot of the drivers, maybe yourself included, refer to their car as their love. It often
That
is
might have
like,
something to do with it.
yeah, you turn up at the track and there she is, or there he is. And of course, this is no different. We just saw the Great Britain team walking down, and people might wonder why there's so many, 19 drivers from Great Britain. But of course, some of those drivers have qualified through other international events. For example, like the RMC Euro Trophy or Golden Trophy events, B&L series, karting series. So also throughout Asia, of course, we're coming up with our first Asian festival very soon in Malaysia in 2 weeks. So the first tickets for next year's Grand Finals will come up. Of course, there's your team again. We keep getting... I mean, have you paid the cameraman?
No, I think
to
that we
keep
just have
going
extremely
back?
good-looking racing suits this year.
They are fantastic. And every year, different design. For anyone that's never seen the Grand Finals before, every year, each team comes out with this different design, team clothing, shirts, jackets.
Fantastic.
Yes.
No, I love it. Austria's done a beautiful job. They've got quite a few drivers, but maybe we can go and speak with some of them now.
I think that's a great idea. Let's look for our man, Gust, on the ground, find out a little bit more about what's going on. If we can find
So I'm here with
him.
Akash from the Malaysian team. How have you been? How's the atmosphere? How do you like it?
So far the atmosphere here has been great. It's a great experience. It's my first time coming in the senior category, so it's very competitive. Racing is very close, but a lot of mishaps can happen as well, but it's been great.
How's the results been so far this week?
For me, it's been up and down quite a bit. Pace has been there, but just a few unfortunate events happening throughout the races in the heats, but hopefully we can gain some good positions in the pre-final.
All right, you think you'll be able to make the final this tomorrow afternoon?
It's quite slim at the moment with the points that I have, but you know, if I can make like a miracle of a race and gain like 25 positions, then maybe I have a chance. We will see how it goes.
All right, best of luck. Have a lot of fun, because that's what it's all about this weekend. So we'll see you later.
Thank you very much.
We were just talking about Malaysia, Langkawi, 2 Grand Finals I've been to in Langkawi, and they've got this Asian festival coming up. But there we have it, one of the Malaysian drivers. Actually, yesterday in the racing, we had so many different nationalities racing for places, and what's really cool, like today, they're all on the grid together. All come together, all look at each other as competition, but at the same time, they're all champions. And to me, this is what it's about. Celebrating the champions, all the hard work, as you know, all year. Fighting for the positions and points and everything. Team Brazil, of course we were in Brazil, 2018. You would have loved that one.
I know.
Also right by the beach.
We can speak with another driver maybe.
We can.
Get in there.
Let's see who we've got next.
So Jenny stole all my Dutchies yesterday. So now that she's in the studio, I could get my Dutchie in. We have Philippe Reis here. Philippe is in the Minimax category. How's your week been so far, Philippe?
Not bad. I'm in the heats almost. I want to take the final, and yeah, it's not bad. I'm P20 on 29 in the first heat, 20 in the 2 heats, and 3 heats I'm also 20 or 19, and overall I'm 20.
All right. You're enjoying the experience so far here at the Grand Finals?
Yeah.
You think you'll be able to make the final and get a good result there on Saturday?
Yeah, I hope so. If I need to take the final, and I hope I'm gonna win.
All right, man. Best of luck for the rest of the week. We'll follow you.
Here we go. We've got We Are the Champions playing off already. Maybe
That's it.
one day too soon, no?
No, it's just getting them ready. Because everyone here is a champion. In reality, they've all come through. If they've not been a champion, they've been on the podium as well for the top 3, for example, in the international events. It really depends on the size of the RMC, and in some cases they run national events like in America. So you're racing in the RMC in different regions, northwest and so on. and then they come together in the nationals, and they do the same in Japan as well. I know this. I've been to Mizunami when they come together, and
Look, is
they
that
are the
Georgia?
champions.
Or who? What's that? Was it? Yeah, I think it's Georgia, the one and only Georgian
Yes.
driver with the helmet on.
Yes. Well, you know, I think they're really special when you see there's one or two and they get so excited. And we've seen them over the years, and then they come back with more. So,
Fantastic. Czech team is huge this
yes,
year
of
again.
course, we've also got Eliška Babitkova. Her sister Teresa last year almost won seniors, and now she's back. She came through the B&L karting series, so she's there in the Czech team. Of course, the brothers, Peter and Jakub, you know, Betzel
Of
in the
course,
DD2.
I raced against them.
Yes, and Peter was our champion in 2019 in DD2. Okay, you see the name there, Dowler. He recently was here from Canada, won the ticket to come over and race in the e-kart. He won the ticket, and his parents said, right, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. We're coming back. They actually have one of the circuits, the Mojo circuit in Canada. So nice to see them here. Amazing how they get these race suits made in such short time,
Incredible.
but fantastic. And you see a lot of the team colours. Also, you know, the best thing is on Saturday, they swap T-shirts, even the mechanics, swap race suits, swap jackets. I think, to be honest, Japan, and I would say Japan, Brazil, two of the most popular. So they're already lining people up to swap with the same size. It's a tradition that we've carried on from the Grand Finals. Have you got
Swapping
any other
suits.
shirts or suits? Well, of course, you've got to get someone that basically you're around the same size.
Yeah. That makes
Who
sense.
wants to let go of their suit? That's the other thing. But you do see the suits popping up everywhere in RMC events around the world.
Yeah, helmet swaps you won't see in karting because
No.
you'll have one helmet and you'll use it your whole karting career. So if you swap that, that's not
I
a great
have
idea.
seen actually some of the drivers, but it's more as a token. If they meet friends and they say, I want to give you my helmet, you know, and I have seen that. But maybe more so from the older drivers.
Yeah.
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 And you know, there's also special helmets here that are only designed for this event. So you see them later in the year. Like when we were in New Orleans, for example, you've seen they have that helmet designed just for New Orleans, and that becomes their helmet then for next year.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Fantastic.
it's really cool. So as they make their way down so that everyone can take photos, we've got our Rotax club there on the left where we can usually find you near the food or waving
You're
to your
making me
friends.
sound like I'm here just sitting around.
I-
I'm
you know
trying
what?
I'm doing my best out
After
here.
we made that video yesterday, a lady actually came up and she said, did you get a piece of that cheesecake? And I'm like, what? And she's like, we were
Exactly,
watching you
so I
eyeing
was
off the
not just
cheesecake.
me.
No, it's also me. I think we've got some more interviews coming up. Who else can we talk to now? We'll see.
So I'm here in the big Canada group, just getting ahead of the pre-finals for today. How has your week been so far?
Being quite tough, actually. Just a little bit of misjudgment in qualifying put us a lot further back than we had hoped for, and we've just been fighting that ever since. So it's going to take a lot of things for us to make the final, but we're going to keep pushing for sure.
All right, how do you think the level of racing has been so far this week?
I think it's the best you're going to get in the world. You're literally taking champions from every single country and bringing them together to battle on one circuit. I mean, that's the level that you're playing at for sure.
All right, best of luck this week.
Thank you.
One of our Canadian drivers there, the best level in the world of Rotax racing. What do you think, Ferdinand?
Well, there is not another, maybe there is, but I think not on the scale, another championship where you cannot buy your way in. You have to be a winner, let's say. You have to have done something great to even be allowed to arrive here. And this is one of the main complaints of F1 over the last couple of years. Is like so many people not having the right driver,
Yeah.
people complaining about Latifi, but in the end, this is it. You know, imagine if Formula One was like this. You win a championship and you get to go to F1. This is kind of what that would be like.
Well, Nicholas Latifi actually did qualify for the Grand Finals. He's been here racing, but he had to qualify.
Exactly.
Through Canada. Actually, he was here for Team Canada. And, you know, we've had other drivers as well that have come through and not qualified for the Grand Finals, but they're racing Formula One.
Yeah.
George Russell, Lando Norris, Lance Stroll.
Did Lance not come? No.
He was not quite old enough when he was the Mini-Max champion. So wasn't quite old enough for juniors. And of course now we've got 8 categories. So if those guys want to, they can join a Max Challenge. Also one of the e-kart categories.
Maybe I can convince Lando to come back to do a E20
Yes.
race with me or something like that.
Yes, would be fun. What do you think?
Well, then we would have to get an LN chassis kart.
No,
Going.
he has to take the regulation chassis, which is actually Sodi kart, but we won't tell him.
No.
Okay?
We will just badge it for him.
Yes, but not at the Grand Finals. We won't badge it. But there we go. Wave to. Oh, that's the Aussies. We can hear them out the window. They said they were going to turn it up, so they've turned it up. Scott Howard, their team captain for Team Australia, as they make their way up into the grandstand area for the team photo, looking out the window. Leon Zelenko carrying Team Croatia. Now Leon, there, all on his lonesome, straight out the window is the Rotax Max Challenge International Trophy Junior winner. There's the Czech team. Absolutely magnificent race suits. I mean, look, it's really so special. Every year they've got to come up with a new design. Also for all the team clothing.
Huge amount of Czech drivers.
Yes. So once again, some of those drivers like Peter and
Jakub.
Jakub, not only racing in Czech, but also racing Central Eastern European.
Look at all the Danish drivers.
Also Danish, yes. So again, some of them, they come through the Baltic, Nordic, different regional championships. And I think Gusta's got someone else that we can meet out there, wherever he is. We've lost him, but let's see who he's talking to.
So we're here with the big New Zealand team. They're back for 2022. How's your week been so far?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. A bit of up and down moments, but no, we're getting there.
All right. Will you be able to make the final this week?
Hopefully. I'm sitting about 39th, but hopefully in this next race we can get up a few positions to try and make the final tomorrow.
All right. So what time will we be seeing you today?
2:53, I believe.
So that'll be midnight for you guys at home.
Yeah, it'll be about 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah.
Very good, guys. Best of luck to you all today, and we'll see you there.
Of course, Team New Zealand, looking at our stats, 2019 in Italy, Jay Irwin, Micromax champion, and of course Clay Osborne in Junior Max. So maybe, let's see this year, New Zealand is back. We didn't see them last year, of course, with the pandemic. However, one to watch most definitely with Clay Osborne, and of course, hi to Jay, who's probably watching on from New Zealand, and his dad, both having raced here in the Grand Finals as well. Okay. Who else have we got?
So I'm here with Steve Chapman. Steve's been doing the E20 project here this week. Has it been successful so far?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. We have 34 drivers in the category combined with junior and senior. It's really nice to see these all going around the track.
You've got bigger plans for the future, you can tell us already, or is that still secret?
Keep your eyes open later.
All right then. We'll see you in a few moments' time, Steve. Thank you.
Stephen Chapman standing there with Peter Usinger, of course, Vice President BRP, and Stephen taking care of the e-kart program. So overseeing the junior and senior e-kart. This afternoon, actually, Ferdinand, there's a press conference. Are you involved in that at all?
Yes.
You've got your Boost shirt on.
Absolutely.
Oh, here we go. Something new is coming. Let's have a look. Something new is coming. Oh, we have to tune in. Instagram Live. 5:30 p.m. local time, so
I'll be
that's 1 hour behind Austrian time, Central Eastern.
Well, I mean, I've been obviously
European.
part of the E20 trip from the beginning, even with the Thunder already. Obviously a big fan of what they've been doing with all of that. Been doing a couple races myself. It's the only karting events I've been doing over the past couple years. Hoping to squeeze a couple more in, but seems to be something good for me and also something for maybe younger generations as well.
And in some cases, as we know, environmental issues and challenges that come forward means that Rotax always have to be planning ahead and thinking forward as well. So,
and also always chasing for equality, you know,
yeah.
Making sure that everybody has equal opportunity. And that's what I think Rotax is also pushing a lot for, not only in combustion engine, but now all the more in electric racing.
Of course, some people have asked me, are they trying to, you know, get rid of the combustion engines? But there's no chance that that's going to happen. So I think it's nice to have an option. How about another interview? Let's see, who else has got out there?
So I'm here with Eugene Brits. Eugene, we've seen you on the commentary earlier this week. How's the racing been for you so far?
Started off a bit rough with the qualifying, but we had two good clean heats, so starting 8th in the pre-final now, so that's much better for us. We'll see. Let's see how it goes. It's obviously going to be a lot harder today, and I think the grip's going to come down, so let's see what happens.
All right. How many Grand Finals is that for you?
This will be our fourth one. Yeah, fourth one. We started off in 2011 was our first one in LA.
Oh, I was there as well. Yeah, so we've probably seen each other then.
Great place. Yeah, we were racing DD2 back then as well, and now DD2 Masters. Now that I'm old enough, so let's go play today.
Is this going to be your most successful one yet?
So far, so good. Let's see. It's we had a pole position in 2011, which was fantastic, but lost out in the racing, and now making up for the reverse, a bad qualifying and making up for it in the racing. So let's see.
All right. Best of luck this week, man.
Of course, Team South Africa taking titles. Looking at
staring
my
out the window.
Yes, you're making videos and doing all sorts of things. Anyone out there you know?
Yeah, Bradley Liebenberg is out there.
In Team South Africa?
Yeah, raced against him for a bunch of years and become good friends.
Yes, I have the photo, of course, from Tunda, who was looking after your social media
course.
way back then.
Yes.
Cool photo of you and Bradley with, I think, Sean Babington.
Yes.
We were in Valencia.
Yes.
The year that Yuri Vips actually won juniors.
Yes.
Ran off the track and right near the end and was lucky to save it, but came through. What a great event that was as well. But Bradley's there. Of course, I believe he may even be part of our special video that will go online or is online now from DD2. So we thought we'd bring him back in, seeing he loves interviews so much. So, okay, we've got another interview. Gusta's busy out there.
Good for
Here
good
we
for
go,
us.
Chinese Taipei guys, all the way here in Portugal for the 2022 Grand Finals. How has it been so far?
Great, awesome atmosphere, great people, great experience. Wish we could come back more.
Yeah, so you'll be here next year as well?
We'll try my best. We'll all try our best. Yeah.
All right. Is this your first Grand Finals? You've been here before?
No, first. First for me, yes.
Yeah.
First time, yes.
Any of you guys first time? All first timers?
First time. Second time, fourth time, second time.
All right then. So best of luck to you all guys, and we'll see you up there.
Thank you very much. Awesome.
Well, the team from Chinese Taipei has really grown over the years. I know they've got 3 drivers there in the E20. Theo Kakadi there leading Team UAE. Tony Hogg, one of the familiar faces. All the young drivers, of course, Micro and Minimax. And Team USA behind. Oh, and there we are. We've got the best view, except for obviously the Rotax Club, because they've got a second story.
Obviously.
Yes, but nice view here out the window. Great Britain. United Kingdom. I don't know, is that Italy I can see? Trying to see the, oh no, all UK. Look at the, I love this with the flag on the sleeves. They really stepped it up this year, I think, with the UK race suits. I think there'll be a few people trying to swap them come Saturday afternoon for their race suits, definitely. Of course, the girls, all the girls and guys from Rotax in Austria there with their big flag. I think they stole that from out the front of the company.
Could be.
It's probably a flagpole standing without the flag right now. As they make their way up into the grandstand, race your way with Rotax.
So cool. I mean, I remember this, wanting the picture of that, and then everybody stands up, puts their helmets up, and makes you feel like one big school of kids trying to, all with the same motivation, like-minded people.
Yeah.
Of course, you have the one or the other anomaly, either being more with themselves or a bigger, more of a groupie kind of person.
Well, it is the big, huge Rotax family. You know, karting's not the biggest community when we think about motorsport, but it's the one that is right around the world, and it doesn't matter what age people come and go into the sport, but they always remain part of that family, and then they show up again in the Masters or with their children.
I'm going to do that in 7 years.
Exactly.
When I'm old enough to go into the Masters.
Yes. And also on local tracks now they have the Rotax Life events, which is any engine, it's not necessarily Rotax. Come along, join in, have fun, try Rotax. You know, these events now are starting to show up all around the world. It's an initiative from BRP Rotax in Austria throughout their entire network. So inviting other drivers to come and get back on the track, drag out your go-kart, come and race and have fun. And then there's the opposite end of the scale, which is here. The dreams like Lando had and yourself. Tell us, what have you won lately, by the way, Ferdinand? We talked last year after you won Le Mans.
Yeah.
And of course, you've been here again a few weeks ago, racing in Portimão.
Yeah.
So this is a special place then.
Yeah, I mean, I've done a couple races here now on the big track. We won here in the LMP2 category with Prema. They did their first year in endurance racing, and I participated with them, and we did the European Le Mans Series, which is not the most competitive championship, but it's got some decent teams, good drivers, and it was kind of like a test ground for Prema as they move towards their Lamborghini factory program. And yeah, we won 4 out of the 6 races, which was fantastic. One of them being here in Portimão, also taking a championship. And obviously my second attempt at trying to win the World Endurance Championship again. Yeah, we struggled a bit more this year, but we still won in Monza, which was spectacular. Finished third in Sebring in Florida, and another podium in Spa, finishing second there. And even now in Bahrain, where we finished 5th, I was so happy because I was thinking a lot about more and more now at the last races of the season, after having like a really, really strong run the last couple of years, about how much I've improved, let's say, from 10 years ago coming here to the Grand Finals, and how much has changed. And yeah, I hope that all of the kids that end up moving towards that, continuously driving and becoming professional racing drivers, using this as the stepping, as the rocks, foundations of their career, that they remember to think back to the day of today, where they were at and where they will be when they become more mature racing drivers. So that's what I was doing a lot the last couple races, and thinking about how I felt, how I was, and how much I loved it.
I think you've just hit it on the head. The point, so many of the drivers at whatever level, in whatever category, and I know you also went, I mean, you were racing also Formula 3 and 2 and almost won Macau. You know, you've really, and trying different, categories of motorsport, you're still racing, but mostly when you ask them what their best memories were, they will say it was in karting.
Yeah.
It was the people that, and I know I listened to one of your podcasts recently, the people that support you from the beginning. So I think this is where maybe they don't realise, but for sure they will look back and really understand how important this time was, and the people that supported them from the beginning.
Now we're finally getting the individual countries to stand up for the picture.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, coming back, seeing my old friends and my old trainers, seeing you, Jen, we've been around for a while as well.
Now you're taller than me, like everybody.
Yes. But
micro, mini, not.
I don't know, just, always taking a step back and going back to where you started, it seems to be such a nice experience, you know, like you often get lost in your business, in your work, forgetting about the growth that you've done and where you started. You always get frustrated about things that you do in that very moment where things might not be working out exactly how you wanted them, and you struggle in your business or whatever you're doing in that moment. But it's so great to go back to the roots, because you think, okay, all those little problems that you have on the way where you get frustrated, you want to rip your hair out, really aren't as great of a problem on the grand scheme of things when you think about where you started, how you began, and all of that growth that you've done from then. It makes you feel really proud as just a human being, that you're like, wow, you know what, started here. I've had all of these people that have helped me on the way, and just going up to them and smiling and laughing. And some of them even I fought with over the years, you know, and we had arguments and didn't speak to them for a year or two. Great to come back and be like, man, remember when we had this argument about this race or that race, when you pushed me off or I pushed you off, and now we are more mature drivers from then.
So, in effect, karting is a lifestyle that, in your case, you've carried on through into motorsport. And of course, you're involved with different initiatives, businesses, and so on. Also supporting many people through different situations, the environment, which is really, honestly, you can be so proud of this. And I'm sure all your family at home listening in also understand how much time you've dedicated to that because of what you can do in your position, not only in motorsport, but also, you know, throughout history, I guess, over the years. Now when you look at this, you see all these young drivers and older drivers sitting here looking out over the circuit. This is that magic photo they can look back on forever and pick out the people. Remember when? This, you were there, I was there, this happened, as you say. But now we're about to start a little bit more of the serious side after the lunch break. And of course, it all begins, that dream towards the title, to be the number one. It's one step, as you say, the grassroots level up to this level in karting, and now we're about to go on the grid. So what do you think the feelings will be once we get into this racing this afternoon? A little bit of nerves and
I mean, I hope an element of like excitement, mainly, that being the main emotion of, you know, wherever you are in that moment. I like to think like, the race ain't over until the fat lady sings, I like to say, because you never know what can happen. My best Grand Finals result, I came from the second chance heat and came through and into, I think it was 8th, was or my best result, or 9th. I think it was 9th.
That's a huge effort.
It was quite a big effort.
At this level, yeah.
So yeah, I was nowhere. I was making mistakes and young but yeah, now you see them all getting revved up.
Yes, Henry Baudet, our commentator, is out there making sure they're getting this excitement and joining in. He always has something up his sleeve, but the raising the helmets and cheering is part of the tradition of the group photo. So we're going to see this photo splashed around the world in a matter of seconds from all the photographers there standing out in front.
I hope they will stay there long enough so I can take one with them all.
Yes, you'll have to run out there. You should go out and get in the photo. I think it's a great idea.
But they will take a picture with Rotax, I think.
Yes, it's a good idea.
Yeah?
Of course, you're here representing Rotax. We see you at all different events. They're lucky to have you living so close by in Vienna. Obviously, I know your dad's there in Salzburg, but it's nice. You just pop in every now and then and turn up at events like this, and also supporting the drivers, as you say, in the E20, because you've been driving and do a bit of testing or racing over the last years.
Yeah. No, I'm lucky to come in and just take a little eagle eye view on everything and enjoy. I love to find time for things that I like to believe in. I believe in Rotax's mission quite deeply on what they are doing. Often, people question my reasoning behind why I'm supporting electric karting. The more traditional style of motorsport doesn't fit that. But I don't see it as okay, electric is this, electric is that. I see it as what's the best possible way to create that equal opportunity for kids to come through into racing, that maybe, haven't improved at a high level There we go. Back on air.
Back on air, relocated to the commentary room, so... Okay, so Henry taking every country in alphabetical order through there, and it's the prize for the loudest cheer. So we'll have to listen in and see who's going to win. I'm hoping the Aussies, I mean, they've already had their go, but see all the Rotax team out there. This is what they're working for as well with their distributor network the entire year.
Well, this is a weekend, an event not to forget for the drivers, but also not to forget for the people that make it happen, the sponsors, the distributors. The reason why we can do it is because of the promotion of going and racing Rotax in around the world is how many countries are here?
60.
60.
60 nations.
Incredible.
60.
So the chance to do so many countries from around the world to get together is because of this and people wanting to race Rotax so that they can end up at the Grand Finals and at such a crazy, incredible event. It's
lots and lots of work. I know the organisers and everyone, the time they put in to make this dream a reality for all these drivers, all the parents and grandparents that are here in the paddock. It's really, this morning was really buzzing. After the warm-up, everyone was excited and getting ready for the finals. But in the meantime, we have to recognise all the people behind the scenes. The local team on track, I think, is around 200 personnel. Just for the organisation, 110. And up to 200 when you consider we have so many different people involved in this, from local circuit personnel right through to the international teams that come in. And of course, then behind the scenes, the technical people, race control, the TV, all the media. There's more than 50 media people that have been here the whole week, as well, international media. See all our marshals there. I mean, it's so special. Some of these people are probably wondering what on earth is going on. Where do all these drivers come from? And of course, we know that around the world, all the MAX challenges already going ahead in different parts of the world for next year and for qualification for the next Grand Finals, which we have to wait and see where it is.
Yeah, are they going to reveal that?
I hope so, because you asked me, and I said that's always the question that I'm asked the most, and I'm always asking on the Friday if I can kind of get a bit of insight into where it's going to be. So depending on the situation, if everything's confirmed, I'm hoping they might announce it at the podium or something, but you know, the after party, which we have here on the track, the get together, sometimes I have to wait a bit longer. It's a lot of organisation now.
Yeah, I mean,
to find the right location.
You always want to have it in an exciting area, somewhere where that makes logistical sense, but also a new place. For me, my favorite Grand Finals and one of my favorite race events ever was the race in New Orleans.
Yes.
No doubt about it. Partially because it was my first time overseas by myself without my parents. I was with my trainer Michael Fiedler.
Yes. Who's actually here, by the way.
Who is here, and I've been spending a lot of time with him. Yeah, I mean, just going that far away, celebrating the event, doing well in the race actually. First time away, I think I was like, I don't know, 14 or something, and I was allowed to eat whatever I wanted. I had burgers and pancakes for breakfast every single day, so that childhood dream coming true.
Special memories. Okay, just having a look there. Now, I think I'm going to lose you because you're probably going to go out there and have a photo. Okay. Let's get some lunch.
I think that's a good idea. Some
What
cheesecake.
do you think? Some cheesecake and more cheesecake. And we've got to get ready for the racing though. So need lots of energy for that. And we'll be catching up with you again, I guess, in the commentary with Henry.
Yes.
At some point in the studio. And looking forward to the afternoon to see what's new. There's something new coming. Follow Instagram, Rotax Karting. Facebook, Instagram. Follow us live. Follow you live.
And enjoy.
What's your hashtag? What's your
my Instagram is
Instagram.
fhabsburg62. I'm uploading content all week for Rotax this week, and hopefully you guys are enjoying everything.
Okay, thanks for joining me, Ferdinand, here, and giving us some insight, but also some great memories, and wishing everyone luck for this afternoon's racing.
We will have a good time.
See you at lunch.
Ciao, ciao.
Buy the cheesecake.
Take a deep breath. The 2023 lineup is here, and it's epic. More power, more control, more hardcore. Mountain beasts for off-the-hook riding. Virtually unstoppable crossover sleds. A trail legend. But the question is, have you got what it takes? We are Lynx. Are you?
Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. It gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
there are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well, so let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
The road to the 2021 Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member, the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
But my dad brought home like an own-built go-kart, and we used it on the driveway, just driving back and forth in the neighborhood.
A girlfriend of mine asked me if I want to go karting, and I joined her. I had no idea what it was.
It was at a track in Hong Kong, a rental track in Hong Kong. It was the fastest thing ever, and I absolutely enjoyed it. I really want to go back every day.
And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was a really great experience.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, just driving that. It was pretty amazing.
It's just amazing for the E20s to be the first time part of the Grand Finals. I mean, there are 380 cars. That's just a really big event.
I think it's pretty good that we start pretty early with it and can develop it from here. And then we are testing it out and see what the pros and cons are with having the e-cars here.
The support from Rotax really made this first experience for me in the E20 class much easier than I thought it would be. I felt pretty comfortable in this environment. When you step on a gas, it's like, I've never felt torque like that in a racing go-kart before.
It's just immense speed, so the acceleration is just incredible.
When actually I saw the track on the Grand for the first time, I said, wow, okay, this looks really good. I have to say that Brain has actually really delivered on both the Park Fermé and the track as well, and the grandstand and everything.
Very exciting to drive in the E20, and hopefully I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm here to win it. I'm here to win it all. Absolutely, no question about it.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
When I saw the karts for the first time, you know, it was just magic.
I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed. We had to learn it. Power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream: to earn my ticket to the Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it. For the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Garantir que todos os clientes que entram no nosso site saem sempre satisfeitos das nossas estações. Desde a reserva, check-in e check-out, até à recolha das chaves e levantamento do veículo. É tudo 100% digital e 0% complicado.
Aqui ninguém ganha nos papéis nem em filas de espera. Garantimos que a melhor parte da sua viagem começa sempre na gueira. É só pegar e arrancar.
E na hora de regressar, o processo é sempre igual. Simples, rápido e autónomo. Porque no final de cada experiência, o que nos move é tudo uma questão de tempo. E aqui é garantido que será de qualidade.
know from history and looking forward that the kart sport is the foundation of all things motorsport. This, I believe, is what people have been searching for a long time.
The immediate reaction is the performance, for sure.
It gives so much power, it's unbelievable.
You want that feeling of the engine noise, but when we start doing this, we really enjoy the silence to stand beside the track.
Now I hear the tires, how they work. I can really work together with the tires. I can hear the wind and the boost function on the kart. This they really love as well.
If it's a kart, it's a kart. If it's electrical or fuel, it doesn't matter. You know, once the helmet is on, the rest doesn't matter.
I think the way that Rotax have sort of really embraced this new technology, you know, you can really get an idea that Rotax sees this as a future technology, but also it's here now alongside with the internal combustion engines with the Rotax MAX Evo engines.
Some of the questions that we get asked regularly is how the E20 lives at the racetrack. And we need to answer these questions of how you can do this at the track on a large volume. It's not as complicated as people think. It's just new ways of thinking and setting up at the track, and we can actually have a more sustainable future with these solutions.
I think then you need to look at the whole energy stream of basically solar energy, converting it to battery, so that you can basically charge on demand when you need it.
In Denmark, we're pretty lucky, especially with this track, because there's solar panel all around the track, and actually the whole power infrastructure is here, so it's a small investment.
It doesn't have to mean digging up the roadways, installing new cables and massive expensive infrastructure. You can do it in a very cost-effective and simple way when you think about it.
Also wir haben ein modernes Stromnetz hier und Rotax hat uns jetzt mitgeteilt, sie bringen ein neuartiges System, ein Batteriesystem, mit dem man alle Fahrzeuge laden kann, direkt vor Ort, innerhalb kürzester Zeit. Und völlig ausreichend. Also ich finde, das ist eine Möglichkeit, das Ganze irgendwie einfacher zu machen, und von dem her finde ich das ganz gut.
Wackersdorf, it's kind of the first track that I've seen that's kind of taken a really big sustainability route. They have most of the track running off a solar grid, so basically the sun is powering our go-karts.
At the moment we're running a huge battery instead of diesel generators.
It helps us with the peak demand of the power, and we're actually plugged into the normal power grid.
Es ist ein guter Weg für die Zukunft, weil man ja auch nicht weiß, was sich überhaupt ergibt. Die Politik ändert sich gerade, wir gehen neue Wege.
Initially, there's always this reluctance from the general public or the general public of karting, if you want to call it that. But we seem to be able to make our way through and have a very acceptable product for the future.
I always like to refer to basically the birth of the Rotax MAX. When that came out, let's say the old school guys were always reluctant. But at a certain point, you notice that people, especially new customers coming into the sport, they don't know anything else. And once they get used to the reliability, to the ease of use, nobody bothers about, let's say, the old school engines. It will take time to adapt, but I'm a firm believer.
I believe the E20 will really tick a lot of boxes that we've been searching for in the past and in the future.
We basically have the whole infrastructure where we provide the tents, we provide the carts, and people literally just arrive and drive.
They get full support from us. They only have to arrive with the toolbox, the race equipment. They can come into the team. We support them with data analysis, all the material and help that they need throughout the weekend.
Today, if you start karting, you need to have the money to pay for a mechanic to come every time to the track. Here, you just, if you have power on, you go.
The mechanic could be father like I am. You need not to hire anybody.
The atmosphere and the support is great. I mean, everything is clean, it's nice, it's very professional.
It's like a plug and play. You know, you just put the wires on and that's it.
The charging is super easy. When you come in from a session, you pop the fans on and that just helps cool the batteries down. And then charger on and takes about an hour. Yeah, so pretty much every hour you can be out on track.
One thing that's really evident with the E20 is the parity.
When you do it like this, similar format as the Grand Finals, then it's just the question of what can the driver do with the material that you get.
I think actually, like honestly, it's good because then it's more up to the drivers and not equipment. It doesn't matter how much you pay or how much you get a good deal or whatever.
So it's all about the driver. Of course, this is also a challenge for them because when you're a race driver, if you make a mistake, you often say it's the engine or something else. You don't have the chance here. You only have really to look at the data and see what you can do better.
I believe Rotax really is a strong company. It's a big company with a massive technical expertise in developing new concepts. If we don't look at this now, who knows what the future will hold.
I really think Rotax is on a really good winner here.
I think if there is one company that can do it, it's Rotax.
Aber ich finde, irgendjemand muss beginnen, ja. Und wenn es dann wirklich soweit ist, dann ist halt Rotax Nummer 1. Und ist ja eigentlich jetzt schon, ja.
For me, the E20 matters greatly because I see that the sport is under threat. We know that there's a massive community in motor racing as a whole that live from this. So from the business side, we want to secure the future from everybody. And also from the sporting side, I want to see this sport go on for a long time. I've been involved in this sport since I was a child and I don't want it to stop. And I would like to be a part of seeing this grow further for the future.
Mountain beasts for off-the-hook riding. Virtually unstoppable crossover sleds. A trail legend. But the question is, have you got what it takes? We are loose. Are you?
Rock and roll. Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
Back from the lunch break here, Bon Jovi coming out loud. No, they're not on the podium, but we wish they were on the podium. Gushbeck, and here we are in the paddock. We're going to take a quick look. A few minutes before the first pre-final goes out for Mini-Max.
Yeah, so we have the paddock plan here, which are all in the big tent. So we have all these locations within the big tent, and all the names of all the nations that are here. and their respected areas between them. So we're at this entrance now. So we have the track just over to our left, and we will pop in this B area and we'll have a look. Yeah?
We will. I think it's the local drivers from Portugal, so come we have a look. Okay, on the left side, Portugal and Spain. And on the right side, then we have also Baltic and Spain, people coming and going. It's busy. It's really busy.
It is busy because I think we have 360 drivers in this tent now.
That's right. The electric is in another part, so just on the opposite side. We'll have a look at them tomorrow,
we'll show
maybe,
them later,
when we've got time.
So yeah, this is the big tent. So we have all these cars in here, which are all classes. So there will be micro up until DD2 Masters, and then only the E20 projects are in a different areas. So all nations together, like one big team, and yeah.
Lots of decoration, driver boards, country boards, flags, kangaroos.
Yeah, we'd love to show you, but in the back,
rhinoceroses.
I don't think we can see it now because we have some technical difficulty getting back there.
It's such a big tent.
Such a big tent and such a big area this is. But in the back we've got all sorts going on with the Aussies and the flags and the kangaroos. We have the rhinos from South Africa as well.
And we've also got Rubens Barrichello and his son Eduardo along the back for Brazil. Lots happening over there with the Brazilians. They're always in party mode, but very, very competitive.
So as you can see now behind us, the first couple classes getting ready to go out. We have Minimax due in a couple minutes time, and then it's on for another Minimax pre-final, and then we go on to juniors. So here everyone working on their carts, trying to get all setups done. We have the mechanics working hard together with their drivers to get something worked out. So here we have one of the guys in juniors on the sodium machinery.
And you'll notice that the carts have their tyres on because they're not in Parc Fermé.
Yeah.
So everyone has the tyres. Only the fuel is missing. No, they're not electric. They're actually in Parc Fermé, the fuel tanks. So that's the only thing they have to put on.
Yeah, so that's
inside.
for fire safety, of course, because we're in this big tent. Then we have to make sure with the local authorities that we minimize risk.
It's huge, and of course everyone is in a good spirit, excited after the driver presentation and everything in the team. So busy here, everyone's saying hello. Hi to everyone at home. Remember to follow all our social channels this afternoon. There is a press conference at 5:30 in the afternoon. Some news coming out of Rotax. Every year there's something new.
Yep.
And this year it's something unbelievable, I've heard.
Yep.
They won't let us in the tent yet, but
no,
we're
won't.
waiting.
So we'll see that. We'll see that
live
tomorrow.
on Instagram and also here on YouTube.
So we'll pop outside then. We'll have a look at what's going on.
What's going on outside, and of course then we're going to change over to Henry in the commentary with guest commentators. So make sure you stay tuned.
Well, thank you very much, Jen and Gust. Here we go then, it's pre-finals time here at the 2022 Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Finals. Minimax up first, 2 races, 10 laps in each race. I'm once again joined by Tiffany Chittenden from Team New Zealand, former Grand Finals driver. Here's the grid. Christopher L. Fagali and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 1. Vasilios Malamis and Jack McLaughlin are on row number 2. Sebastian Mins and Casper Nissen on row 3, Kai Johnson and Tiger Tezuka on row number 4, Afonso Ferreira, Luca de Longchamp on row 5, Derek Babicek and Alois Giraudet on row number 6. Row number 7, Bautista Panetta and Juan Sebastian Vanegas Pinzon, then Jacob Sam and Ryusai Sawada. The top 20 rounded out by Marcel Zibo and Paul Schön, Dimitri Matrenin and Fion Shi. Row number 11, Boaz Maximov and Jakub Gasparovich, Patrick Mikalik and Lucas Scalers on row number 12. Row 13, Zach Tucker and Brando Badoni, then Antoine Lemieux and Alexis Bayerjon. Row number 15, Yigan Yoshida and Didier Islamov, Edward Kennedy and Yvonne Simeonova on row number 16. The field rounded out by Arnas Kaplikas, Luis Sanchez, Iago Klempen and Patricio Gallardo. The drivers don't have to finish the top 18, but at the end of this race and the next pre-final, the top 36 in points overall will go through to the grand final. Tiffany Chittenden, the weather is fine. The circuit looks good. The lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a great start from Christopher Alfagali on the inside row. The outside row of the grid, led by Jacob Ashcroft, gets dropped a little bit down towards turn number 3. Ashcroft to the inside to try and regain second position, but it's Christopher Alfagali and Jacob Ashcroft taking the top position in the background. Oh, we got a big crash coming out of turn number 4. That's a driver up and over the kart. Now we'll wait to see. We haven't seen the number on the driver. The leaders are through clearly. You can see the marshals are already on the scene attending to that driver that decided to part company with their go-kart. They're coming around turn number 8 and turn number 9 now. Still, we've got yellow flags waving at one point of the circuit, but we're not stopping the race or anything like that just yet. The race director will be looking to see if the driver is okay. And the top 5 drivers have got away cleanly. Tip Chittenden, a 5-kart breakaway up at the front of the field. Never nice to see an accident, but the sun is shining, and this is where, as a driver, the adrenaline is really going.
Yeah, and obviously those 5 in front, I think they're fighting for a good grid position for the final, whereas we have probably the mid to back pack, and they're literally fighting to stay in the competition.
Exactly.
So
It was Afonso Ferreira, the Portuguese driver. You can see the yellow flags waving. Afonso Ferreira was the driver that went out of his kart. You can see the medical team with him now. Obviously, he is okay. The front 5, Christopher Alfagali for Lebanon, Sebastian Mins for Team UK, Vasilios Malamis for Greece, Kai Johnson for Team UK, and Jacob Ashcroft for Team UK. Then a huge gap back to DeLongchamp, Nissan, Tezuka, Panetta, Babicek, Marcel Zibo, Assam, Paul Schön, and Dimitri Matrenin. Down at the back of the pack, Patricio Gallardo, Alois Girardet from France. So there's one driver that started up near the front of the grid, has had a bad problem on the opening lap, and of course he's now fighting to get into the top 36 in points overall. Not a great start. Tip, your driver, Zach Tucker, up 3 places to 22nd.
yeah, he's had a bad heat, so he has a lot of work to do. But like there'll be many of them out there that, like I say, that literally just want to make it to the final at this point. So yeah, I know they'll give it all they've got. But whereas these 5 at the front, they're fighting for which grid position they'll start on.
But they're all pretty much confident they're making the final up the front. We've had a bit of chopping and changing down at the bottom end of the circuit. I think that's Vasilios Malamis, who's now taken second place. So it's Alfagali. You can see the white, red and green of Team Lebanon. Their race suits leading the race. Christopher Alfagali undefeated at the moment. Malamis is second, Ashcroft up to third, Mins down to fourth, and Kai Johnson from Team USA at the back of that pack in 5th position. Now we'll wait to see 1 or 2 drivers having a problem through sector number 1. I think Yigen Yoshida, the Japanese driver in kart 110, was one of them. Kai Johnson, you can see at the back of that group, he's just got to get his head down and push on, hasn't he? He doesn't want to be dropped. But as you can see, Sebastian Mins there in 4th place, that driver with a very, very distinctive driving style, as we're side by side for the race lead, Tiff.
Yeah, if Kai just keeps his head down, he should be with this pack very soon, because they're still fighting quite a lot, and you can see probably, if he stays in their toe, then he'll definitely catch them. Yeah, not often you see a driver out on his own. So, well,
Greece's Vasilios Malamis takes the lead from Christopher Alfagali, but Alfagali fighting back down at turn number 5, this 1,531 metre circuit, bathed in sunshine for the first time this week. And there's the second group of drivers. You've got the lead 5, and there's a change for the race lead. Fagali fights back. Malamis's lead lasted all of half a lap. The group in 6, Lucas DeLongchamp from Canada, Kasper Nissen from Denmark, Tiger Tezuka from Japan, Zdenek Babicek from the Czech Republic, Marcel Zibo from Hungary, and Bautista Panetta from Argentina. They're not out of this yet. Lap 4 out of 10, so a slightly longer race, and of course the final tomorrow will be even longer, but they'll be looking, the leaders are still battling and chopping and changing. They're going to try and get their heads down. They're not out of it yet. We've got
red flag.
A red flag being waved. Okay, red flag, we'll spot it, Tiff. Red flag, so the hands in the air for the driver. Now that must be for the medical team, so Afonso Ferreira is at the side of the circuit, the Portuguese driver in kart number 168. Afonso, we're waiting. You can see there the medical team down with the driver and the race director. So the call has come out, so we're halfway through the race. Don't know what the procedure is. It's down to the race director whether we're going to have a full restart.
Yeah, normally because it's It's
less
not
than
half,
75%.
less than 75%. So the race would definitely be rerun.
I think we were at the end of lap number, as they coming across the line to complete lap number 4.
Yeah,
the
so
red
they'll
flag went out.
they'll go back to the previous lap and probably start it in single, what we call Indian file. Yeah, so they do have the option to do like a safety car flag too, but obviously they need to.
Yeah, for those of you that are new to karting, the safety car flag is known as the Battenberg flag. It's a black and yellow checked flag. Now, the carts will come down. So let's run down the order at the end of lap number 3, which is where my timing screen stopped. So we got Vasilios Malamis leading. Then it is Christopher Elfagardi, Jacob Ashcroft, Sebastian Mins and Kai Johnson, the top 5. They did have a 2-second lead over Lucas de Longchamp, Casper Nissen, Tiger Tezuka, Zdenek Babicek, Marcel Zebo and Bautista Panetta. Obviously, that will now come down to nothing. You'll see the carts coming into the centre of the track. They'll be put into single file. In fact, you can see the official there telling them to move over to the right-hand side of the circuit. That will be to allow any emergency vehicle, an ambulance, on the track if necessary. If you're down in the middle of the pack, I mean, Jack McLaughlin had dropped 13 places back to 17th, the Team Ireland driver. Zach Tucker, your driver, at 5 places, but there were so many huge gaps.
Yeah.
Now, if you're at the front of the field, what are you thinking?
Oh no, in the most polite way.
In the most polite way possible.
Yeah, I mean, they were only kids,
Darn
but
it.
yeah. Oh damn. So yeah, it's only really good for those people that like Zach and probably all the people around Zach.
Yeah,
I would say
Lucas Sellers, Rusa Sawada, Alexis Bayerjon, Edward Kennedy, Jakub Gasparovic, the drivers just behind your drivers.
It used to be when I raced that it was literally just the top 18 went, so you knew where you were, but it got pretty hairy at times, you know, because if you were in 17th, you were
it was like a repechage.
So it's a little bit harder for us to work out if everyone's going to get through, but it's almost the unknown as well. So you literally, I mean, what I tell my drivers is you just have to overtake everybody in front of you. You can only control what you can control. So
yeah, and of course, if the harder you push, even if you cross the line in 18th position, if you're within 5 seconds of 11th, 12th, 13th and 14th, and there's lots of fairing penalties, then you find yourself, and already the iPad of Doom is out.
Yeah, so they'll be recording that
to make sure
depending on if they reset. I think only if they completely have a full rerun of the race would they be able to reset those. So
and what you can see Paul Klassen there at the right-hand side of the screen. So the idea is that the drivers that have got drop-downs, to avoid any issues with drivers pushing their noses back in, which of course is an exclusion from the entire meeting.
Yeah, that's probably the worst thing you can do.
We did have one of those yesterday in Team Holland. Dion van Werven sadly sent home from the entire event. Unfortunately, but you can see on your screen there. So you've had the word "oh no" if you're at the front of the grid, but if you're down in the middle of the pack, you're
it's
rubbing
another.
your hands
You've literally got another chance. Yeah, at this, especially if you've made some spots up already. You'll be hoping they don't do a complete restart, which I don't think they should at this point.
No, I think at the end of lap number 3, if it's before 25% race distance, then the race director has the option of a complete regrid. But it does look the way that the timekeeping team here, you can see Luis Sanchez there in the centre of your screen with the organisation on the back of his T-shirt. They're moving the carts back into the position they were in at the end of lap number 3, I believe. And it was actually Vasilios Malamis who was leading. He made the move coming out to the final corner, and they're going to put Christopher Fagali. So Fagali has done most of the leading, it's fair to say, in his races. Malamis has been in the chasing pack. Now the pressure is on the number 158, the Greek driver, to sort of control the pace. He knows that with 34 other carts directly behind him, the phrase duck and sitting springs to mind.
Exactly, and it's not an easy situation, especially this age. There's certain rules you have to do as you come around. You have to still, I believe, be in the centre of the line, or he can determine. I think you
got to go in between the tram lines.
But he does have control, so he's effectively the pace car, if you like, and then he can choose when to accelerate. But obviously, this track, you're flat out for the first. So I would say he'd probably going to turn hard right.
If he can get to turn number 3, still in the lead, he's done well. And there's a little wave, I like that. There's Kai Johnson in kart number 132, and look at that, is not his countryman, but Lucas de Longchamp from Canada, just giving a quick wave saying, hello, I'm behind you. Now that's again,
nice.
It's nice when you say that. That's a nice friendly thing, but de Longchamp and Johnson, they have raced together. They raced together in the Rotax US Nationals at the Newcastle Motorsport Park in Indiana. They'll know each other quite well. That's almost like telling Kai Johnson, all right, I've got a friend behind me. He's a rival,
hey, I'm here.
But he's a friend. Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure as soon as the lights go green, they won't be friends for about
maybe
8 laps.
I'll give them 3 corners maybe.
Yeah, but it is good to know when you do race against people, you probably trust them, or you just trust them. And you can probably predict what they're going to do a little bit more than if you've never raced against people before.
No, exactly.
But even throughout the heats, these guys will have started to train each other.
There's Marcel Zebo from Hungary. Hungary have not won a Grand Finals since Ferenc Konchar back in Sarno in 2016. I believe it was.
They'll just be rechecking the rules, because maybe in their home, sometimes the rules are a little bit different on restarts, and some might not have even done a single file restart.
You mean to say, as a driver, you may not have read the entire regulations book for this event from cover
as a driver, you tend to deal with the rules as you need them. So this is when they'll just be checking. And what lane you don't want to, just the same as a normal. The first start, you don't want to be out of lane and get a penalty.
There's a nice crash. Well, that is the Slovakian, I believe. No, it's the Colombian driver, number 121, Juan Vanegas Pinzon. Is Matt Cooley in walking across the front of the screen. He is mechanicking for Jack McLaughlin, the Irish driver. Ireland's Jack McLaughlin started right up, I think, on the 2nd row of the grid. He currently runs down in 17th. I'm just looking, okay, so Aloha Shirade, Yigan Yoshida and Dinia Islamov have both dropped down to the back. Ivan Simeonova still there in 32nd position. You can see Marcel Zebo there, the Team Hungary driver, and that is the Austrian driver Jakob Assam, the very tall Austrian. It's one of those things that at this age, if you have a growth spurt halfway through the season, which does happen, it can really, really affect your ability to get onto the weight limit, but also your seat position, things like that.
There's a lot to think of. I do believe as well some of them will have won tickets earlier on in the year, and even be racing junior. I know a couple have been racing junior back home, and they've moved back to mini. But the smaller the better in this class.
And there's the difference between this age.
Yeah, you can see. I think that
the
one's smaller than I am.
drivers here, 10, 11 and 12 years old. You can see the Hungarian driver, that's Marcel Zebo on the left side standing up, and the taller driver, that is Jakob Assam from Austria. He is currently 12th in the order. Zebo is 10th. But that's just something that the drivers are contending with, the size of the driver. So a big hello once again to all the audience around the world. We had a big shout out. Ethan Griffiths Racing he contacted Rotax, saying, can you please say hello to Scott Marsh in juniors, and also big up to Team Wales. We're not going to mention Wales.
Team Wales? No. How's the football going?
Thank you, Tiff. Back to the go-karting. Big thank you to Ethan Griffiths, driver in the UK. He wants to say hello to Scott Marsh. If you want to keep your requests coming in, you message Andy Eisleitner, the social media lady here at Rotax. She'll send the message to me, and I can get, if you're supporting, which nations you're supporting, to come out. Now we're going to have.
So you'll see, they'll probably bring the drivers up to the front and just explain the procedure again. And I'm actually a great believer in this, in that yes, they should know the rule, but a lot has happened.
If it's a national event,
it's no
but
harm.
This is where the language barriers, the different nations. So Ramiro Brito, the tall gentleman there, our race director in the black shirt. Now, some of the drivers at the front are not getting out of their go-karts. They're saying they can hear.
Yeah, they're probably. I mean, I would, if they were I would probably say just jump up, and there's just no harm in double checking the rules and exactly, especially at this level.
And again,
it's great that they're telling the drivers again.
Yes, because like you said, the drivers should all know the rules, but the last thing you want is a confusion, another accident, or somebody to make a mistake because they haven't fully understood the translation.
And let's not forget, we're asking 11-year-olds to remember all the same rules that you're asking grown adults to. So
and I struggle with how to tie my shoelaces in the morning. So how we're expected, yes, you know, it's there's a lot going on for these young drivers. Yes, it's a big fun. We've had the drivers' parade. You would have seen. Let's listen in if we can.
The race will have 7 laps. The remaining 7 laps. Okay.
Audio.
lip read 7 laps.
7 laps. Okay.
The line.
You get good in karting, lip reading people's
yes,
tire pressures.
normally it's lip reading from behind the visor, which words that we can't say on the live stream. But yes, so 7 laps. So at the end of lap number 3, they'll do 1 rolling lap in a single file order, and then it's go. The lion on the back of that driver's crash helmet again. The crash helmet designs are just so incredibly intricate nowadays. There's Marcel Zebo. He's had the good grace to. Well, he's got ZM, Zebo Marcel. Just to confuse us. Maybe he's dyslexic, who knows. Right, now the drivers trot back to their go-karts. Like, a very tall driver at the back there. He's
I was going to say it.
And then all the little ducklings following in a line. They go back to their drivers. There's Lithuania's Arnas Kaplikas in the very, very distinctive, the yellow, black, red and green outfit. You're looking at Japan's Egan Yoshida in the foreground. Then you have Antoine Lemieux, the Canadian driver, just giving his countryman Alexis Baerjon tap there on the shoulders. Good luck. In the center of your screen, number 117. That is Luis Humana Sanchez. He finished 7th as a Micromax driver back in Brazil in 2018. And now we sit down. We'll have 1 rolling lap, and we'll be off again. So now put us in the driver's seat. The adrenaline's been going. Now you've stopped. Now you've got to go again. What's your thought? What are the drivers going to be doing right about now?
I think number 1's probably I hope my kart starts.
Yes.
It's the first. It's always horrible to see that. So fingers crossed. They should do. These Rotaxes are fantastic. But and then it will just be a remembering, trying to get some heat. They've been there a while now. The sun is shining, but try and get a bit of heat in the tyres for that lap, and then just head down and go. And like we said, I think if you split the field into thirds, they've probably all got a little bit of a different race plan.
Yeah. So the first third is
just to it's a tough one because obviously they want to do the best. They want the best possible good position for the final, but also you don't want to throw it away.
Exactly. So they're going to be exercising a little bit of caution. The middle third, I'm assuming they're the ones that are most nervous out of everyone.
On the cups, and and it's really hard to see, especially the younger classes, them going home before the final. I wish you could have, but so they're feeling it, and I guess the mechanics, the parents, this is just having to do it all again. But obviously the major thing is the driver okay?
Yes.
First of all,
Afonso Ferreira is in there. As soon as we get word on the driver, I know that Husbecker and Jenny Wade are going to be out in the pit lane in the paddock doing the interviews. With all the drivers, they got information. As soon as they get the information, we'll give you the information. But obviously, Afonso Ferreira, just being into the back of the ambulance. It wasn't, the red flag wasn't called straight away.
No, and I'm pretty sure I saw him moving, which is a good sign.
It was just to realise, okay, he's not going to walk back. We're going to need to get him in the back of the ambulance, give him a free ride back to the paddock. But obviously, sadly for Afonso Ferreira, his grand finals are over. He was, are they? No, I don't know. He was starting up in the top 10. Yeah. I'm just going to have a quick look. So the points situation, Afonso Ferreira.
He's had some good results.
He has. And I'm just looking down. He was, let's have a little look. Where is the Portuguese flag after the qualifying heat? So he was 17th in points. He had 32 points. Now in karting, you want the lowest points total. It's 0 points for a win, 2 points for second, 3 points for third, etc., etc. So he had 32 points and was 17th overall. 36th. He's obviously going to gain 36 points though.
Yeah.
So that is going to be, and I'm going to do the maths, that's going to be 68 points.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It obviously depends how many DNFs there are.
The driver on the cusp in 36th position at the moment is Zain El Homassani at 57 points. So, obviously there's a lot of drivers in between. Alfonso Ferreira, his chances of making the final are not completely over yet, although obviously we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully he will be well enough to compete in the final should he qualify. Right, green flag in the air, kart start. First things first, Tiff, all 35 wagons are rolling.
Yeah, so that's always great to see, which you'd expect with the Rotaxes anyway, so that's good. But yeah, so now they're just trying to get as much heat in the tyres. Remember who they're starting behind, because obviously it's probably different to what they started on the grid. Watch your nose cone is a big thing.
Yes, it's the last thing
very
you want
easy
to do,
and it's been done.
The drivers, I mean, it's not like a normal rolling lap where they're going fast and they're slowing down. Hopefully, Vasilios Malamis will keep them at a straight pace. Here's a quick rundown of the top 10 on the restart. Vasilios Malamis from Greece, Christopher Alfagali from Lebanon, Jacob Ashcroft from the UK, Sebastian Mins from the UK, Kai Johnson from the USA, Lucas de Longchamp from Canada, Kasper Nissen from Denmark, Tiger Tezuka from Japan, Zelek Babicek from the Czech Republic, and Marcel Zebo from Hungary. The rest of the running order: Bautista Panetta, Jakob Assam, Dmitry Matrenin, Paul Schön, Boaz Maximov, Patrick Mikulik, Jack McLaughlin, Fionn Shee, Juan Pinzon, Zach Tucker, Jakub Gasparovich, Ed Kennedy, Alexis Bajerjon, Rayusi Sawada, Lucas Gales, Arnas Kaplikas, Antoine Lemieux, Luis Sanchez, Patricio Gallardo, Jago Klempen, Brando Badoni, Yvonne Simeonova, Didier Islamov, Alois Girardet, and Yigan Yoshida. 35 karts. It's going to be a 7-lap restart. We're going to start lap 4 out of 10 as they come into the tram lines, and it's down to Malamis now. Green flag waves. We are go once again through turn number 1, and already Alfagali right on Malamis's rear bumper. He swings to the outside and
he
cuts
crossed
at the
him
inside.
over. Yeah, so yeah, that was a great move. It was pretty brave to go to the outside when you have 38 other karts behind you, but yeah, awesome move.
The risk that Christopher Alfagali took then was that, again, if you move to the outside, you've got the field in such close running order. If Jacob Ashcroft and Sebastian Mins were close enough, they could have just stuck the inside, and it would be like a NASCAR race in Daytona.
It would be the ultimate freight train, that would be, yeah.
Yes, and we've got up to the inside. It's Sebastian Mins down to P3 around turn number 8, Ashcroft down to 4th. It's Fagali. Obviously, Christopher Alfagali, he's more comfortable leading at the front. That's where he's been for most of the week, and he doesn't want to risk getting dragged into a battle.
Yeah, and whilst it's they haven't broken away at this point, it probably just attack is the safest option.
Yes,
Otherwise, someone's going to be attacking you, I think. So.
And Christopher Alfagali also knows he's got such confidence in his kart and his engine that he thinks, right, I know the slipstream is in effect, but I can manage my rivals. He's not blocking down the main straight, but he is jinking to the inside occasionally just to sort of put Malamis, Mins and Ashcroft off their stride. Side by side further back in the pack as Babicek moves up in position, Kasper Nissen from Denmark, and now at turn number 5, it's still 2 or 3 wide. This is where you get drivers who have got that second chance. Oh, we've got Bautista Panetta running wide. That's Kasper Nissen from Denmark running wide as well and slowing down. And we've got 2 drivers off the side of the circuit. I'm having a little look to see who that is. It's a dark race suit.
It was a pretty unsafe entry back onto the track. So obviously, if you come off the track, you do need to be as safe as possible. You've obviously got your racing head on, but the stewards will be looking for safe re-entry.
Safe re-entry. You can't cut parts of the track, but you have to re-enter the circuit in a safe manner. Up at the front, Christopher Alfagali. Perfect restart lap this has been for Fagali as he comes across the start-finish line. Already the field's spreading out quite a little bit. I'm quite surprised at that. 3 wide.
Yeah.
We've got a 4-car breakaway, and now Fagali's in trouble. Sebastian Mins takes the race lead. Malamis into 2nd place. Fagali down to 3rd. Ashcroft is there in 4th. Kai Johnson still hanging on in 5th position. Looking down the order, I think it may have been Patricio Gallardo that may have gone off. Alois Girardet up in a couple of positions, and Luis Sanchez also dropping down. Paul Schön, the international trophy winner for Switzerland, has not had a good restart either, but Zach Tucker, your driver, is up to 14th position, Tiffany.
Yeah, so he's done really well. I'm not sure if it's enough, but all we really want is for them to have a finish on a great race if this is it. So
the idea is, drivers, is that whether you make the final or not, you finish your last race and have left nothing on the track, because it's a long wait till next year's Grand Finals.
It's also a long way back to New Zealand.
It is indeed, yes. So, Sebastian Mins has the race lead. They complete lap number 6. Now, right behind him, Malamis from Greece, Fagali from Lebanon. Now, Fagali to the inside with help from Jacob Ashcroft. It's going to be the Greek driver that gets freight train to the outside. Sebastian Mins has the race lead. Fagali second, Ashcroft third. Then it is Malamis, and look at Kai Johnson in 5th. Kai Johnson's got to get his head down. Hope he can pick up any of the pieces as they come up the hill out of turn number 5. In 6th position with the bright green crash helmet. That's Zdenek Babicek. Then it's Marcel Zibo, De Longchamp, Tezuka, Assam, Matrenin, Maximov, Mikulik, Tucker, Bayerjon, and Gasparovic, with Jack McLaughlin still in 17th position. These 5, the same 5. It's almost though there was no red flag at all. I think there was a problem at turn number 8 there for a couple of drivers at the tail end of the top 10.
Yeah, so still, obviously, everyone fighting hard, still karts going off every lap, so.
But there is Zdenek Babicek with a green and yellow crash helmet. The Czech pump driver bouncing over the curbs. They're coming through turn number 15. Now, 2 laps to go at the end of this one. We complete lap 7, 8, 9 and 10. So 2.5 laps to go, really. Out on the outside for Gali, let's side by side. Hold your breath into turn number 3 for Gali back in front. It doesn't matter who throws what at him. For Gali always is quick to find a way back to the front, but he doesn't do it looking overly aggressive either, which is the remarkable thing.
And you see him just putting his hand up, just that's a signal, please follow me.
It's
please don't overtake.
Somebody, the driver overtakes somebody and then says, no, now you work with me and push me.
No, honest, I'm fast, you can, let's break away, is the idea, and in this class, you do have to do that to a certain extent.
But the driver that's just been overtaken is thinking to himself, well, why on earth have you passed me? Why didn't you push me? Yes, it's always the same signal. I'm going to pass you, and then I'm going to signal, no, you follow, I'll lead.
Yeah.
But, well.
So some track limits there, they need to watch out for that as well.
Yeah, especially now when the weather is hot, the track is gripped up. The temptation is to just use all this lovely tarmac. As you can see, Zdenek Babicek in 6th position has caught Kai Johnson. So we did have a lead group of 5. We've now got a lead group of 6 coming through turn number 3 and 4. Behind Babicek, I think that might be Marcel Zibo as well. So up to a lead group of 7. Looking down, Bautista Panetta has dropped the back of the field. We saw Bautista in trouble earlier on. And also the Danish driver, where is Chris Kasper Nissen? Kasper has dropped back to 24th position. Leaders come through turn 11, down the hill towards turn 12. Jacob Ashcroft is now the British driver in 2nd position. Ashcroft trying to break away. Smart driving there from Ashcroft. He's just working on staying and just copying the lines. That's the easiest thing to do, isn't it, Tiff? Just follow the driver and copy their lines. Let them drag you around.
Yeah, and there is tow around here even around some of the corners for these cars, so it's quite a fast flowing track, so just basically you have to be behind them unless you're overtaken.
And Ashcroft pushing for Gali all the way, not battling, that's important. But likewise, Malamis was pushing Sebastian Mins. That was a great example of the slipstream. Behind them, Babicek has passed Johnson. Zibo is there in 7th, but they're battling, and look at Babicek looking over his shoulder and defending. That's going to drop them back. This is the final lap. What can Jacob Ashcroft do? Half a lap to go. Will he sit behind Christopher Elfagali, or will he go for the move? Through turn 10, down the hill, right to the very bottom. This is realistically one of the last opportunities. In 3rd position, Malamis has gone past Sebastian Mins, and Mins lets him go. Jacob's got about 3 corners to go. Can he make something happen?
I think it's probably going to end like this. I think he's probably weighed it up, and as I say, that will probably make a dive. But no, he knows that he's up there. He's learned a little bit more about the competition that's going to be starting around him.
Yes.
And most importantly, he's finished, which obviously some of the top ones.
Well, as you watch the drivers come across the start-finish line now, Jacob Ashcroft, that was smart driving, I think. He realises, I don't want to upset Christopher Fagali now because I'm going to have to work with him in the final, and maybe Jacob's thinking, right, we'll work together, we'll gain that level of trust now. Come the final, we'll be starting pretty close together,
yeah,
we can work together and then decide it amongst ourselves.
Yeah, it's different. You know, it's impossible to work the points out exactly. There's another final to come,
Yes,
so
another
you never know.
yes.
You know, he might not have been desperate to start on the outside. There's lots of reasons,
yes.
but
somebody did ask me in the paddock this morning. I won't say who, but somebody did ask me, do you reckon, Henry, have you looked at the points? What do you think we need to do to make sure we start third?
yeah, Team New Zealand asked me what they had to do to make the final, but
my answer was
I can't control.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah, and also you
know?
can't control the 48
race.
other kids. Yeah, so
Yes.
I just told Zach, you just have to pass everyone you possibly can, and that's all you can control.
That's all you can do. So we'll get the results. Here's a look at the start finish straight. It's taken a while, Tiff, but the sun is shining, the temperature has warmed up, and the air conditioning unit in the commentary box is now very pleasant. Let's have a little look.
Oh, there's a nose cone for
iPad of Doom. Who is that? 132. Kai Johnson, possibly the iPad of Doom. And there's Cash and Bell and the rest of the Praga team overlooking that. Paul Klassen going down, checking certain things on each kart. You never know what the technical team are going to do, but obviously they're doing it for every car.
Yeah, they're checking it same, and it's great here. The Praga guys always go through and check. You know, one race they'll check the seats are all done up tight as they can. You know, they're there to help.
Yes,
and also to a certain extent, Paul Klassen, I think scrutineers sometimes get, you know, they're just trying to catch people out, but not at all. They're going through.
Ernie Salmon and Paul Klassen and the rest of the team, the last thing they want to do is a slew the driver.
Yeah, exactly, and so they just need to, and it's great that they check things before they go out on the grid and so forth.
Yes. So here is the unofficial result from pre-final A in Minimax. Christopher L. Fagali for Lebanon takes the win by 800ths of a second from Jacob Ashcroft from Team UK. Vasileios Malamis from Greece is third. Sebastian Mins from the UK is fourth, and Zdenek Babicek from the Czech Republic is fifth. Kai Johnson from Team USA is sixth. Marcel Zibo from Hungary is seventh. Luke de Longchamp from Canada is eighth. Tiger Tezuka is ninth. Then Patrick Mikulik rounds out the top 10. Jacob Assam, Zach Tucker, Boaz Maximov, Alexis Boyerjon, Lucas Skeles, Jakub Kasparovic, Ryusai Sawada and Jack McLaughlin in the top 18. I'm sure we'll see most of those drivers in the final tomorrow. Now, this is the screen where you're going to have some drivers, they know they haven't qualified, and others that will be very, very, very nervous indeed. Dimitri Matrenin, Fionn Shi, Edward Kennedy, Paul Schurn, Antoine Lemieux, Casper Nissen, Alois Girardet, Arnas Kaplikas, Yigan Yoshida, Dinia Islamov, Juan Pinzon and Luis Alejandro Humana Sanchez. That two Colombian drivers, 29th and 30th. Patricio Gallardo, Iago Klempen, Brando Badoni, Ivion Simeonova, Bautista Panetta. Panetta in particular, he was right in the top 30. He's about 25th or 26th in points. That 35th place finish will probably, almost certainly, not be enough. Looking down at some of the other drivers, Juan Pinzon as well from Colombia. But before we get started with the next race, I think we have time for a quick interview. Take it away, Jenny and Gust.
So we're here with our first pre-final winner of the day. It's Chris Elfagali. You just won your pre-final for Minimax. We had that red flag there. Was that any concern for you, or were you just chill with it?
No, I'm just chill because I know I'm gonna finish first.
All right.
Chris, now we've seen you racing here at the Grand Finals before, also international races. At this point now, you know you're confident for the final. What's going through your mind? What are you going to do between now and tomorrow?
Just rest, because I mean I've done my job, and yeah.
Chill out?
Yeah, chill.
Enjoy some racing.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right, we're going to let you go. We're going straight through to pre-final B for Minimax.
Thank you, Gust. Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Christopher Elfagali. It's so rare you get to this point of a Grand Finals, Tiff, and a driver remains undefeated, and yet we have that there. The problem is now is that the pressure gets added. All the rest of the rivals in Minimax are thinking, right, what do we do about Elfagali? How do we not get him out of the way, but how do we beat him? Because the thought process is that if he gets to turn one first, then it's going to be very, very tough to beat.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't look at all phased by it, does
No,
he? He's like
cool as a cucumber.
Coolest kid I know. But I would normally agree with you and say yes, but with these mini Maxes, the toe is just so big. It's going to be really difficult to pull away. But yeah, he seems pretty cool. But now these guys have all been sat on the grid. They've had to watch a red flag. The nerves have been building, I'd guess.
Well, here's your starting lineup for Minimax pre-final B. Harry Bartle from the UK and Tom Strella from Latvia on row 1. Thomas Pradia from France and Travis Teo from Malaysia on row number 2. Luis Basseret from France in 3 with Rasmus Koskinen alongside him. Vicente Garcia and Max Sadursky on row number 4. Row number 5, the top 10 will be rounded out by Gage Korn and Gustavo Bonk, with on row 6 Yuso Saranki and Toby Gale. Row 7 is Mate Kobatidze from Georgia and Joao Pereira from Portugal. Then we have Nikishiles Raju and Alexander Rogovski, Corey Carson and Zain El Homasani, Frederick Baluziak and Felipe Reis, Nicholas Casarino and Min-Jae Lee. Caleb Odendahl and Marlon De Salvo are next, followed by Ruben Gutierrez, Alexander Van Meeven, Uros Bogdanic, Nikita Lubimov, Mats Van Rooyen, Fausto Arnado, Jakob Kubera, Khalid Najjar, Adam Kaji, Chen Kang Tseng, Adam Anderson and Gabriel Nader from Mexico round out the field. 10 more laps. UK and Latvia start on the front row with France, Malaysia, Finland, Chile, the Netherlands and Team USA also in the top 10. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and this time the 2 front row drivers again, Bartle and Preda, first and third, get a very, very good start. Down the hill towards turn 3, a very closely matched start. They're 3 wide into turn 3, hold your breath. Now, coming out of turn 3 to turn 4, this is where we had the incident at the start of the last lap. Oh, we got carts on the outside, but luckily all carts still on all 4 wheels. Good start though from Harry Bartle. Tom Strella in the red and white Latvian race suit. I'm just looking to see if that's Strella in second or if Strella has dropped back to 4th. But Bartle leads into turn number 8 and 9 under pressure but in control, and I think that is the Team France race suit of Thomas Pradia, number 152 behind, and the Team USA race suit of Gage Korn. Looks like he has made a good start as well, but Bartle leading from the front, Tiff.
Yep, and you'll see he's got 2 carts behind him pretty close, so he'll just try and gauge that. You have to defend really if you're in the lead in these. So
what will Pradia do?
They're actually working together. So
yeah, Pradia trying to push Bartle away. As I say that, curse the commentator. You'll learn about that, Tiff, as we go along. Thomas Pradia takes the race lead. It is Luis Basseret from France second. Gage Korn, I think the Team USA race suit was high up in the order, but Gage Korn is named Henry, but they call him Gage. They didn't want to get him mixed up. His dad's called Henry as well.
Oh.
There we go, 3 Henrys. Well, 2, and then one commentator. Here we go, here's the move.
See, last minute.
The inside, sideways a little bit, and Harry Bartle leaving the door wide open. That's something that Harry would not do on lap 7 or 8.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Oh, yep, he's gone straight back, so.
But here we go.
And all this is going to be bringing, there was a bit of a tap there, so again, you've got to, it's hard fighting, but you have to watch your nose cones in this.
Yeah, Pradia tried the crossover move, and Harry Bartle said, no, I'm going to park it on the apex, and there's the little love tap, and it brings Basseret, Korn right into play. Sadursky, Vincenzi Garcia is up there in 6th position for Chile, then Strella down to 7th, but Tom Strella all week, he's been one of those drivers, Tiff, that you haven't noticed at the start, but then he races very, very strongly. So look for Strella in kart number 133 to make a move up there. Then it's Gustavo Bonk. Travis Teo from Malaysia's dropped down. Often happens, you get Malaysia got 4 drivers here. Travis Teo is exceeding expectations. We get to this stage and it's a case of don't beat yourself. You're starting 4th of the pre-final. You may not finish 4th, but please don't race your way out of the pre-final. Getting into the final for Malaysia would be such a big deal as a change for 2nd place.
Yeah, and I'm guessing he's still learning the racing over here too.
Yes.
Like you mentioned, a lot of the Americans, Mexicans, they all race together, and then a lot of the Europeans will. So I'm guessing for Malaysia, he'll probably still learning, and I'm guessing from the right up to the final, he'll be getting better and better.
And of course, we've got the Rotax Asia Festival coming up in Langkawi in about 2 weeks' time. Harry Bartle takes the race lead. At the end of the lap, Bartle was about 10 kart lengths in front. By the time he gets to tier 3, he's down to third.
Yeah, and you can see that it's always a good move when you follow someone else makes a move and you just follow them through.
Oh yeah, yes. Allow somebody else to open the door and then you just nip in uninvited, like me at a house party. Here we go, top 4. Now it is Basseret, Preda, Korn and Bartle. Here comes Bartle though back. Oh, side by side. Bartle got it all crossed up there. He made the move. But that was the thing, Harry Bartle almost like, I got it too much.
I'm not sure if he fully meant to make the move there. He just kind of got chopped. So hopefully it wouldn't have dislodged his nose
see on
cone.
the inside, Bartle there. Then he realises,
good catch, though.
The door's closing, and good catch.
Yeah, very good catch. Good kart control as they all have, but yeah, he'll just be hoping that he didn't clip the corner of, because you can just knock the side of your
the brackets
nose
can
cone
come
in.
down.
Yeah, and that's still a penalty. So
what it did do though, it gave Luis Basseret a chance to pull away a little bit. Here come the chasing pack though. We're on lap number 5 out of 10 now. It's Basseret, Bartle, Preda, Korn, Strella, Sidursky, Garcia, Teo, Pereira, Bonk, Rogowski, Van Meeuwen, Rees, Gale, Soranki, Rasmus Koskinen has dropped 10 places for Finland. Alexander Van Meeuwen for Belgium has gained 14 places and up in 12th. That's remarkable considering we haven't had any incidents or accidents really. It's all been done on pace. We've got 36 karts still running. Unfortunately, Caleb Odendaal and Mate Kobatidze from Georgia have both dropped down the order, and that is pretty much going to be all over for South African driver Odendaal and the only driver here from Georgia, Mate Kobatidze. Now, halfway through, and we've got a lead group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with 3 others chasing. So it's Basseret, Bartle, Preda, Korn, Strella in the lead, and then Sidursky, Garcia and Teo chasing. Any one of these 8 can still win though.
yeah, and also they'll be learning a bit more about the kart setup for these longer races. So the heats would be over by now, or just coming to their final lap. So now they'll get to see there'll be the mechanics would think about tyre pressures. The temp is up, and we've been waiting for a day like this all week. So yeah, and the final's longer again. So
the track is what we call in racing. It's been very green because it's been raining, not raining, raining, not raining. The rubber that has been laid down gets washed away quite quickly. Now we've got a chance for every lap the rubber goes down. You see the dark coloured areas of the track where the rubber is, the Mojo tyres rubber is being laid down. That's going to be affecting grip level. It's going to be, it means that a kart that was handling really well when it was cold and there was no rubber laid down doesn't necessarily handle very well when it's hot and there's lots of rubber on the track. Great scrapping down the middle of the pack here. This group is for 14th place on up. You can see Corey Carson in the Team Australia race and Zayn El Homassani in that. Look what we're going to look at here. Interesting, it's supported by Prada, so they're all on Praga karts. Spoiler, Prada. Into turn number 3 we go, and it is still Harry Bartle back now in the race lead, but not for much longer. There is Basseret up into top spots. No, actually, that was Bartle led at the start of the lap. Basseret has retaken the lead. Into turn number 8 and 9. Driver in 5th position, that's Tom Strella. Remarkable. He doesn't start well, but he races back to the front.
and he'll be on this pack and probably by the end of this lap, I reckon.
So watch the driver in the red and the white race suit, Tom Strella from Latvia, in 5th position. Like we said, he's going to get a great tow coming onto the main straight too.
Exactly, yeah, and you can see now the leader's becoming slightly defensive, which is
it's going to help
quite early, but.
Yeah, normally it's like defending with more than 2 laps to go is frowned upon. Here, though, it's sort of, a lot of people say you've got to do it, you've got to do it, because it's so close.
Yeah.
Now, what does Harry Bartle do? Does he sit and push, or does he go for it? Well, the answer is, at the moment, he sits and pushes, but we're going to get down towards turn number 5. A lot of people have got more confidence now in the hot weather down to make a pass into this corner, haven't they, Tim?
Yeah, and that's especially one of the corners that's been wet most of the weekend. There's been a puddle there even when a dry line appeared. So yeah, it's good to see this racing, and like I say, they'll all be learning a bit more about the karts and
Lewis Basseray in third place there, just defending ever so slightly. And again, it's down at the bottom of the hill, turn at 5. It has been, that's the last place where the circuit completely dries out. So people have been exercising caution. Now, of course, it's like they have to realise, yep, I can just send it in deep, sit on the apex, and then hope that I don't lose too much momentum coming out of the corner. All 36 drivers still running, which is good as well. As we complete lap number 8 and begin lap 9, it is Preda, Bartle, Basseray and Korn with Strella hot on their heels. Into turn 5. You're thinking, okay, this is quite a calm pre-final, but no driver is just going to sit and watch. We're going to have action.
No, and this will be a very different last lap to the final last laps as well. So
start to see Bartle now moving around a little bit. He's not following directly in Pradia's wheel tracks. As a driver, can you sense that when a driver is sort of moving around in your peripheral sort of vision and hearing?
Yeah, and you can feel them behind you. You can see them, you know, but you want to stay as still as you can. He's probably only doing it. He's probably only upsetting himself really.
Yeah,
unless you're going to make a move. Yeah,
he's not.
Or making it more difficult.
The driver in front of him, but of course, these drivers, they are, you know, extremely professional, and something like that is not going to, you know, get in their way of what they're doing. Here we go. Last lap board goes out. Bartle sitting. Here we go. Harry Bartle makes his move.
Yeah, so you don't often see it that early down the straight here.
Has he gone too early? Now he's got 1,500 metres to defend. He's got, Pradier, Basseray and Korn have got plenty of opportunities, but nah, the two French drivers battling, that's going to help Harry Bartle. Has Bartle got too early? He's got to get through turn 8 and 9. That's
and you just, now it's about weighing up how much you defend. You still need to carry the momentum. There's a difference between pole line and net or just going in defensive.
Yep, and there we go. I think Bartle has been moved out of the way. It is, or is that still Bartle? We can check the shoulder pads on the race suit down the hill. I think that's now, Preda did make the move, even though Bartle defended into turn number 8, and Harry Bartle's going to have to fight back, but Thomas Preda has really made that work, and here's the battle for 4th place drivers. That's Gage Korn and Luis Basseray. Strella in 5th, but as they come out of the final corner, a win for Thomas Pradier. Now, I thought Harry Bartle had defended enough going into turn number 8.
Yeah, it did look like it, but maybe he just left. I think you don't even need to leave an inch for these kids to find.
And look at that 3 wide crossline. What a great battle. That's for 14th place on back. Harry Bartle, though, Wednesday, the first heat race, he defended a lot going into that first corner. Christopher Alfagali took him around the outside. On this occasion, he defended, but not too much, and yet somehow Pradier managed to sort of sneak into the inside.
Yeah,
maybe we'll have to see that again if there's a replay of it, because we didn't quite see how the pass happened.
Yeah, probably defended and then just left a little bit at the apex maybe, or he was helped out the way. Either way, you know, it's still second is a pretty good, and it's all learning. I'd rather make a mistake like that in this pre-final.
Yes,
and
he now
not
knows
do it.
how much to defend, what's over-defending and what's under-defending.
Yeah.
So you might get a happy medium by the time we get to the final. Let's have a little look back. If we can't, nope, there's the, we're not going to see that. It's the reaction of the two drivers when they come in. That will tell the story. Body language is key. Oh, there's Mr. Kaplinkas, the Lithuanian driver. So here is number 104. That's Travis Teo, who's the first one in. He finishes in 6th position. Great result for Travis Teo. There is your winner, number 152, Thomas Pradier. Harry Bartle. And you can see at the back of his crash helmet there. See that? That's Rodney.
Rodney
the
dog.
Let's have a look. Bartle looks over his shoulder. Certainly not
doesn't look too happy.
Walking over to warmly shake Pradier by the hand. But let's have a look. And there's number 139 car. That's Luis Basseray finishing in 3rd position. A cursory shrug of the shoulder. Well, they've all, the top 3 have passed the iPad of doom.
Yeah. Well, French and English aren't allowed to get on, are they?
No, try not to. Don't tell Sony you can't that though. Number 150, that was Max Sidursky, who is going through now, and there's the Polish driver and Team USA's Gage Korn. Gage finishing up in the top 5. The ambulance is going back onto the circuit, but obviously with that red flag, we're running a little bit behind schedule, so the next race is going to be going out shortly. Tip Chittenden, it's been fantastic having you here. We're going to see you back later for the DD2 Masters race. Yep. Now go and see if your man, Zach Tucker, has qualified for the final. Fingers crossed.
Thank you.
Now, here's a quick look at the provisional result. Thomas Pradia, Harry Bartle, Luis Bassire, Gage Korn, Tom Strella, your top 5. Travis Teo, Max Sidursky, Joao Pereira, Vincenzo Garcia, and Alexander Rogovski, the rest of your top 10. Alexander Van Meerven, Philippe Reis, Mats van Rooyen, Gustavo Bonk, and Francek Beluziak in 15th position. Nicholas Casarino, Yuso Soranki, Toby Gale, your top 18. Then it is Zain El Homassani, the Egyptian driver from the UAE, and Fausto Arnado, your top 20. Rasmus Koskinen and Adam Kaji are next up with Nicholas Raju, Cheng Kang Seng, Adam Anderson, Corey Carson, Marlon DeSalvo, Nikita Lubmov. You can see the rest of the results on the screen. The drivers are going out for the next race, but we do have time for an interview possibly.
Thomas, you're going to tell us, I know, in French, français.
Here's Jen.
How was the race for you? Congratulations.
C'était une belle course. Je sais que Harry Bartle, il est très fort, très compliqué à battre. Et franchement, c'est un bon pilote. C'était compliqué de le battre. Dans le dernier tour, il a réussi à me doubler. C'est un peu loupé dans le virage du centre. J'ai pu le reprendre et sinon c'était une très belle course.
We see you tomorrow for the final.
Oui, je sais que ça va être compliqué. On va regarder, on va voir ce qui va se passer, on va attendre et j'espère que je vais faire un bon résultat.
Merci.
De rien.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jen. Here we go then. It's going to be Scott Marsh, Vinnie Phillips, Casey Enser Smith, Catherine Erasu, Mateo Radenkovic and Matthias Karnajak in the commentary box with me now. Team Canada's Daniel Ali. Daniel started the week as a driver, but you have got your arm in plaster. You had a nasty roll in DD2. The wrist is broken, but you're here. You've got your crash helmet. We'll get to that in between races. But firstly, it's not the way that you want your grand finals to go, but at least you're here in the commentary box.
Yeah, sadly not the way I expected it to end. If I was to tell myself that it would end like this, I would probably say I was lying, but thankfully I'm here. Thankfully I'm able to watch and support my friends on Team Canada and everyone else who's racing.
Okay, well, we're underway and down towards turn 1. This is junior final, pre-final A, 36 drivers and everyone getting through the first 3-4 corners cleanly. It looks like it's Scott Marsh from Team UK. I know that Ethan Griffiths Racing from back home in the UK wanted to say a big good luck to Scott Marsh. Vinnie Phillips, Casey Enser Smith and also Daniel Sabula, another English driver from Poland, watching as well, supporting Team UK and Team Poland. Hopefully we'll see Daniel in a grand finals before long. Very, very, very talented youngster from the United Kingdom. But as we head down towards turn number 11 and turn 12, it's Marsh, Phillips, Enser Smith, Catherine Erasu from Uruguay, and all 36 karts look like they've had a good clean start. Daniel, as a driver, you know, you've got your brother Adam racing in seniors. That's the perfect getaway, isn't it? You just want to get round lap number 1 nice and cleanly, then you can get your head down.
Yep. So far, it looks like he got away clean. It looks like Scott Marsh got away clean, but especially just how important the draft is, especially on a track like this with straightaway so long, he's going to end up walking very soon.
Exactly.
We can already see going to turn 3, he's already caught up a very good amount. He'll have to watch going into the double hairpin.
Yep, Casey Enser in turn 5. Yeah, you can see they have been moved back a little bit in turn number 5. They're side by side. It is Marsh and Vinnie Phillips, and that looks like Matthias Karnajak up into 3rd place. Enser Smith is 4th. Gaston Erasu is 5th. All 36 karts still running. Obviously, look, Team Canada haven't got a driver in this race, but maybe in the next race. Already we've seen Lucas de Longchamp and Alexis Bayerjon, Edwin Kennedy and Antoine Lemieux in mini-max Mini-Max, they all did quite well. Hopefully you'll get a couple of those drivers into the finals at the very least. Lap 2 out of 11. It's Marsh, Phillips, Enzo Smith, Karnajak, Irasu, Mateo Radenkovic, Austin Lee, Georgios Kafantaris, Jensen Burnett, Jan Pinto, Andres Pickle and Thomas Gomez, your top 12. Now you've got a situation where Marsh and Phillips, 1 and 2 for Team UK, can push away. You think that if that was you and a fellow Canadian at the front, you'd be working together, Daniel?
Yeah, if it was me and another Canadian driver, I'd be trying to pull away because we can already see behind that they're already starting to fight, and I think they could easily use this opportunity to pull away for a few laps and then take the last 2 or 3 to fight amongst themselves.
Yes, because you saw Casey Enzo Smith from South Africa moving past Matthias Karnajak the third, and look at the gap that has given the top 2. So Casey Enzo Smith, you can see in the green race suit, obviously very confident that he's got the pace, and now he's going to hope that Karnajak will follow him and work with him. It's always the signal. We were talking with Tiffany Chittenden that you know, drivers overtake each other, and then you give them the signal, don't you? To say, no, come on, get your head down and follow me. But it doesn't always work like that. You make the move and then say, no, come on, get your head down, let's follow. The driver that's just been overtaken is thinking, well, no, why should I follow you? You've just overtaken me. I want to get it back.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation to get out of. You have to be a very smart driver to know when to push and when it's right to pass. And on a track like this, typically drivers would want to push, especially if you're teammates.
So we're on to that great insight there. Here comes the first move. That is Vinnie Phillips moving past Scott Marsh into the race lead. The top 2 have a 0.8 of a second advantage over Enzo Smith, Karnajak, Austin Lee, Kafantaris, Irasu, Radenkovic, Burnett, Jensen Burnett. So we have got Team Canada represented. Jensen Burnett 4th in Mini-Max in the last Grand Finals. Ironically, it was Scott Marsh overtook him on the last lap for 3rd place to deny Jensen a podium. But you've been in and around the team, even though that you're not racing. What's the atmosphere like? Jensen Burnett, you know, he's got the hair dye, you know, the little the tips on his hair. He's obviously feeling very confident about making it not just the final, but a good grid position in the final.
Yep, both Jensen and Ryan, who are in this race, are both incredible people, incredible racers. And yeah, they're very, very nice people to have around the tent, and they're really good for Team Canada. Yeah,
Ryan Maxwell in 16th position at the moment. Greta Rosen, sadly, has dropped the back of the grid, the Swedish lady. But here come the leaders through turn number 2, down towards 3, and Phillips and Marsh are being caught by Enzo Smith and Karnajak. Behind them, Kafantaris and Austin Lee are a little bit further back. Oh, and there's somebody getting pushed out a little bit wide. The dark red, the black and red race suit. Enzo Smith, though, he's done well, made the move on Karnajak, and now he's going to be getting his head down. This is a great feeling for Casey Enzo Smith, knowing that you're just able to catch the leaders and you're still in the slipstream. We're on lap 5 out of 11, so it's a long way still to go. Clayton Enzo Smith, he's going to be feeling good about himself.
Yep, as we see now, he already has the fastest lap. I think now he can use his draft to either get by Scott Marsh, or maybe he could push Marsh past Phillips going onto the front straight.
And of course you've got Matthias Karnajak there in 4th place, just saying, okay, KC, you do the hard work and I'm going to just pick up the pieces and take advantage of it.
Yep.
Now, behind them, Austin Lee, Kafantaris, Jensen Burnett, Irasu still runs in 8th, Uruguay, trying to get a driver into a final for the first time. Further down the order, Katarina Thung, the first lady from Malaysia to qualify. She's in 35th position. Geronimo Asa is 34th. Bern Capino from the Philippines. Young Hung Che from South Korea, and Francisco Altimar from Ecuador, also outside the top 30. Big movers in the race. Well, Hugo Martinello has gained 6 positions. He's up to 19th. Jorge Ortiz from Team USA, he has gained quite a few positions as well, but it's still Phillips, Marsh, Enzo Smith and Karnajak on lap 6 out of 11. And look at the other blue and white race suit of Greece's Georgios Kafantaris in 6th position. The way this race is panning out, Daniel, is that he wouldn't count anyone in the top 7 or 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts in a line before we get our first real gap. And here comes the move. Marsh back on his teammate, side by side, wheel to wheel.
Yep, I think now that we see it fighting, I think we can't ignore anyone in the top 7 or top 8. All of them, once they start blocking, once they start blocking a lot heavier at the front, then they're all going to be involved in this fight for the lead.
And this is going to back the pack up completely, isn't it? The minute that the leader starts to defend, not only to the top 8, so we're going to watch now. In 9th position is Yam Pinto from Israel. You can see Yam at the top of your screen. There's a big gap behind Yam to Cooper Auclair, Thomas Gomez, Jorge Ortiz, Leon Selenko, Daniel Hausworth and Aaron Krepsich. But that's the rest of the top 15. You can see the leaders. We're on lap 7 out of 11, and you can see there is Irasu. Let's count them through turn number 15. I think it's a gap of 2 seconds back to Pinto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So Irasu is there. Yam Pinto all on his own in 9th place, and then a huge battle for 10th on back. Cooper Auclair getting pushed aside in that battle, and somebody running very, very wide. I think that was Auclair again. This is where you don't want to be. You don't want to be in the middle of a 3-4 wide pack battling for a place in the final.
Yep, now our 2 drivers at the front of this pack are looking, nope, I was saying they're going to push away, but they're already fighting going into turn 4.
Down the hill towards turn number 5. Some of these are the drivers that know they need a good result to get in, and there's other drivers that are just praying they don't get taken out because they're on the cusp. And wide runs, that's a white, I think that may have been Leon Zelenko possibly, or possibly Cooper Auclair, who's had a rough couple of laps. This is the worst place you want to be. You're either desperately being aggressive or being terrified of that happening at the top of your screen where you have a spin, and that was Ryan Maxwell. Maxwell for Team Canada out of the race. They're still battling. There's the yellow race suit of Matej Radenkovic making a move, and you can't take your eyes off this battle for a minute. Some of these drivers are going to make the final, others aren't.
Yeah, that's why all these drivers in the mid-pack are going to be fighting for their lives right now. They're all going to be blocking, they're all going to be trying to pass, because every single position counts, every single point counts, and it depends on whether you make the final or not.
Well, Jensen Burnett, one of your countrymen, Daniel, has moved up into 6th position safely. Unfortunately, Ryan Maxwell has gone the other way. It was Ryan that we saw spinning. He has dropped to 35th. That is just the nature of this event, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very difficult event, especially if it's your first time coming here. You don't know what to expect, and once it's your first time, whether you go and you don't get to the final or you do make it, you just want to come back and keep trying at it again until you get the win.
It is. It's like an addiction, isn't it? This event. Once you're here, the first time. I mean, you qualified last year, didn't you, Daniel?
Yeah.
Did you feel differently arriving this year than you did in Bahrain because you knew what to expect in terms of the size of the event?
Yeah, I would say when I arrived in Bahrain, I really didn't know what to expect. Obviously, when I went out for the first couple of sessions, I knew that this was going to be very difficult, especially even to make the final. Fortunately, myself and my brother did make it, but the same thing just for both of us, since it was our first time, we didn't know what to expect.
Well, unfortunately, I mean, at least you know what to expect now, and this is the type of racing that we all come to expect, because this now on your screens is the battle for the race lead. It is Vinnie Phillips up at the front, Scott Marsh in second. It's a 1-2 for Team UK at the moment. Casey Enso-Smith for South Africa is in 3rd position. Kafantaris is there for Greece, so is Carnajac for France in 5th. 6th is Jensen Burnett with a predominantly black Team Canada race suit. Then Austin Lee representing Germany, but originally from Portland, Oregon. Then Gathan Irasu in 8th, and Cooper Auclair has caught Cooper Auclair. He's 2.5 seconds off this group, and he is in 9th. The top 8 nose to tail as we begin the final lap. Gloves are off. Daniel, very quickly, do you want to be Phillips leading or Marsh in 2nd?
I mean, it's difficult to say. If Phillips is willing to trust his teammate to push in, then you want to be Phillips to take the win, but I think at this point, I still want to be Phillips just so I can block. Maybe I can pull a gap from the teammate Scott Marsh behind, and then hopefully get some cleaner for the rest of the race.
Well, they come out of turn number 4, down the hill towards the turn 5. Here's your lead battle. It's still Phillips in the race lead. Marsh locked on his rear bumper in 2nd place. Enso-Smith is 3rd. Phillips defending to the inside. Can Marsh get the run down the hill? Well, Scott Marsh, he certainly doesn't want to sit and allow Vinnie Phillips to win, but he's not being overly aggressive. Smith, Kafantaris, Carnajac, Burnett, Lee, Irasu, down to turn number 12. Watch Gathan Irasu coming up the hill in the light blue and white Uruguay race suit. He's going to get a good run, but it's going to be Vinnie Phillips coming out of the final corner. Runs a little bit wide. Scott Marsh could have a run. Scott Marsh, will he duck out? No. Phillips takes the win, Marsh in second, Enzo Smith is third, then it's Cafetaris, Carnajak, Burnett, Lee and Gaston Arasu. We're watching the rest of the karts coming across the line. So, Daniel, if you're in that top 8, this is where you're breathing a sigh of relief. The pressure's off. You know you're going to be racing tomorrow.
Yeah, and especially it's a huge weight off your shoulders because obviously you want to be representing your country in the final. It's a huge honor, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of pressure off of these kids, and I think now they can focus on just putting on a good performance and having fun in the final now.
Sadly, though, down at the back, I mean, we lost Greta Rosen, Mateja Radenkovic. So, Mateja Radenkovic started 5th, finished 35th. Jan Pinto also dropping back. They're the drivers you're now going to be panicking. Have I earned enough points to still make it into the final, even though I'm going to be starting right at the back? So we did lose Pinto on the last lap, and Radenkovic. That's just the nature of it, though, isn't it, Daniel?
Yeah, it's just at this point, if you're in the front group the entire weekend, but you get taken out in the pre-final, you just gotta hope. You just gotta hope and pray that you're gonna make the final. Whichever position you start in, you just gotta hope and pray.
We will go through the full results very shortly on our screens, and I'm sure that Jen Wade and Gus Becken will have some interviews as well. But after you play this, I'd like to see if we can get the camera back to the commentary box, because your crash helmet is here in the commentary box. There is the look at the drivers coming in, hopefully there. But obviously on Wednesday in the first heat race, Daniel, you had a nasty accident. You came out of the kart. You can see that there. Tell us a little bit about what happened to you and the fact that you wonder why people spend so much money on their crash helmets, ladies and gentlemen. Well, this is why, because they quite literally save lives. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Well, it was the same thing. I was just using the draft and I was pushing someone in front of me to pass another driver. And unfortunately, I don't think the other driver saw me. And unfortunately for me as well, I brought in a little bit too much speed. So he turned it a little bit. I brought in a little bit too much speed and slid into him. And even before the braking zone, I was upside down.
So this is full speed. This is 135 kilometers an hour.
I think it's around that going into the DD2 karts.
Into turn number 3 at the end of the longest, fastest straight. One of the longest, fastest sections in European karting, and you're out of the go-kart.
Yeah, it was a little bit scary at the start, but I think I'm just lucky that it was only the arm. It could have been a concussion, or especially because my foot got stuck in the go-kart as well. It could have been a lot worse, but...
I mean, I'm just looking here. So this is where you've got a bit there at the back of the helmet, and if you can see that on the screen, there's a hole in it there. Obviously, the side of it there, all the paint has been ripped off, and what really gets me is that at the front here as well, right underneath where your visor goes, there is a big hole. Firstly, you've got a broken wrist, but nothing more.
No, nothing more. Other than a few cuts on my body, I guess, from all the gravel and the rocks. That was about it. But it really just shows, like, I'm just surprised. I'm lucky that I didn't get a concussion or any other head or neck damage. So it really shows if you're gonna spend your money on karting protection, you have to spend a lot of it on your head, because sure, your arm can be fixed, your leg can be fixed, but your head, that's a completely different story.
Okay, thank you very much, Ryan. So we'll go quickly through the results. Vinnie Phillips, Scott Marsh, Casey Enser Smith, Georgios Cafetaris, Matthias Carnajak, Jensen Bennett, Austin Lee, Gathman Arasu, Cooper O'Clair, Thomas Gomez, the top 10, then Ugo Martinello, Alan Krepsik, Leon Zelenko, Jorge Ortiz, and Soichiro Shioda. The next race is going out, but while we're on the rolling lap, Jenny, have you got a quick interview?
Exciting finish, Vinny. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, just worked with Scott, went past him once, he come back, lost a few positions, made him back up, and then got back to leading side defending.
You enjoying the racing?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it. It's good. Good event.
Anything you'd like to ask him? Gus?
Yeah, so yesterday the heats was a little bit difficult for you. You were at the top, but not finishing that top spot. Did you change anything overnight, or was it just the driving now that made you finish on top?
No, it was 100% me. Kart was brilliant, but I just made a few mistakes in the heat. One of the heats yesterday, so yeah, it was all my fault. I'll take the blame for it, but I just made a mistake for defending in the heat yesterday, so that's what the problem was.
All right, good luck for the final, man.
Thank you very much, Jen, and there's your winner, Vinnie Phillips. So this grid: Charlie Hart, Ethan Jeff Hall, Nick Trobech, Maxence Bouvier, Casper Shermans, Mohamed Valley. Your top 6. Then it's Tommy van der Stroys, Matej Konek, Gustav Usakovs, Mikael Pedersen, Enzo Ball, Kasper Turboyski or Turbo. Then it's Alberto Fracassi, Noah Wolf, Santiago Bastarica, Emerson Vincent, Louis Iglesias, Tino Siedler, Kamal Murad, Marty Ritteren, Vian Bischoff, Patrick Slipovic. We're on board with Mohamed Wali. 36 drivers all the way back to Varunchit, Watanathankun, sorry. That's an easy one for me to say. There you go, Daniel. You've had one race. Yeah, Varunchit, Watanathankun. Yes. 36 drivers. 11 laps, lights are out, we're off and racing. Charlie Hart gets a great start through turn number 1. The freight train on the outside, those drivers at the outside line of the circuit, they're going to lose a lot of places in the braking zone down at turn number 3. Now, we got a couple of drivers at the back running a little bit wide, but we just about get everyone through cleanly, and they're 4-5 wide back in the pack, and that's not great news for that group of drivers because they're all losing ground to the karts in front, and those are the drivers that needed to be able to pick up lots of places to give themselves a chance of getting into the finals. But it is Charlie Hart and Ethan Jeff Hall with Nick Trobech and Maxence Bouvier leading the way. Mohamed Vali in the bright red Team Bahrain race suit. Mohamed Vali underneath the Kuwaiti flag. We're on board with him now. Take us up the hill, Daniel. What's the driver doing now?
Well, at this point, if you're a driver, you're just trying to prepare, get a good entry to the second last corner so you can get a good run onto the straight going into turn 3.
Now, down the hill, this is where you're tucking down. You're leaning down underneath the NASA panel.
Oh yeah, you always have to lean, whether it makes a difference or not. You always gotta try. Always gotta try and push like that.
You can see the leaders starting to battle. That's great insight from you there, Daniel. Now there's at turn number 3, Mohamed Vali there, the taller driver in the red race suit running in 5th position. It is Charlie Hart and Ethan Jeff Hall. They were almost battling there. Charlie Hart and Ethan Jeff Hall started racing together when they were 5 years old, like fun karting, and here they are running 1-2 in the Rotax Grand Finals. Bouvier, Trobech, and there's Mohamed Vali having to defend. That is from the Dutch driver Casper Shermans. In front of us, we've got the Slovenian race suit of Nick Trobech. Down the hill, in front of Trobech is Bouvier. And behind us is the Dutch driver Shermans. Now this is where Vali can get a good run because the others are battling.
Yeah, exactly. If he can get, hopefully another driver in front of him will open up and he can at least try and get a position on the inside, perhaps going to turn 1 or 2.
Let's see. Oh, Vali there runs wide coming off the final corner. We just cut away before that. He's under pressure. The second group, the leaders all defending. Vali also has to defend in the second group. We've got Shermans looking to the inside a little bit. And behind Shermans is the green and black crash helmet of Mikael Pedersen from Denmark. Toroboyski is next. Gustav Usakovs from Latvia and Noah Wolf round out the top 10. Then it's a very, very close side-by-side between Pedersen and Toroboyski. And Pedersen, they're squeezing Toroboyski to the inside, and now Toroboyski stands tough. You've got to be aggressive though, haven't you, Daniel?
Like I said, it's just going to be what we saw in the last race. Everyone in this mid-pack is going to be fighting for every single position just to try and make the final, because all the drivers that are on screen right now may not even make the final. They might not have enough points, so this is really crucial for them.
And that's what could possibly happen. There's a Team New Zealand driver. That looked like it was Emerson Vincent getting involved. Kamal Murad, and who is that that's going very, very slowly in the black and red racing? Let's have a look again. You can see up the inside there is Team New Zealand up over the back of Team Australia, and that's right up over the back. And then unfortunately, the driver there in front of the red and white race suit, that could have been Tino Siedler for Team Switzerland that gets... That's the worst thing that can happen, isn't it? You're just the innocent party there. 2 drivers behind collide, and their momentum pushes you off the circuit. Luis Iglesias has sadly had to retire as well. And I think it was Patrick Lipovic, from Hungary that is... in trouble down at the back of the pick. Mikael Pedersen has also dropped right down as well, 33rd and 34th places. Emerson Vincent is down to 26th. Amand Hamilton is down to 22nd, is at the 22nd rather. But it's still Ethan Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart 1-2, with Bouvier and Nick Trobech at 3rd and 4th. Vali, Shermans, Toroboyski, Usakovs, Ball, Wolf, van der Stroys.
And just as I expected, everyone in all of these groups are going to be blocking going into turn 2. One of the best passing opportunities, especially since you don't really need to scrub the tires passing or sliding through a corner. They should just simply get in the draft and just go right by them.
I mean, Charlie Hart was interviewed yesterday, and he said that it was just, the word he used was, it's absolutely mental, because he went to the inside and 2 drivers on the outside just drove past him on the main straight slipstreaming and were ahead of him before the time. He's like, what can I do? If I take the racing line, I get past at the inside. If I defend, they just pass me on the outside.
Yep, that's what makes racing in these Rotax karts so fun. I mean, especially for me, I've driven a lot of different 2-cycle go-karts, but none which has this close racing just because of this draft. Especially back in Canada, a lot of these tracks have some longer straights. If you have a good draft, then as long as you're behind someone, the race is never over. There's always going to be a fight to the last lap. In the last corner.
You are correct. You've got a group of 11. Let's count the race leaders. It's Jeff Hall, Hart, Bouvier, Trobeck, Shermans, Chernobyski, Varley, Usakovs, Ball, Van der Stroys, Wolf, Mrad, and Fracassi. With no for the back of this group, then there's a long gap back to Kamar Murad and Alberto Fracassi. Then it's Konic, Sidler, Rittinen. Then another gap back to Batsarica, Baruti, Giafone, Tito Giafone from Brazil. His dad Felipe was commentating with me yesterday. Oh, and that looks a little bit tasty for third. That is Bouvier and Trobeck. That's going to help the 2 leaders get away, though. That's exactly what they wanted. 3rd and 4th side by side battling.
Yep, now these 2 leaders can get away, and instead of it being an 11 kart, what it looks like, fight for the lead, now it's only a 2-kart fight for the lead. They can pull away. It's
a 2-kart fight for the lead, but it's a 9-kart fight for 3rd place.
Yeah.
And there is a look at Mohamed Varley now, following Team Poland's Pascal Toroboyski. Turbo, I can't call him Turbo. Turbo's Jussi Laaksonen from Finland, who's not here. We miss you, Jussi. Hopefully you'll be back next year. Here we go. On board with Varley. Looks to the inside. Now swings wide. Around the outside. There's Gustav Usakovs. Perfect idea. Just on the outside with help from the slipstream. Passes Mohamed Varley. And that is Mohamed Varley down to 8th position. Now what can Mohamed do as we come up the hill? What's Mohamed going to be setting himself up for now?
I think once again, at this point, the gap is a little bit too long. A little bit too big to go for a pass into this corner, but if he can at least get a little bit of the draft, maybe he can set up for a pass into the next braking zone.
You can see Mohamed Varley, very tall driver. You're a very tall driver as well, Daniel. That does have an impact in what you can do setup-wise for the kart, doesn't it?
Yeah, it has a little bit of an impact because, especially when you're driving now, like there's just more air pushing against your body, so you do really have to draft. You really have to tuck when you're in the draft, or even if you're just driving in general.
So you have to tuck down behind the NASA panel, but also does it affect where? Obviously, it affects where you can put the seat. Because for weight distribution of the cart, you've got to have your seat all the way back, haven't you, to make sure that your legs can fit in.
Yeah, that's just a struggle that I've had to deal with for a little while, especially just because I'm tall. But you can always adjust the chassis setup to account for that.
Well, they're side by side. This is absolutely outstanding racing up at the front, Daniel. We've got Ethan Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart. Somehow, the 2 British drivers have managed to keep themselves ahead. We've got a 3rd British driver at the back of this group in Noah Wolf. And here's Mohamed Varley. He's got Casper Shermans. Shermans defends. Varley, and round the outside goes Gustav Usakovs. Usakovs high, wide and handsome. That is an M&M move. Round the outside, if ever there was one.
Yep, you don't see many passes on the outside there. That was a very good, brave move, and it really paid off for him.
It has indeed. Now Mohamed Varley will have to get up the hill. So Usakov's up in the 7th place. Varley down to 8th. Enzo Ball is 9th. Van der Stroy's 10th. Further back, Luis Iglesias has sadly retired. But we've got 35 karts also still running. Timothy Vladimirov from Ukraine down in 32nd. Pedersen's 31st. Sarto 32nd. We're on lap number 9 out of 11 now. Humphreys from Denmark is 29th. Oh, we've got Ziming Wang dropping down the order. Ziming Wang has had a problem. He is down. He's crossed the line, but only in 33rd position. But to be fair to Ziming, this is his first full season in karting. To even make it to this event in your first full season is incredible. It does look as though he's going to miss out on a place in the final, but what a learning experience for Ziming. Also down the back, Varunchit Watanathanakun is 28th. Yuzuki Sato, 27th. Abhay Mohan Kumar is 25th for Team India. Maxim Shirko's gained 10 positions for Lithuania. He's in with the 23rd, and Sebastian Bach, Armand Hamilton in the top 20. They've also gained lots of positions, but we're going to start lap number 10 out of 11, and for the first time, Daniel, we've got a little bit of a breakaway in the race lead. It's Ethan Jeff Hall with Charlie Hart and Maxence Bouvier chasing him down, but Jeff Hall's got some daylight between him and his nearest rival. That won't last long.
I don't think it'll last long, especially just with the draft. And if there's a driver behind you bump drafting, if Maxence Bouvier is going to bump draft Charlie Hart, he can easily get to the front.
Been spat out wide at the exit of turn number 5 there. We'll try and...
And there's 2 cars spun into turn 3 as well, a little bit at the back.
And somebody's just gone past very, very loudly indeed. We've got Filippo Parmigiani and Mikkel Pedersen, the drivers I think have collided at turn number 3. We'll see what has gone on now. We've got a big, big change. It is Maxence Bouvier second, Charlie Hart third, and it was Nick Trobech and Kacper Toroboyski that have dropped down to the back of this league group. They're down to 9th or 10th. Sherman's runs 4th, then it's Usakov's 5th, Varley 6th, Ball's 7th, Van der Struijs in 8th, and what's gone wrong with Noah Wolf? Noah Wolf has also dropped back. Didn't see what happened there, so he may have been involved in turn number 5.
Yep, and I think at this one we're going into the last lap. It looks like Ethan Jeffel is going to have a good gap. I think he can hold that for the rest of the race, so I think he should be able to secure first position unless if he has a pushback. But now it's going to be a fight for second, and we'll see if 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th could get into this fight for second.
Noah Wolf has had to retire kart 240. I don't know, I didn't quite see what happened there, but that is a disaster for the British Minimax champion. Wolf will not make the final, I don't think, from this point on. Last lap, Ethan Jeff Hall has it. Maxence Bouvier second. You were right, Daniel. I think Ethan's got this. I do believe he has. We head up the hill. Bouvier and Hart, second and third. But it's going to be this year's Rotax Euro Trophy European champion, Ethan Jeff Hall, who takes the victory. Second for Bouvier, third for Hart, 4th for Gustav Usakovs from Team Latvia. Then it's Kasper Shermans, Mohamed Wali, Tommy van der Struijs, Enzo Ball, and Kacper Toroboyski. Somebody's engine sounding very, very, very poorly indeed as they crossed the line. I'm trying to see who that may have been. Well, we'll see next time by. But Daniel, what do you make of those races that we've just watched?
Well, I think a race like this, especially in the juniors, these juniors are always going to be trying for every single opportunity that they see, even if it's not there, but they can always still make it work, I think. I think we're going to see good competitive races like this for the seniors up next, and for the DD2 Masters and the DD2 Seniors.
Of course, Daniel, you're going to go and watch the seniors. Why are you going to go and watch the seniors?
Well, because my brother and a bunch of my teammates from home are racing it as well.
Well, good luck to your brother Adam. We're going to catch up with him. Mainly, though, thank you for coming to join us. I know that it's obviously this is not the way that you want to end the Grand Finals in the commentary box with me. You'd rather be fighting out on track, but you have got your brain intact, your body almost intact, and your spirit undiminished, and it's always next year, mate.
Yep, there's always next year. And before I head off, I do want to thank all the medical crew, all the marshals that are here, who are keeping all the drivers safe, especially for me, since there's a lot of them over there to help me make sure that I was okay to go to the hospital. So yeah, I truly can't thank them enough, and especially for all the marshals and the medical staff out there for keeping us all safe.
Well, very, very well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. Before you do go, did you meet Marta and Katerina, our chief medical officers?
Yeah, I met them yesterday. They came up to see if I was okay, and I did meet them this morning as well. I took a photo with them as well. It was nice.
And they're well worth taking a photo with.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much, Daniel Ali. We will see you very shortly. There's a look at Mohamed from Mohamed Wali's kart at Alberto Kiko Fracassi, and we'll take you through the results. There's Kasper Shermans going through. We've got the senior races up next. The guests keep on coming, but thank you very much to Daniel Ali. I'll see Daniel back in the paddock a little bit later on. Let's see if Daniel's brother Adam can make it into the finals. We'll have the provisional results up on your screens now. We'll run you through them, and hopefully we'll give Jen and Hust enough time to speak to some of our winners. Ethan Jeff Hall, Maxence Bouvier, Charlie Hart, Gustav Usakovs, Kasper Shermans, your top 5. Mohamed Bali, Tommy van der Struijs, Enzo Ball, Kacper Toroboyski and Alberto Fracassi are top 10. Marty Rittinen, Matej Konik, Kamal Murad, Tino Sidler, Nick Trobec, Santiago Batstorica and Maxim Shurko are next. Matteo Baruti is finishing in 18th place for Italy. In P19, and these are some of the drivers that are going to be worrying, and we may not see them again. Tito Giafone, Sebastian Bach, Armand Hamilton, Bian Bischoff, Yuzuki Sato, Abai, Mohan Kumar, and the rest on your field. Now, I know that we're going to speak to him, but joining me in the commentary box now is double European Rotax, senior Rotax champion, Matilda Olsen. Matilda not racing here this year, but we'll come back and speak to you very shortly because Jed Wade and Gusbeck have got, I think, our winner from that last race.
Hey, Ethan, well, a comfortable win in a way.
Yeah, it was a hard race, but managed to come out on top.
You've been pretty successful so far. You must really enjoy the circuit.
Yeah, the circuit's fantastic. It's just a lot of a lot of change in height. Yeah, sorry.
That's the word. I was also thinking, what's the word? Yes, but no, really, congratulations. And of course, European champion, you nailed it within 3 rounds, so we were expecting big things, but really nice to see you at the top. Maybe Gus also has a word to say.
Yeah, I've got a quick word because in the beginning there you looked a bit fighty with the guys, but then after a couple laps you were able to get away. Was that setup or was that just yourself or was it something else?
I think the slipstream's very big here, so it's hard to get away from the pack. I tried my hardest to cover off when I needed to, and I just managed to stay calm and get the win.
All right, thanks mate. Good luck for the final tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Trust. Thank you very much, Jen. Well done to Ethan Jet4. On track then with our first senior pre-final. Pre-final A. Your grid as followed. Ethan Faramond and Kai Hunter on row number 1. Callum Bradshaw, Kai Rillarts on row number 2. Harrison Hui, Eduardo Baratello, row 3. Fuji Kishi and Rohan Madesh on row number 4. Row 5, Sean Butcher and Guillermo Diaz, Patrick Donica and Kenta Kumagai on row number 6. Row 7 is Theo Eriksson, Aliska Babichkova, then Mikael Dauphin and Pietro Pons on row number 8. Row 9, Alexandra Apkazava and Tamai Dragan, then Ethan Ho, our camera cart, and Gianluca Savalio from Team Canada. Row number 11 is Samuel Ifrid from Sweden and Alejandro Samaniego from Paraguay. Shrien Naidu and William Exton are on row number 12. Rounding out the field, Wu Hen Ye, Paul Christian Hamburg, Igor Kishin, Gerardo Cuesta, and that's your top 28 on this 36 kart grid. Akash Nandi, Miguel Quinones, Mads Rees, Gustavo Carrera is your top 32. And then the final 2 rows, Matisse Parlons, Karabo Malamela, Theo Kakati and Khalad bin Shalash. Very quickly, Matilda Olsen, welcome to the commentary box. I do feel as though you've been looking over my shoulder all week for some reason.
Yeah, thank you for having me here again. It's going to be very fun.
It is. Now, of course, you've been doing a little bit of racing this year, not enough to qualify for a ticket. I know we'll talk about a little bit about your career and how that's progressed in a while, but for the starters, the lights are red into the tram lines. 14 laps for the seniors. It's a slow start. Now it's go. Faramond gets them going and Kai Hunter slots into second place, but it's a very, very, very closely bunched start as they head down towards turn number 3. This is always a time when you've got to hold your breath. Bradshaw is third, Rillarts is fourth. They all make it through turn 3 safely. Now turn 4 in the middle of the pack. They're 4, 5 wide. Couple of drivers on the grass. Desperation at the back of the field. Here's Ethan Ho. He's got the number 339 kart of Theo Eriksson in front of him. Ethan started about 20th. And he's got to make his way forward to maybe make the final. But up at the front, it's Faramond, Hunter, Bradshaw, with Kai Rillarts in the bright yellow Belgian race suit running in 4th position. But a remarkably clean first lap, Matilda. You know this track very well, and it's a great track for the drivers, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great track to drive on. And to be fair, the racing looks quite clean at the minute, which is good.
It was. It's been very spectacular. It has been a little bit rambunctious from time to time, but now this is where drivers have got to think a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah.
There will be drivers out there that are absolutely desperate. And Mads Rees and Theo Kakati, both starting well down the field. They didn't take the start, but there will be drivers in desperation mode. Ethan Ho, he's one of those drivers that is on the cusp. So you've been in these events before where you've had events where you've been easily at the final. You've also qualified times where you've been on the brink. How do you approach things when you are, say, 40th in points before the pre-final and only the top 36 go through? How do you do that as a driver?
Obviously, there's a frustration, like when you don't know if you're gonna be in the final or not. But it's not gonna make it better if you stress yourself. So just keep calm and see what's happening. It's racing and everything can happen until the checkered flag comes out.
And of course, here's a battle for the race lead. There goes Kai Hunter, and that is Callum Bradshaw following through. And Kai Rillarts tried to follow through as well. We got a spinner on the start. That's Australia's Harrison Hoey, and he's got his hand in the air. Now that was a very strange one. We'll try and have a little it was just, I think, maybe catching a wheel on the curb. That's devastation for Harrison Hoey from Team Australia. He started in the top 5. Talk us through this. You can see at the front there, drivers slowing down, and Harrison there up over the back of a car just got caught out. I think that was Rillarts just slowing down.
Yeah, maybe it was. It's a bit hard to see from here.
But certainly Rillarts, I think, maybe went for a move, backed out of it, and then the car bogged down. Maybe he killed the engine slightly. Is that?
Yeah, it's
can
easy
you do that as a driver?
Yeah, it's easy when things happen like this sometimes.
Oh, poor Harrison Hoey. Well, the good news is he's still in the race, and he did have a bit of a buffer in points. There's Rillarts, you can see the yellow Team Belgian race suit getting walked up there. So there we are. And again, see what I mean by Matilda's been looking over my shoulder all week, but now you're finally sitting next to me here, because that is Matilda in the picture, by the way. Bahrain was a fantastic event for you last year, but we'll talk about that in between races. Now Rillarts has got his the bit back between his teeth, and he makes the move. It is Rohan Madesh and Dudo Barrichello have made good progress as well. So looking at the Team India race, so we've always got a surprise nation. Rohan Madesh from India in 4th place, took the driver of the orange bits on his race suit. Dudo Barrichello into P3 for Brazil. Obviously his first Grand Finals. This is where he needs to follow Callum Bradshaw and Kai Hunter. Of course, this is where Callum Bradshaw won the World Championship in 2020 for the CIK World Championship. Hunter second. This is great for Barrichello. He can put away, and even better for Rohan Madesh, a driver that very few people had heard of before this week, but that's what the Grand Finals is all about, isn't it?
Yes.
Parity, equality. If you're a talented driver, you're on the same kit as the world champion, and lo and behold, Madesh is giving the world champion all he can handle and a bit more. Now, Ethan Ho, talk us down this straight, Matilda. What's Ethan going to be trying to do?
He's going to go for an overtake, I think, because he does not. But the straight is so long, so you definitely get a slipstream.
And he misses the apex there. Mikhail Dauphin goes, so it's so easy to do, isn't it? Because the kart is unsettled as you go through turn 3. Yeah,
when you do those small mistakes, it costs you a lot. Even if you get a good slipstream down the straight and you do a little miss into the corner, it's going to cost you.
And Ethan Ho is now running in 14th place. So he's gained 5 places, make that 15. So Ryu Hengye and Gerardo Cuesta have retired. Harrison Hoey is down in 32nd place. We've seen him spin. And Miguel Quinones has dropped back. Karabo Malamela from South Africa has gained 5 places. Khaled bin Shalash from Saudi Arabia is up 10 places to 26th. And Matthias Parlant up 12 places to 21st. Going in the other direction, what's happened to Ethan Faramont? Ethan Faramont there, our pole man, has dropped to 10th position. I didn't see where that happened, Matilda, but he's obviously, look there, 2, 4, 6, and there's somebody with a very poorly signing. That's an exhaust has been knocked off.
Yeah.
And you just got to sit and wait for it to be called into the pit, so you know that at the end of the race you're going to get an exclusion for non-compliance.
Exactly, and that's not what you want to happen.
But here's the battle going on now. Ethan Faramont dropping down to 10th position. The 2 British drivers, Bradshaw and Hunter. Do we think that we're going to have Callum Bradshaw and Kai Hunter working together? And if so, for how long?
I mean, this is kind of like a Super 8 for the points for the final tomorrow. So if they're smart, they're going to stay and work with each other. But I raced them both, and we know everyone wants to win, even if it's a heat.
You're smiling as if to say they're both absolutely, ultimately aggressive.
Yeah, they are.
They are. Well, let's see. Kai Hunter content to push his teammate this week, and this is the beauty of the Grand Finals. In the UK, Callum Bradshaw and Kai Hunter race for different teams. Kai Hunter races with Dan Holland Racing, Callum Bradshaw races for Strawberry Racing. They battled tooth and nail for the British Championship. I mean, it was great, but it was hard fought.
Yeah.
But now you've got the same national race suit on and you work together.
Yeah,
for the time being.
Even if you have the same national suit on you, you still race for different teams in
the tent. But yes, but I mean, you find that nations do work together up until if it helps both of them get the final. Oh, there's Rohan Madesh losing a little bit of ground behind Kai Rillart. Sean Butcher's up to 5th place. Great result for Sean Butcher. He had that accident with Callum Bradshaw in the last heat. Alejandro Samaniego from Paraguay, the driver that had a huge accident at this first corner whilst running in 3rd place. He's down in 23rd. Here's Ethan Ho behind Aliska Babichkova. Aliska Babichkova tried to get her place in the final.
Yeah, she's defending now into this corner, so she's not going to get overtaken.
This is the battle for 15th and 16th. Babichkova started 15th. That's inside the top 36 in points. She's currently 15th. She's going to be nervous at this point. As a driver, do you know roughly where you are? Will you, if you were Aliska Babichkova, will you be thinking in your head about the points, or will you just be focusing on the track?
Focusing, because as you can see on the live stream here, Aliska has a few drivers in front, and there's very tight between those drivers, so a lot can happen in this pack when it's getting messy. So if I would be her, I would be sitting there, relax a little bit, because things will happen in front.
And of course, it's a 14-lap race. We're only on lap number 8 now. We're only just over halfway through. So we said Babichkova has got Michael Dauphin in front of her. Dauphin runs a bit. Oh, that's Pietro Valdo Pons. And you can see Babichkova to the inside. And Ethan Ho's going to try and follow through. Oh, and that's tight. That's at over 100 kilometres an hour. And that's you just want to see that. Oh, the driver just pulling back over. And
that can be very dangerous to pull back over.
But of course, Pons, he wasn't blocking, he was just taking his line.
Yeah, exactly. But even if you take your line, things can still happen.
Yes, and that's what Daniel Ali, you saw Daniel Ali's crash helmet as you went out. But up at the front, the top 3 are clear. Bradshaw, Hunter and Eduardo Barrichello. The Brazilian, Dudu Barrichello, the eldest son of Rubens Barrichello, who will be racing later on in DD2. He has got Sean Butcher behind him. Rohan Manish there with the orange sleeves. The surprise package of the Grand Finals so far. Kenta Kumagai from Japan is next. Then Kai Rillart, Guillermo Diaz, Fuji Kishi, Ethan Faramond, Theo Eriksson is 11th and Patrick Donica is 12th. Pons is 13th, then Babichkova, Ho, Dauphin, Ifrid, Parlons, Dragan, Savalio, Samaniego, Hamburg, Malamela. What a drive from Carabo Malamela. And
it looks like we got an overtake there by Kai Hunter.
I think that you could be absolutely right. Let's have a little look. Yes.
Yeah.
My eyes are getting old. You've got younger eyes. Matilda. Yeah, that's what you just talk over me and tell me. If I'm missing something when I'm babbling on, looking at the timing screen, Tiffany Chitten's that just shout over me. It's fine. It's not a problem. So here we go. The top 4 are still clear. Barrichello in the middle. He's surrounded by 3 British drivers. You know that if given a chance, and there's Sean Butcher to the inside, and Barrichello holding him off. Now, what does that tell Sean Butcher? A little signal saying no. Barrichello saying no, push me, push me, push me.
Yeah, that's what he's saying now, to get to the 2 people in front of them.
I think Sean Butcher would very much like to try and overtake Callum Bradshaw before this race is over. Yeah. Obviously, they're thinking about points. And, who was that there defending? That is Callum saying to Kai Hunter, don't defend. Why are you defending? We're on lap 11 of 14 now. Is this where all national unity goes awry? And now Butcher makes the move. So it's the Team UK 1, 2, 3. Brazil in 4th. And India still run in P5. Everyone's got a favourite underdog. And this year, at the moment, Rohan Madesh for India is absolutely flying his flag proudly. Kyle Kumaran was great for India in DD2 last year, but of course Kyle was born in India but has lived in Dubai most of his life. Rohan Madesh, he's come from the Indian Championship and he is absolutely doing his nation proud, and hopefully we'll see a real uptake in form. I know that Kyle Kumaran was treated like a real celebrity when he got back from the Grand Finals last year, and the Indian Rotax series has grown because of it. Well, hopefully we'll be selling a lot more senior Rotax engines in India next year because Rohan Manesh is doing himself wonders. 1, 2, 3, Hunter, Bradshaw and Butcher, Eduardo Barrichello just sitting back and saying, okay.
Things gonna happen.
Yeah, 12 out of 14. So I mean, yeah, that's good. You've got 10. Dudo's got 10 kart lengths between him and the 3 drivers in front of him. That's enough time to react in case something goes wrong. Yeah. And of course, Dudo also knows that he's got a gap of 2.5 seconds behind, so he hasn't got to worry about what's going on. He can just, you know, think 4th is really good for Eduardo. Want to say hello to Eduardo's younger brother FIFO, Fernando Barrichello, who hadn't qualified and is watching from back home in Brazil.
Yeah, this top 3 is like 3 people from Britain, and they're racing very hard, so it's going to be a tough one with 2 laps to go.
Yes, it is. So we start the penultimate lap.
Oh, it's the last lap, yeah, sorry.
It's Kai Hunter, Callum Bradshaw, Sean Butcher, and then Eduardo Barrichello. And now the defending begins. This could go very well for Team UK, or it could go very badly.
Yeah.
The 3 biggest teams in the United Kingdom are Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing and KR Sport in the Rotax Championship. Bradshaw races for Strawberry, Hunter for Dan Holland and Butcher for KR Sport. People are saying, why so many British drivers at the front of the field? Because the British Senior Rotax Championship is the best in the world at the moment. The distributor, Jag Rotax, they won the distributor of the year because you've got the very, very best teams in the business, and this is why. It's great. Like I say, the race suits may look similar, but the allegiances are very, very different.
Yeah.
And Eduardo Barrichello's thinking, this is great news. I'm going to go for a win here because we've got 1 corner and 1 lap to go. It's Hunter, Bradshaw, Butcher, Barrichello and Madesh, your top 5. 1 lap to go, Matilda. Who's your money on? Barrichello.
Oh my God. Yeah, exactly.
Here we go, into turn number 3. Hunter defends. Now we go through turn number 4. Bradshaw sizing it up. Butcher and Bradshaw collided in the last race. They're going to have to work together and be smart this time. And Barrichello is right there waiting. Eduardo checks over his shoulder. Rohan Madesh, what a fantastic drive in 5th position. A great scrap for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th as well. But the leaders are coming through turn number 8. The battle is Diaz, Rillards, Kumagai, Eriksson and Kishi is the second big group. But here come your leaders all looking over their shoulder. It's still Kai Hunter leading. He stands on the brakes. Eduardo Barrichello's going to get a great run up the hill though, Matilda.
Yeah, he definitely took the normal race line and he get a great run up the hill.
But
still not
Hunter
enough.
runs a little bit wide. Here we go. Kai Hunter takes the checkered flag. Callum Bradshaw 2nd. Sean Butcher 3rd. Eduardo Barrichello puts himself right at the front of the grid for tomorrow's final. That is the best performance by a Brazilian driver here in some time. Then it's Rohan Madesh, India. I hope you're watching back home in Rohan's hometown of Bangalore, because your driver has just given India a real reason to maybe get a 2nd podium in 2 years. Not just that, you've raced against all those drivers. You've got Hunter, Bradshaw and Butcher, 3 of Rotax's best senior drivers in the last 5 or 6 years. Eduardo Barrichello, his family is named, need no introduction. If you're Rohan Madesh, you have just come here, met these drivers for the first time, and you are with them.
Yeah, there's great drivers here. I've been racing all of them almost, and
yeah, let's tell us about your racing. Last year in E20, how's your career panning out at the moment? What's going on, and what have you got in the pipeline in the future?
Not really sure yet what's happening. I want to do 1 more year in karting. I wanted to go to cars last year, but I backed off of it. I wanted to do Porsche. It didn't turn out like that, so now I may be doing Rotax next year for another season.
Now, are we doing Rotax with a combustion engine or an electric engine?
I think, to be honest, not electric. I liked it, but I think I prefer racing the
No, yeah, old school.
Yeah, old school.
You
yeah.
know me. I'm as old school as I can.
Electric
now,
is good.
Electric is good indeed.
Yeah.
iPad of Doom time. You meet the iPad of Doom.
Yeah.
The iPad of Doom. Here is a look at your provisional results. Kai Hunter, Callum Bradshaw, and Sean Butcher are 1, 2, 3 for Team UK. Eduardo Barrichello, Rohan Madesh. Now, the rest of the top 6. Didn't talk much about these guys, but this front group are going to be in the final almost certainly. Guillermo Diaz, Kai Rillarts, Kenta Kumagai, Fuji Kishi, Theo Eriksson, Ethan Faramond, and Aliska Babichkova. Looks like Aliska has made it into the final. Patrick Donica, Samuel Ifrid, Matisse Parlands, Ethan Ho, our camera car in 16th, Tommy Dragan, and Pietro Pons. Mikhail Dauphin and Sadi Alejandro Samaniego from Paraguay. It looked so good for Paraguay yesterday. I wonder if that is enough. Paul Hamburg, Harrison Hoey, he recovered 22nd. Karabo Malamela from South Africa, Igor Kishin, Akash Nandi, Alexander Abkazava, Gustavo Carrera, Khalid bin Shalash, Miguel Quinones, Gianluca Savalio, sadly retired. So did William Exton, Shrien Naidu, Gerardo Cuesta, and Liu Heng Ye. Sadly, also Mads Rees and Theo Kakati didn't take the start. Now, I know we're going to probably hear from the winners soon. So, coming up on the Rotax calendar, we have got the Rotax Asia Festival.
Yeah.
In a couple of weeks. Then, in January, we've got the Dubai O-Plate. And after that, we've got the Winter Tour in Florida. While Jenny interviews the winner, you think, which one of those 3 events you'd want to do most?
Kai, that was very handy work of yours there in that pre-final. How did it go from your perspective?
Yeah, it was really good. Me and Cal worked to get like a little bit of a gap from all the other drivers, and then we had the last 4 or 5 laps battling out at the end. So yeah, it was definitely an easier pre-final than the juniors had before, but that's what we had to do to ensure we had a good place in the final. Obviously, me and Cal both had crashes, so has Sean, so I think no crazy moves were going in there, but just can't wait for the final now.
All right, I saw you have a little discussion with Callum there before coming in here. What were you talking about there?
Just that we promised not to crash into each other and and almost just work together, because we just can't afford to, like in the 72 drivers, it's so crucial to get a good position for the final. Obviously, the tyres are wearing, so it's hard to come past people, and following's even worse. So yeah, just ensure that you're in the top 5, top 10, and then I think you'll be perfect for the final.
How does that actually feel to be wearing the same clothing and be in the same team? You're not going to do that necessarily at every race. Be able to talk like this and feel like, okay, we have to be there at the end.
Well, yeah, normally like when we race in Britain, it's us 3, Gilbert, yeah, it's people like that. We all race against each other, but it's a lot bigger than what Britain right now. So we all have to sometimes chip in, maybe bite the bullet and try and get to the end, and then we can race in the final. But yeah, beforehand, let's just make sure we get there.
And just a little bit of credit from your side, you've got an Indian driver and some other guys right in the mix of it. I mean, really, they have never driven on a grid like this.
No, obviously, Dan Holland, DHR's running a few kids, one from Australia and one from India. So yeah, it's great to see them up at the front as well. It's just different variety than what we're normally used to.
It's great. We'll see you tomorrow on the grid.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Kai Hunter. The second pre-final for seniors is underway. Well, the rolling lap is underway. Just quickly, Matilda, if you get a choice between the Dubai O-Plate, the Asia Festival, and the Rotax Winter Tour in Florida, which one are you booking your plane ticket to?
I'm booking my plane to Florida, I think.
Okay, well, that's going to be the end of January, the beginning of February at the new PK Motorsport Park in West Palm Beach and the Orlando Kart Center. For those of you that are again looking to enter from around the world, it's not just open to team drivers from the USA, it's a global event. Now, this next race, Zombor Kovacs, Lewis Gilbert, Miska Kaskinen, Jan Stiak, Nolan Amore, Gabriel Cacciolo, Luke Neeson, Brandon Carr, Hugh Breedfeld, Francesco Grimaldi, Matteo Richter, Guido Raucci, Aidan Fox, Oscar Christensen, Edwin Knesser, Christian Pastrian, Vilgot Edquist, Axel Gush, Adam Ali, Toby Spinks, David Lackner, Leon Mandel, and the rest. 36 drivers, 14 more laps to decide who else is going to make the big final tomorrow. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Hungary Hungary. Zsombor Kovacs has the race lead, and you can see on the right-hand side of your screen is Lewis Gilbert trying to go around the outside. Gilbert, can he make the move stick? My word, the pride of Scotland takes the race lead. What a move, Matilda.
That was an incredible move. It's like 1 out of 10 you get it right.
Well, he was, again, he had to trust Zsombor, he had to trust the grip in the kart, and he managed to trust the old brake pedal as well. Lewis Gilbert, the pride of Scotland, takes the lead. Oh, somebody going Riley Crossing there back in the pack. That is Juan Ardilla, and there's a problem. Ardilla, oh, he gets into trouble. That's number 3, 6, 4 kart, and a couple of other drivers getting caught up there as well. Edwin Knesser, I think, may have been one of them. So has Vilgot Edqvist and Toby Spinks. But up at the front, we'll get a full list of Daniel Maulin from Israel. Also, Israel started today with, 2 drivers potentially getting themselves to the final. Now, Jan Pinto had a problem in his race, and Daniel Maulin in difficulties. But Gilbert defending. It's Miska Kaskinen from Finland, and Miska hasn't been afraid to get his elbows out early on. But it's Gilbert, Kaskinen, Lemore in third place, the international trophy winner from Le Mans earlier this year. Jan Stiak from Germany is in 4th. Then there's a gap back to Polson as Zsombor Kovacs in 5th with Gabriel Cacholo from Portugal. Brandon Carr is there in 7th place. This is only Brandon's second senior race. He's the British junior Rotax champion, but he's too old to race junior here in the Grand Final, so he's moved up to senior. Luke Neeson, Francesco Grimaldi, with Oscar Christiansen rounding out the top 10. Again, Matilda, we look like we're going to have a nice big group. No one has got that breakaway.
Yeah, there's like very tight racing out there, and it's lovely to see because when it's like tight racing, it's the best to race when the field is not spread out.
Yes, indeed. And of course, Ji Kao, sadly from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan, has retired. And you can see, so, yeah, Gilbert, white line fever already. I think Lewis Gilbert has realised, okay, I've got the lead. And, Kaskinen up the inside of Lewis Gilbert. And that is the problem, that Miska Kaskinen has been very aggressive this week. And Lewis Gilbert thinking to himself, come on, man. Oh, and the Scottish accent.
Yeah, definitely.
Come on, me fella. Just don't overdo things. Lemore and Stiak are right there as well. Gilbert, Lemore and Stiak were amongst the leading contenders all the way through the international trophy at Le Mans. So again, drivers know each other very, very well. I know that Stiak and Gilbert have been sometimes teammates with Craft Motorsport in the paddock, or that Lewis Gilbert and his family who run his, with Potenza racing engines, they sort of align themselves with Craft Motorsport in Europe, so they know, the families know each other very well, and they've got Lewis leading this pack. At the back of the lead group is Stiak. Brandon Carr, he's a newcomer to the group, so he just moved up from juniors. What happened when you moved up from juniors and you're racing against the established senior names? Did they give you a hard time just because you're that new kid moving up, or is there no fear because you're the whole group of rivals? Oh, there's a change for the race lead. Kaskinen, does he take it? Oh, there's been a problem, and I think that might have been Lewis Gilbert there getting forced out wide. Oh, Miska Kaskinen, I think, may have overcooked it. You saw him going in deep. Let's have a look. It is, yes, it is Lemore and Stiak have come out. Kaskinen and Gilbert collide. Gilbert's down to 14th position. Going back to our earlier thing, when you moved up to seniors, what was the reception like?
Yeah, you're definitely having a hard time when you're moving up because you don't really have the respect. Because everyone thinks you're just a junior still, even if you moved up to seniors. You got to work hard for your respect.
And have changed the race lead. That was Jan Stiak up the inside. Textbook move, Matilda.
I did not really see the move.
It was a mirror signal manoeuvre up the inside, standing on the apex, and this is good. So let's have a little look back. Now, Miska Kaskinen has come across the line in, I'm just looking down for where the Team Finland flag is, and the answer is 7th. Lewis Gilbert is down to 13th. But we're on that 5 out of 14. Kaskinen goes to the inside. Gilbert was moving across to defend. There was obviously contact made. Gilbert comes out worse. But if you have a look there, there's still no real gaps between the top 20. So Gilbert, hopefully this car's okay. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He's still in this lead group. Let's have a look. Count them across the line. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17.
He can still make his way up the field.
There goes Gilbert.
He definitely have the speed to do it.
He's going to be hoping that his kart's okay.
Yeah.
Now, you've been in that situation before. If you're Lewis Gilbert, you know the driver that has done you wrong, per se. How is your attitude going to change? How important is it not to now get too angry and overdrive?
Yeah, that's the problem when you have a crash like that, that you start to overdrive and you know it's not going to work because the tires getting heat up too fast, and also your driving is not going to be better if you get angry. But I've been in the same position, and everyone gets angry, but then you just have to calm down again and start again from scratch.
It's like that old British advert, calm down. It's
calm
only
down.
a commercial. Yes.
Calm down.
Calm down. Here we go. Stiak, Lamore, Brandon Carr up at the third. So again, for Brandon, no fear. The new rivals, he's thinking, I don't really care if you respect me or not. Here I am, and I'm going to do my thing. And
you can also see he's in the top, so he's definitely doing his thing and not thinking so much about the respect.
And he's slowly built up to this as Brandon Carr.
And he's doing great, I think.
Yeah, and of course, when do you want to be fast? The Grand Finals, Saturday. To get to Saturday, what have you got to do? Be smart today.
Exactly, and it looks like he's thinking smart in this situation. Stay behind and don't do anything stupid, because that's going to cost him more in the end. And it looks like he's going to make his way probably a few positions up,
well, yeah,
hopefully.
I mean, he's certainly going to move himself up on the grid. He's already up 5 places. He started 8th, so he was 16th in points at the end of the heats. It's going to improve that. So, Lamore, Stiak, Carr, Cacciolo for Portugal. So the Portuguese have got a real something to cheer about. Then it is Grimaldi, Kovacs, Kaskinen, Breedveld, Christian Pastrian from Chile in 9th, Adam Ali up to 10th. So hopefully his brother Daniel in his cast is out watching and cheering. Then it's Lewis Gilbert in 11th place. Make that Lewis Gilbert in 10th place. And there's a move for the race lead. That is Stiak up the inside, and Brandon Carr trying to go around the outside of Lamore. Lamore squeezes Brandon Carr at the P2. Third now for Lamore. Cacciolo is 4th, and look at Lewis Gilbert, the very tall, the first tall driver is Joep Rietveld. There's Kaskinen, and behind, in front of Kaskinen is Zombo Kovacs, our pole sitter. So you've got France, Germany, the UK, Portugal, Argentina, Hungary, Finland, the Netherlands, Chile, and Canada in this league group.
What a nice mix of countries up in the top.
Yes, indeed. It's like the United Nations of go-karting. As there's Joep Breedveld of his fan club. Oh, and Christian Pastrian, ladies and gentlemen, getting shown the outside line of turn number 12 by Scotland's Lewis Gilbert. As you were saying about a driver not being too angry, Matilda, you can see that Gilbert, I think, has probably got his eyes on that white and blue Team Finland race suit of Mr. Kaskinen. Rauchi is 12th for Brazil. Then it's Christiansen, Richter, Nissen, Lachner, Petrovic, Vincer, Gers. Let's have a little look if we got this is obviously a Sony kart supported class, but it is Fox next. Aidan Fox down to 20th, sadly. Kevin Foster down to 21st. So Aidan Fox, he's on the cusp of qualifying. He needs to pick up a couple of positions. All 35 out of the 36 karts that started this race still running, and although Jan Stiek has got a bit of a lead, you wouldn't want to bet against Brandon Carr and Nolan Lamore closing, because this is only lap number 9 out of 14, Matilda.
Exactly, there's still laps to go, and everything can happen.
Up the hill, Miska Kaskinen, now in front of Zombo Kovacs. And again, Miska Kaskinen also involved in that incident. He's had to shake it off and, like, you know, get his head down and think, okay, that move didn't really go to plan, but I can't be scared. You've got to just shake it up and think, okay, the next move is going to work.
Exactly, you just have to go there and, like, think to make your way through.
And again, for Kaskinen's point of view, you know, he hasn't led a race. The opportunity was there to take the lead. Sometimes you've got to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So when the opportunity is there, you're definitely going to go for the move. And if you don't, you're going to probably get overtaken.
Yeah, exactly. It's pass or be passed here in the Grand Finals. And you can look at Francesco Grimaldi there in the turquoise and white-coloured race suit of Team Argentina. Grimaldi from 10th now up into 5th, and he is pushing Gabriel Cacciolo on Team Portugal. They haven't got the biggest team here at their home event, but they've got Gabriel Cacciolo, who is very, very quick, is in 4th place. But now you've got Carr and Lamare. This is going to be a great idea of the slipstream, isn't it? I think they're closer to getting the slipstream.
Yeah, definitely. It looks like Carr is fast behind there.
Head down.
Yeah, and the gap is getting smaller as well to the leader.
And he's got help from behind. Watch Brandon Carr is going to be sitting right on Jan Stiak's bumper like an unwanted guest at a house party. And he's there. He's going to look over his shoulder now as the race leader, and he's going to see Brandon Carr and Nolan Amore just sort of peering over his shoulder up the hill out of turn 5. Such a rhythmical track, this. When was the last time you drove here, Matilda?
2 years ago, I think, for the Rotax and the X30.
That's right, yes, okay.
Yeah.
And there we go. Changing, Brandon Carr went for the race lead, and I think Nolan Amore is the driver that loses out there. Carr went for the inside. Stiak tried to go through as well. Well, Stiak tried to recover. What happened was Carl made the move. Stiak then tried, Lamare tried to follow him through, as you would, and Stiak defended. So it's going to be Brandon Carr coming out of the last corner to start lap 12 out of 14. Carr leads. Who's in second? Stiak second. Cacciolo in third. Grimaldi fourth. Kovacs. And look who's back up in the 6th position. It's Lewis Gilbert. Oh, and a problem. I think that might be Nolan Lamare with his exhaust coming off. That may be the reason why he slowed. But Lewis Gilbert makes the move as well. Gilbert's not done with this one either. He passes Kovacs. 2 laps to go. The question is, can Lewis Gilbert, who's now in 5th position, close that gap to the leaders?
It's never impossible when it's 2 laps to go.
It's never impossible, especially as Brandon Carr now begins to defend. It's Carr, Stiak, Cacciolo, Grimaldi. UK, Germany, Portugal, Argentina lead the way into turn number 12 with Scotland, the pride of Scotland, and the Joopsters fan club. Joop Breedveld, the Joopsters, his fan club. They are in 6th position. Oh, yellow flags waving down at post number 10. I'm not sure. Miska Kaskin has dropped to 12th position. Guiano Rauchi up to 8th. Then it's Pastrian. And smoke there coming down. That was a tyre contact tyre wise.
Yeah.
And still Gilbert closing. Less than 2 laps to go. Carr, Stiak, Cacciolo, Grimaldi, then Gilbert, Kovacs. Zombo Kovacs, smart driver, a podium finisher as a junior. He is just watching and letting the race come back to him. Yeah. Lewis Gilbert, though, is going to be catching Francesco Grimaldi very, very shortly. Down towards turn number 12. Brandon Carr has to defend for all he is worth.
Yes.
Right.
It's going to be a tough last lap.
It's going to be a tough last lap because Stiak is going to get a run on Brandon Carr. Here we go, 1 lap to go in seniors. Carr looking over his shoulder. What does Jan Stiak do? He tries to go high, wide and handsome. Side by side with the race lead. Carr on the inside, Stiak on the outside. Can Stiak make it stick? The answer is no. Down the hill.
At least he tried.
He tried, yep. And without risking it too much. He didn't dive up the inside and risk a collision.
He didn't lost any positions either, so...
And look at Lewis Gilbert now closing back in, and he's got Grimaldi, they're all hugging the inside, and watch, Kovacs is going to get a good run at the back of this lead group, 6th in the lead group, then Van Breedveld 7th, Zombo Kovacs, the back of the lead group there for Team Hungary, is going to make a good run down the hill. But Brandon Carr still holds on. This has been a very, very smart, mature drive for Brandon Carr. Only a 2nd race as a senior. He's going to win the pre-final in senior Rotax. What a race, Matilda Olsen.
I must say he did a very good job out there. He was smart up during the whole race, and yeah, it was really good from him.
Well, there we go. Across the line, checkered flag comes out. Brandon Carr, Jan Stiak, Gabriel Cacciolo, Francesco Grimaldi, Lewis Gilbert, Zsombor Kovacs, Joop Breedveld, Giuliano Raucci, Christian Pastrian, Adam Ali, Miska Kaskin, and the rest. Matilda, I know that you're here in the paddock. You're acting as you're a Rotax ambassador here. You're here meeting, seeing your many friends. First of all, before you go, what's it been like seeing your face on the poster of every single thing here in Portimão and beyond? Outside my hotel, there's a poster of you outside my hotel. I mean, that's a personal thing, ladies and gentlemen, but no, the one on the billboard as well, also.
Yeah, I never thought there was going to be this much pictures of me, so when I came here to the hotel yesterday, there was pictures at the hotel and everything, and now when I come to the track, it's really cool to see, and I really like the picture. I'm happy with the picture.
Of course, yeah, as any young lady, yes, I'm happy with the picture.
I'm happy with that.
You have to say that Rotax did a fantastic job of publicising this event to the local community and beyond. Hopefully, see you tomorrow, same time tomorrow for the final, Matilda.
Yeah, and I also want to say thanks to Rotax and the whole crew for making this possible to be on every paper and stuff, and also for the commercial video we did. I'm really happy
there we
for
go.
that.
Well, we'll see you tomorrow. I know you haven't been here a week, but you've been looking over my shoulder ever so slightly.
Yeah, I'll keep looking.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Matilda Olsen. So we'll see you tomorrow for the finals of seniors. Who is going to be in that final, we will have to see. But there are the drivers going through the weighbridge. And it looks like the iPad of Doom. Not used for the seniors. And now have a look. There's Kai Hunter coming over. Oh, Kai Hunter speak to Lewis Gilbert. And again, Ever and Team UK getting on for the moment. Gabriel Cacciolo, great result. Here's your provisional result from pre-final B. It is Brandon Carr, Jan Stiak, Gabriel Cacciolo, and Francesco Grimaldi. Lewis Gilbert finishes in 5th position, Zsombor Kovacs is 6th, Joop Breedveld 7th, Giuliano Raucci is 8th, Christian Pastrian 9th, and Adam Ali rounds out the top 10. So Adam's brother Daniel was in here earlier. He might have his wrist in plaster, but I believe Adam has done enough to make the final. Miska Kaskinen, Luke Neeson, Matteo Richter, Oscar Christiansen, and the rest as we look down the order. Some of these drivers on your screens now, the likes of Kevin Foster, Aidan Fox, Toby Spinks, Diego Cantu, and the rest, all the way back to, sadly, Nolan Amore. Well, I think Nolan may make it in, but he certainly had a mechanical problem. Before we get to the next race, though, and the next co-commentator, Husbecken, who have you got with you?
Exciting race, I have to say, but you did it in the end, P1.
Yeah, it was a good race, to be fair. It was hard all the way through and never gave up until the end.
Tell me, what did you see going, in front of you there? What was going on? Were you thinking you've still got the possibility to get to the front then?
I got a half-decent start. They got away a little bit, but we worked together and caught back up. And then they squabbled about a bit towards the end, but then we managed to get the win.
It was a good one. Any questions?
It really was, yeah. We haven't seen you in the absolute front throughout the week that much, but now as the finals and the pre-finals come, you've managed to get to the front. Is that like calculated, or is that something which has just worked out throughout the week?
Well, it's my second ever race in senior, so the main bit is just to save the tyres as much as we can. But it seems to be working so far, and we'll hopefully carry it on through to the final.
All right, there's already some Team UK tactics going on for the final. You're into that, or you're going for your own?
We'll work together until the end, and then it's every man for themselves at the end. We're here to win.
I don't know if we want to watch that.
We'll see. All right, best of luck for tomorrow, and well done.
Thank you.
Yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, that's great to hear from Brandon Carr. Joining me now in the commentary box, as he did yesterday, Filippo Laghi from Team Italy. Filippo, just been talking. I think you've successfully managed to qualify one of your drivers into the final, even though it's been a very tough week. But what we've got lined up now, DD2, the ultimate class.
Yeah, let's see the driver who drives in this pre-final A. Of course, we have a first row on fire with Mark Kimber and Jacob Bezdel. And also a good second row with Xander Ruva and Anthony Barbarux.
Now on row number 3, Philippe Watzia, Nicola Pico. Row 4, Ragnar Bieres and Rasmus Friedel.
We have Jason Leung and Ruben Creedville.
Then Juan Rodriguez, Brian Quevedo. Then on the next row back, we've got Francisco Palladino and Victor Frostbay, Philippe Luaka and Nathan Glenn. That's your 8th row of the grid. Row 9, Matthew Taskinen and Bertol Bors with Yannick Jacobs and Clay Osborne, former Grand Finals champion, rounding out row 10. Hung Yung Chang, Olivier Bedard, Christos Oikonomu and Davin Sagardi are on row 12. Then it is Jonathan Markuson, Nico Bereza, Imke Arts, Jordi Vesterlaken. Spoke to Imke earlier. She asked me, I asked her how her week was going, and the words she used could not be repeated, but she says, I'm having fun in this next race. Alejandro Gama, Fabian Bock, Roger Young, Jose Pasadore, and Kane Charian, Ugo Crixon, Gregorio Bertoccio and Talal Binakli. They are your 36 starters. Like you said, a magical first couple of rows, Filippo.
Yeah, exactly. First 2 rows especially will be a crazy race, I think. Mark Kimber is the fastest man on the track, but also Xander Uwe is so fast, has been so fast through all the weekend, as well as Jacob Bezel. So let's see what happens at the starts now.
What?
No. One more lap.
Another rolling lap. The drivers weren't listening to you, Filippo. I did from the drone shot overhead. It was a little bit spread out.
Yeah.
But now, as a driver, the second rolling lap, how quickly have you got to reset your brain to focus?
Yeah, it's not so easy because you are ready to start, so you have a little bit of time to think how to regroup, to rethink again what to do. But anyway, it's a usual procedure, so no problem for a driver to do one more lap.
Now, Mark Kimber, I believe, is undefeated. I think that's 3 wins out of 3.
Yeah.
Jakob Bezel has been very, very quick. The gearing, I mean, obviously I know that you are more experienced than seniors, but obviously the track conditions have changed. It's hotter, grip levels have gone up. Does that affect the gearing settings that you could use?
Yeah, maybe. And but I was watching the lap times of the other classes, and the lap times are really fast.
Yes.
Despite the hot, because usually with the hotter temperature the track comes a little bit slower, but in this case the track is still very, very fast.
Yeah, and it's very surprised. The tyres are getting older, but there's more rubber getting down,
exactly.
and that's helping.
There's a lot of drivers in the seniors were faster than 1 minute, so I think also this DD2 can be faster than 59 seconds today.
Yes, indeed. Times we haven't seen since qualifying, when the tyres, the Mojo tyres, were brand new. Of course, every driver gets 1 set of tyres for practice and 1 set of tyres for qualifying and the racing. It's Kimber, Bezel, Derua, Barbaru, Mwatsi, Pico, Virus, Friedel, Leung, Kverkilt. Now, the formation looks good, Filippo. Lights are out, we're off and racing.
Lights off, good start for Kimber, followed by Alexander Ruve. The Ruve is behind Kimber, I think. Yeah, the Ruve takes the second place on Bezel, is in third.
Now, through turn number 3, all the leaders safely through clearly are on the outside. There looks like Moatzi in their Austrian race suit there, getting squeezed wide. Up the hill we go on the outside there. I think the blue and white race suit, that's Ragnar Vieras for Team Estonia, but perfect start for Kimber. Bezel is right where he wants him. Derua in... in fact, that is maybe that Derua in second position, then Bezel in third, Barbaru is fourth, Nicolas Pico for France in fifth. Somebody with their exhaust get knocked off, going around very, very slowly. I'm not quite sure who that is. That might be Yannick Jacobs, I think, has got a problem from Team Germany. He was starting middle of the pack. I think sadly Yannick's chances of making the finals have gone, and that's the worst thing, isn't it? You're right in the cusp, on the limit of making the final. You think, okay, I must have a good pre-final, and suddenly on the first lap, exhaust off, game over.
Look the situation, Henry. I was watching yesterday during the evening the replay of the races, and Mark Kimber is really fast in first and second lap, and it means that he doesn't need to close the door at the end of the first lap, and this is the key of the race usually.
Yes.
If you rewatch also the heats, he's so fast at the beginning, and look the gap at the moment.
Exactly, so obviously that's kart setup. He knows he gets the timing right at the start. By the end of lap number 1, you know, because going into turn 8 and 9, De Rua and Bazell were right behind him, but there's that one move. I think Bazell went for a move on De Rua, or even forced it, and it just allowed Kemper the gap.
I hope not, because both of them, both of them showed a good speed during the week. Now they need to help each other to close the gap on Mark, because you look, Mark is doing the fastest line on the track.
Yes, 59.56 for Kimber, fastest lap of the race. Francesco Palladino for Team Italy in 12th position, 59.4, but he's right in that pack there, but he's getting a great slipstream.
Come on, Francesco, come on.
You're allowed to cheer on the Italians. we do like that. I'm going to be unbiased. There's no Welshman racing, so I'm okay. I can be biased, but you can be cheering and shouting for Team Italy. That's okay. That's what we like. We like the passion for each nation. There are 60 nations here competing, and we're trying to get as many nations' voices on screen during the course of the week as possible to display the passion surrounding this event.
No.
Kimber has got that gap. De Rua and Bazell, they are a 10th slower every sector, it seems.
Let's see what happens now, because Xen during this week was a little bit faster in the last laps, in the second half of the race.
Okay, and now it's a longer race, a 14-lap race.
Yeah, let's see what happens if he can close the gap on Kimber. Another good news is that the couple of drivers in second and third place are a little bit wider than the driver in fourth place, that is Nicolas Pico. So they can thinking on Mark Kimber and try to close the gap and not try to defend the position.
There's that gap between the rear bumper of the Czech Republic driver number 456 Jakob Bazell and the Frenchman Nicolas Pico. Nicolas Pico, a driver we both know very well. You know that Nicolas is very aggressive, and if he's right behind you, you have to think about defending, because he will attack. But at the moment, Bazell and De Rua can push.
58.8, Erdi, 58.8.
A new fastest lap for Mark Kimber, a 10th and a half quicker than everything else. And sometimes you just have to sit and marvel at an event where everybody gets the same equipment, so it is all down to the driver. So sometimes you can say, oh, so-and-so is the best driver because he's the champion, and then you say, oh, no, but that driver spent more money and had more engines. The best driver was the driver in fourth place, because he only has one chassis and one go-kart and one engine. Here, everyone is equal, so the best drivers do rise to the top. Now further back, we've got Pico, Moazzi, Barbaru in 6th, Kverkilt for Norway in 7th, Friedel and Virus 8th and 9th. Then Brian Quevedo from Argentina in 10th, Palladino is 11th, Leung from Denmark is 12th, Victor Frost Bay from Leung from Canada is at 12th, then Victor Frost Bay 13th, Philippe Luaka, Clay Osborne, Juan Diaz, Oikonomu, Bors, Bedard, Nathan Glenn in 20th, Markuson, Arts, Chang, Taskinen, Bereza, Sagadi and the rest. And the new fast lap again, 58.841.
Yeah, absolutely magical. This lap for Mark Kimber. Remember, here in this track, the slipstream is so powerful, and he is driving in these lap times totally alone. Now let's see what happens, because I think in the second half of the race, Xen can be faster. So let's see what happens. He's closing the gap, because he's driving faster both in first and then in second, and also in the second sector. He's closing a little bit the gap.
58.8 also for De Rua.
Let's see.
At the end of this race, we'll start lap number 7. Now we're going to be approaching half distance, so we're a lap away from half distance. Now, in terms of tyre pressures, you can't have it every way. If you put your pressures up at the start to be quick, then at the end of the race you'll be slower. So Kimber, he can't have it both ways. At some point, one of the karts around him is going to be quicker than him because of the setup.
Yeah, in this kind of races, usually some drivers, also me, when I was driving, I prefer a higher tire pressure because you need to be ready at the beginning of the race, to be comfortable on the go-kart at the beginning, to try to escape, to try to defend, try to drive fast at the beginning. But in a longer race, it can be dangerous. Okay, if a driver starts with a lower tire pressure, and he knows that at the beginning it can be difficult, but from in the second part of the race,
and a lot of it depends on where
pay.
you start. If you know you have to make up positions, you start with your pressures high because the tires come on very quick and you can make passes. And you can see what you said is exactly right, because
Sen is arriving 58.6, an incredible lap time, and I knew that Xen in the second part of the race is very strong. Now he's closing the gap. His lap time is, I think, one of the fastest lap time of the entire week.
Well, the next train arriving at platform Kimber is the number 413 from Slovenia, Zen Darua. He's broken away from Jakob Bezel. Darua yet to win a Grand Finals. This is his 7th. Now, he's been close on a number of occasions. It's only the pre-final, but Filippo, like you would say, the mental side of it is so key to get a psychological advantage. Darua wants to prove to Kimber, okay, yes, you can be fast at the start, but I'm faster at the end. And guess what? Tomorrow's final is even longer. How are you going to hold me off for 21 laps instead of 14?
Yeah, of course. Now let's see. I don't know exactly, Henry, the points, the standings, but should be interesting for Xen, if possible, to overtake Mark, because if Mark starts from pole position in the final, it will be so difficult to catch because he has the power to escape at the beginning. But I don't know if
I have to say,
I think Mark also with the second place can start from pole position.
Yes, I think you're right. That looking at the points after the heats, obviously Kimber a perfect score of 0. Darua has 11 points. So Kimber, Glenn Van Punish has 2 points. Bezel had 6. So I think that Kimber knows that, okay, second, I still start from pole position. But again, it's that idea of, like, we've got one driver, Christopher El Fagali in Minimax, who's undefeated, and we look now at the lap times. Kimber has just done a 58.7, so Kimber's just done his personal best lap, but Darua is still there, and the only other driver under 59 seconds is Jakob Bezel in third. He's doing a 58.8. Everyone else 59 and above. Sadly, Matthew Taskinen has retired. He was right on the brink of qualifying. Taskinen for Team Canada came into this race in the points down in 33rd, and he has retired, so sadly Matthew Taskinen is not going to make it. Alejandro Gama is also not going to make it. He's out for Team Mexico. Further up, the likes of Nathan Glenn for Team Ireland in 20 seconds is also right on the cusp. Jonathan Markin or Philippe Luaka going backwards for Switzerland as well. And Kimber responds, a beautiful lap.
Yeah, this is a strong answer for Kimber, because he's trying to tell to everybody, I have the situation under control.
And so Zen Darua, now it gets harder. Zen has got to get his hand. Okay, I've just set my personal best lap, but you know what? I've got to go again. I've got to dig deeper. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching a race. Okay, there's not been overtaking, but this is pure racing. You've got 2 of the very best DD2 drivers in the world. It's only a pre-final. They are pushing and pushing and pushing each other.
Yeah, just watch the gap between one go-kart and the other. They are a lot splitted, so it means that the race pace is so high.
Yeah, and again, a 58.7, a 58.7. Jakob Bezel, who is a potential champion in this level, he is now 2 seconds behind. Philippe Moitzi in 4th, Nicolas Pico in 5th, Rasmus Friedel and Ruben Klerkild. They're over 3 seconds behind after 12 laps. This is, you're watching on your screen now, ladies and gentlemen, 2 of the very best to have ever done this class.
let me tell.
Kimber is still in the first year of this class.
Exactly. Let me tell some words for Francesco Palladino.
Yes, please.
He's achieving the top 10, so position number 10 for him.
Yes.
And this is a great goal for him, I think, because he has never seen this track, he has never driven at this level. So I was talking with him yesterday, and his target was to close the pre-final in top 10 and maybe try a top 10, a top 15 in the final should be a dream for him. So he's driving so fast, and this is a great pre-final with excellent lap times also.
Yes, I mean, so that's Francesco Palladino, number 423, started 13th up to 10th. We're on lap 13 out of 14 now. The gap is just half a second. De Rua, for the first time, again, at 58.7. Every time Kimber responds, De Rua digs a little bit deeper. He may not catch him, but Kimber, we see a quick check over the shoulder. The first time we've seen Kimber look over his shoulder. Is that a sign of nerves, or just to make sure that in the last lap he has everything under control?
Just to make sure the gap for the last lap, if he needs to close or not. His body language is clear. Everything is under control. He's not pushing at 110%. Of course, the lap times are really fast, so he's pushing a lot. But I think he's under control at the moment.
At the moment, under control. Down towards turn number 5. Up the hill we go. It's Kimber, De Rua, then a gap back to Bazell, Muazzi, Pico, Friedel, Veros, Barbaru, Kverkild, Palladino, Leon, Quevedo, Rodriguez, Osborne, Bay, Oikonomu, Luaka, Marcus and Bedard, Bose, Arts, Crooks and Batocchio, Nathan Glenn. Nathan Glenn teams Ireland. He's going to be very, very close to not making the final. He's dropped to 24th. Hopefully the Irishman can make it in, but it's going to be close. Sagadi, Chang, Cherry and Passador, Bock and the rest. But Mark Kimber remains undefeated. We still have 2 unbeaten drivers in this competition. Christopher El Fagali for Lebanon and Mark Kimber for Team UK. We watch for Italy's Francesco Palladino, who crossed the line in P10, and the Italian camp, Filippo, it's had ups and it's had downs, it's had some struggles, but you know that at the end of this, when you go back to Italy, at the Italian side of the awning, there will be some smiles.
Yeah, especially for Francesco, because he need this experience. Remember, he is a driver of the southern Italy.
Yes.
And the Rotax MAX Challenge in Italy is divided in two big regional championships, and the level in the southern Italy is not so high as in the north, because there are less drivers, and an experience like this and a result like this is very important for him, and a good to improve also.
Yes.
A good news to improve.
So I've been asking all my co-commentators about the Rotax scene in their country. If any of these people watching or anyone here, if they're going to do one Rotax event in Italy next year, which one should it be? What is Rotax Italy's #1 event of the year? Maybe the last round of the championship, your first round of the championship.
In Rotax MAX Challenge Italy.
Yes. If I was gonna buy a senior kart and come to Italy to do one race in Italy, what would you recommend for me to do?
At the moment, we have a big national final.
Yes.
So the last race of the year that includes the driver from northern Italy and the southern Italy.
Okay.
But for next year, the championship will change, because we will have 3 big national events.
Okay.
Instead of just one.
I'm interested. 3 big national events in Italy next year.
Exactly.
And where are they going to be?
First race will be in Viterbo, in middle Italy, close to Rome.
Okay.
And the second one will be in Castelletto in September, international track so famous.
Course, yes.
And the last one will be in the historical Pista Azzurra of Jesolo.
Yes
so,
or no?
Yeah.
Oh, where the historic carts are. So, I mean, personally, yes or no is a fantastic venue. Castelletto, fantastic. So they're the 3 big events in Italy next year. That if drivers from outside Italy want to come and join, that would be very good.
The events will be also open for the other
drivers.
Exactly.
Of course. Here is a look at your provisional results. Mark Kimber by half a second over Zendarua. Jakob Bazell, Philippe Watsi, Nicola Pico, the top 5. Rasmus Friedel, Ragnar Vieras, Antoine Barbaru, Ruben Kverkild, and Francesco Palladino. Then it's Jason Leung, Brian Cavedo, Juan Rodriguez, Clay Osborne, Victor Frost Bay, Christos Oikonomu, Philippe Luaka, Jonathan Markson. That is your top 18. Olivier Bedard, Bertolt Bors, Hugo Creixon, Imke Arts. A great result, 15 seconds covering the top 23. Gregorio Bertoccio in 23rd. Sadly, I don't think we've got one Italian driver in the class. It's going to make the final. I think Bertoccio, his Grand Finals ends now. Davin Sagardi, Nathan Glenn, Hung Joy Chang, Kane Charian, Jose Pasador, Fabian Bock, Jordi Vesterlake, Nico Bereza, Roger Young, Talal Bilnakli, and then Sani Maski, Matthew Taskanen, and Alejandro Gama failed to finish. Let's go over to Jen and Ust to see, I'm assuming, a very happy winner.
Mark, I have to just ask you one thing. Are you in cruise mode or are you actually trying?
No, obviously I'm trying to manage the gap to Zen behind, but he was quite quick. And so I had to push a bit at the start, built a bit of a gap, and then just sort of managed it from there. I think looking after the tyres is quite important, especially in this class, so let's hope that we have some pace left for the final.
Really, really high level here, but you've done it before. You've been the junior champion, last year senior champion in Bahrain. At this stage now you're feeling really obviously confident, but I know how you are. You don't take it as done until it's done.
Yeah, obviously nothing's over yet. You can win everything all weekend, but it's the final that's what matters. So yeah, the speed is good, which is the main thing, and then if we make sure we do everything right for the final, then we should be in a good place.
Of course, you drove the Birrell kart in Genk at the last race to give it a bit of a go, test it out. What's it like compared to your kart? Just short answer.
Around this track, it's really good to drive, and in the DD2 class especially. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it this weekend. The grid is really close and hard competition, so I think it should be good tomorrow.
It's great. Congratulations.
I've only got one thing, like you were doing almost quality laps there. You said you were improving, so I expect from you tomorrow you will be doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Mark Kimber, Jen, and Gus-Becken. Here we go. It's pre-final B time in DD2. We're halfway around the rolling up. I'll very quickly take you through the starting lineup. Glenn Van Porish and Peter Bazell on row number 1. Emils Akmans and David Mastakevich on row 2. Chris Hannon and Axel Sanyala, row 3. Rasmus Vendelbo, Karl Komaran on row 4. Christoph Saxa and Matis Malinovskis, row 5. Patrick Lockmelis and Jackson Rooney, row 6. Paula Besonsny on camera carts on row 7 alongside Max Jaeger, Bradley Leverberg, Lucas Perneau, Joseph Eltz, Mick Knowlton, Josh Batoon, Nicholas Sabo, and the rest. We don't have 36 starters, we have 34. Sebastian Boyd will not start, neither will Daniel Ali. Rubens Barrichello, he starts down in 30 seconds. Lights are up, we're off and racing. Van Porish takes the early lead down towards turn number 1. Looked like a good clean start for Filippo Laghi.
Yeah, good clean start. Peter Bezell has lost a lot of places. I think he's in P4 now, and Ekhems is in P2, and maybe Majalakevich in P3, I think.
The black crash helmet is Mastakevich.
No, he's in P5.
Down in P5.
I'm sorry.
But you got Bazell, Hannon and Sanyala also up there. Look how closely matched the field is. Not one incident. This tells me, we've got this side by side already. We've got a battle. 2, 4, 6, 7 carts breaking away at the start. Masakevich in 6th, and then you've got an 8th position going up the hill there. I'm not quite sure who that was. We're going to find out very soon. It's Glenn Van Porish. Now, remember Mark Kimber's lap time was in a 58.6.
58.6. 58.6, and the race pace was
always
between
56.8.
Yeah, between 6 and 8, more or less. So let's see the race pace of Glenn, because in my opinion, Glenn, Xen, and Mark are the fastest on track.
Yes.
And also Petr Bezel.
Petr Bezel comes into it when it gets tactical.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
maybe Petr is a tenth or two off the ultimate pace, but you put him in a battle,
exactly.
and you hard to bet against him.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, the top 2, 4, 6, 7 are Van Parijs, Emils Akmans, Chris Hannon, Petr Bezel, Rasmus Vendello, Davis Maslakevich and Christopher Saxa, 2 Danish drivers, 1 from Poland, 1 from the Netherlands, 1 from Latvia, 1 from Belgium, 1 from the Czech Republic. Then there's a gap back to Paolo Besonsone up into 8th position. Patrick Lokmelis is 9th, Rooney is 10th, then it's Liebenberg, Sanyala down to 12th, Malinovskis, Nikita Ilyanov has retired on the opening lap. Rubens Barrichello is up 6th place in the 26th. I don't think Rubens is going to make the final, but he wants to go out on a hike. He's just seen his son Eduardo finish the top 5 in his senior Rotax pre-final, so that will give Rubens a real bit of momentum. Louis Large, in his very first event at a DD2, up 2 place to 20th. He needs a top 15 place at least, I think, to try and make the final. But it's Van Parijs leading, fastest lap 59.4 to Petr Bezel. Chris Hannon. Now, Chris Hannon, I think you raced the Grand Finals at Sarno in 2016.
Inside, Hannon takes the second place on Ekkems. Hannon is second place
Chris
now.
Hannon was out last night. He was out. That's doing very well. Now, you raced in 2016 Grand Finals.
Yeah, exactly.
When you were racing in the seniors in the Grand Finals in Sarno, Chris Hannon was in Micromax. He's one of the youngest drivers.
I am so old, it means.
Well, I wasn't going to say that you are old, Filippo. I'm trying to say that Hannon is very young at this level. I think he is only 15, and that is one of the youngest drivers in the field.
Look, also,
but he's in second.
Also, Bezel has taken the 3rd place on Ekmans. Now I think Petr is can be able to overtake also Chris Hannon so fastly, but.
Patrick Lokmelis puts in the fastest lap. He is down in 9th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The top 6. Well, Van Parijs is clear. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. Hannon, Bezel, Akmens, Vendelbo, Masakevich, and Saxa are also in this group. Then there's a gap as we look back to Paolo Besonsone. We haven't seen any of our onboard camera shots so far, but Besonsone is doing very well. You can never count Paolo Besonsone out. And I'm just looking to see if our camera is working on the kart. Maybe not, but certainly Paolo Besonsone doing very well. Then it is Lokmelis, Liebenberg, Rooney, Sanyala, Axel Sanyala dropping back. That's a shame for Team Finland, but he still should be in the final. At the back of the field, 33 drivers still running. Suleiman Alkandari from Kuwait is in 33rd place. The Portuguese man of war, Guillaume Lemos, is 32nd. Nikola Tosic, 31st. Manuel Ochoa from Peru, 32nd. Bezel
takes the 2nd place. A very, very nice overtake. He was so far. It was not enough close, I think, but he did an unbelievable braking to take the 2nd place on the first of the 2 hairpins. Now Petr Bezel is in 2nd place, and I'm curious to watch his race pace, because yesterday when I was here with you, I have seen Petr strong in defensive, in racing, but not very, very fast in lap times. So now let's see what happens. Paolo Besonsone now has the fastest race lap time, 58.8. Also Sarnial, I think, is fast, but he did a terrible start.
Yes, Sarnial went backwards at the start, but 58.89 for Besonsone. That's fast enough to close in. You can see he is in 7th place, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There he is, just catching this group. He's got the very tall Latvian driver, Patrick Lokmelis behind him. Bradley Liebenberg for South Africa is in 8th position. Louis Large dropping to 23rd. That's not what the British driver needs to do. But Glenn Van Parijs, 58.86 and 58.81 for Lokmelis. So these drivers are running 58.8 in the slipstream.
Yeah.
Kimber was running 58.6 not in the slipstream.
that was crazy. His slipstream here is so powerful. I don't know exactly the amount of time that you gain in the DD2 because I have no DD2 in my team, but in my group. But in the senior, I can tell you there's a good slipstream. It means 0.3 of a second.
Yes, and it's a
So
similar. I think similar.
DD2 maybe can be 2.5, and the lap times of Mark Kimber in the previous pre-final are not good news for everybody, except him, of course.
Now we'll go back to last year. Teresa Babitskova in senior, she was so fast, and of course there's the thought process of the only way they can beat them is by beating them into turn number 1, and that caused an accident last year. The other drivers will now be thinking to themselves, we have to beat Kimber into turn 3. Is the yellow flags at post number 2.
Locomel is now set at the fastest race lap time in the 58.72.
See at the top of your screen there, the very top left, somebody getting out of their cart. That was Christopher Saxa from Denmark and Lucas Pernaut from Canada involved in an accident there. Saxa, I'm looking up where's Christopher Saxa? He has restarted, but Lucas Pernaut has not. So Team Canada lose another driver. Pernaut was, let's have a little look, where did he start? The answer is, it's not looking good for Lucas Pernaut to make the final. Rubens Barrichello in 27th place. Louis Large in 26th. Well, Louis Large, you may not qualify for the final, but your first Rotax Grand Finals, you spent the last bits of your pre-final battling with a driver that has done over 300 Formula 1 Grand Prix and 11 victories. So life is not all bad. You always try and look for a silver lining in the cloud.
We are on lap 9 out of 14, and I can say that, of course, the race rhythm of Glenn Van Parijs is so fast. But the race rhythm of Mark Kimber in the previous heat was so fast, because now he's driving in 58.8. That is really good. I think he has a good speed to fight.
Yes.
But the best race pace is for Mark Kimber. So I think everybody need to find something at the beginning of the race. This is my opinion.
Now, Glenn Van Parijs, I'll play in the UK. We call it playing devil's advocate. So you say that the pace is good, but the pace is 2/10 off Kimber.
Yeah.
But Glenn Van Parijs will say, yes, but I have a 1 second lead. So I don't need to push, as if to say I may still have a little bit left in the tank. That's what he would say. Yes, my pace is not as good, but I wasn't pushing, I didn't need to.
He's safe for second place with the points. I think he's second in the ranking.
Yes, he's second.
So he knows that he will start from the first row. Maybe he's not pushing at 110%, but 1 second of gap is not enough to be relaxed, of course.
Of course.
Glenn is so experienced, so I think he knows what to do. But I think that everybody need to think with the mechanics, with the telemetry, something.
Indeed.
Maybe in the setting to try to be easier, to be fast. I think because what I think is for Kimber was everything easier in the previous hit.
Now the one driver that has been making moves, and there is a move down at turn number 5. That is Lochmelis passing Ackmans. So the two Latvian drivers shot in position, but Paolo Besonsone, he has moved up 8 places from 13th. He is now up to P5. We look at, there is Besonsone just flashing through your screen. It is Van Parijs, Bezel, Masekevich, Hannon, Besonsone, Paolo Besonsone gaining positions all the time. Vendelbo is 6th, Ackman 7th, Menes 8th, and Liebenberg. Rooney, Sanyala, Marinovskis, the Indian Express, Kyle Kumaran in 13th position. Then Joseph Iltz, Mick Knowlton, Josh Bethune, Andre Nicastro, David Cardenas, and Daniel Carmona are your top runners. Further back, Rubens Barrichello has moved up to 24th. Louis Large has dropped to 27th. Lucas Pernaut out of the race, 32 karts still running, but Besonsone has considering he had to start his races from last, this is a very, very good job from the 2018 champion.
Number one in the comebacks, of course, Paulo. Remember also in Brazil.
Yes.
He was starting in P10 or 11.
Yes, he was.
And he did a fabulous race.
Number one in the international trophy this year,
yeah,
starting
exactly.
I think 16th or 17th as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think he is also the number one in saving the tires. Maybe with his particular driving style, he saves a lot more the tires than the others, because in Brazil he had better tires for the final. In Le Mans maybe, because I remember also in Le Mans they do all the whole event with only one set of tires.
Yes.
So this is the same maybe. So don't consider Paolo completely out of,
of course,
of the race.
Maybe we're looking at the drivers running in first and second as rivals to Kimber. The main rival to Kimber is the driver running in 5th position at the moment. His best lap, though, ironically, is a 59.0 of the top two. But so is, his best lap. Sorry, his last lap was a 59.0. His best lap a 58.7.
Yeah.
So only a 10th off. Lap 13 out of 14. Van Parijs leads. David Maslakevich is now right behind Peter Bazell, with Chris Hannon defending against Besonsone. So the battle for the lead is non-existent. Glenn Van Parijs has got this. It's going to be Bazell versus Maslakevich for second, and it's going to be Hannon versus Besonsone for 4th place as we start the final lap, Filippo.
Yeah, we have a very fast Maslakevich. He did the 2 personal best lap times in the last 2 laps, and he's pushing a lot the rear bumper of Peter Bazell, but as we know, it's not so easy to pass Peter. Let's see what happens.
Besonsone wait for the move. Went
Yeah.
on Hannon, so Besonsone up in the 4th position, and that has brought
fantastic comeback for Besonsone. He's in P4 at the moment.
And look at
really
Vendelbo, Lockmelis and Ackman's right there as well. Here's the battle for second. Now Maslakevich, Johnny Bravo.
Last passing spot is here. I think Petra will be very tight. Yes, he does.
And Maslakevich tries to get the run up the hill. You can see Van Parijs easing back, saving tyres.
Yeah, exactly. Easy last lap for Van Parijs. Petra takes the second place on Maslakevich. Yeah.
And Besonsone comes across the line in 4th position at the starting 13th. Great recovery. Hannon, Vendelbo, Lockmelis, Ackmens, the top 8. Bradley Lieberberg and Axel Sanyala round out the top 10 of Rooney. Kyle Kumaran, Malinowskis, Welts, Knowlton, De Castro, Bethune, Cardenas, and the rest. Rubens Barrichello, his second Rotax Grand Finals, comes to an end in 24th position. He won't make the final, but he can cheer on his son Eduardo in the finals. Filippo, thank you once again, as always, for joining me.
Thanks to you.
For the final tomorrow, you'll be back in the commentary box for the final race of the Grand Finals, the ultimate race in the ultimate class, and you'll be with me. We are in for an ultimate battle. The question is, who, if anyone, can beat Mark Kimber?
Yeah, exactly, because Mark Kimber has the best speed in the D2 class at the moment. I think the race will be depends a lot to the start, what happens at the start, because Mark is so smart at the start, and also is so able to open a gap immediately. So the race will be, I think, the most part of the race, and then try to be clever and smart to do an overtake when possible to him.
Now you've got the iPad of doom there on the left of your screen. The leaders go through. There's Paolo Besonsone getting out of his car. Van Parijs 471, and the racing continues. We've got E20 Junior and Senior race coming up next. I'll be joined by Alex Goldschmidt. We have Micromax, where I'll be joined by Riccardo Longhi, and we have DD2 Masters, where I'll be joined by Tiffany Chittenden. That will round out today's racing. Don't forget, we have the live studio show with Jen Wade later on, and a very, very exciting new announcement from Rotax. There's a press conference at 5:30 p.m. local time here at the circuit, and we'll be able to bring you all the very latest and breaking news from that press conference and that announcement as we go into this evening's show. It's the last studio show of the 2022 Grand Finals, and it will be a very, very special one. The results will be up on your screen very shortly, and the next races after the interviews, I'm sure that Guus Becken and Jen Wade will be trying to speak to a victorious Glenn van Parijs or Peter Bazel. As here is a look at the pre-final results, and then we will have the next race will be the E20s. So Van Parijs, Bazel, Ostakevich, Besonsene, Hannon, Vendelbo, Lokmelis, Akmens, Liebenberg, Sanyala, Rooney, Kumaran, and the rest. All the drivers on that screen, they've all got a good chance. Some of them are guaranteed a place in the final. And these drivers now, from Daniel Carmona on back, they'll be very, very nervous. At the bottom of your screen, the likes of Alcandari, Lemos, Ochoa from Peru, Javorek, Large, Suarez, Tosic, Barrichello, Simiatowski. Their Grand Finals comes to an end here. The next race will be underway shortly, but the next person to hear from will be Guus Becken, Jenny Wade, and our interviewee down in the pits.
Sweat, a little bit of a sweat up there. What happened, Glenn?
Well, first we won, so that's pretty good. We're P2 for tomorrow's final, which is okay. Outside start is hard, which is clear from all races, but yeah, we'll figure something out. I developed quite a bit of sweat. It's my 5th karting race, so it's really heavy on the body. So yeah, pretty happy with this, and we go to tomorrow.
Not only is it heavy, but you're racing against lots and lots of good drivers and also some young drivers, and they're really on the limit.
Yeah, I think the average age in DD2 has dropped quite a bit over the years. I'm part of the older half, I think. So yeah, but that's good. I have the experience, and the young guys usually are very fast because they come out of seniors and they have more power and stuff like that. So yeah, it's really good racing. I didn't have to race much in the pre-final, but I think tomorrow will be some battles, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you did develop a sweat, but did you go flat out the whole way through, or were you a little bit compromised with the tires there?
Well, we had a gap at first, so I was pushing at first for sure, and then I saw it quite of a gap. So I tried to manage a little bit. They closed the gap, and then you push a little bit again. So I think the tires are looking pretty good. So yeah, comfortable for tomorrow. There's some fast guys in the front, and I think we're among those.
All right, we've seen Mark do very quick laps there in the heat before you. You think you can match his pace tomorrow?
Pretty sure, yeah. It was just a track that's better, I'm sure.
All right, we'll see about that tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much to Jen Wade, Glenn van Parijs there. Now joined once again in the contracts by Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, it is E20 time. The last time we'll see the juniors and seniors on a combined grid. But first things first, before we get underway, there's the board going out. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, for Alex Goldschmidt's Stat of the Day.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the total amount of laps covered through the qualifying
I've got the answer. Lots.
Lots.
No, okay,
8,595
How
laps.
many?
8,595 laps, with seniors doing the most of 2,056.
Okay.
Which makes up a total of 13,158 kilometres. So
13,158 kilometres. I walked that on Monday just around the paddock talking to the drivers.
So from Portimão you can go to Lucas Ferreiro in Valencia, Karting Campilos in Spain, Zwartkops in South Africa,
yes,
and you'd be about 500 kilometres shy of Killarney Racetrack in Cape Town.
Right, well by the end of the week we're going to be in Killarney, Cape Town. That is how far our drivers on track have travelled this week. Something new comes this way later on today, but E20 junior and senior Jesper Sjoberg, Luca Cuesta, Raul Vargas, Griffin Dowler, Eric Lemoynier, Tobias Follett, Gilberto Luaka, Matthias Najem, Chen Han Lin, and then Chan Yi Lin, Shota Kutazonu, and the rest of the senior field. The junior field is led by Joel Bergstrom, Thomas Ibsen, Tish Dames, Adam Seedorf, Christopher Holst, Tish Stevens, Mikael Solstis, Colin Varshney, Victoria Koleska, and the rest. 34 karts in total, 18 in senior and 16 in junior. Alex, it's been all about Sweden so far.
Well, it nearly became Germany and Sweden in the qualifying heat yesterday.
Yes.
Even though Luca Costa got pinged for a jump start, as did 3 other drivers because their bumpers were too far of the white line. That's what race director Ramiro Brito told them on qualifying day, heat day number 1. But he was high, wide, handsome and sideways using the boost and the toe to get within 7/100ths. And I spoke with Luca Costa this morning. He said, well, it doesn't matter where I finish, but I want to get that psychological edge on Jesper Sjöberg, and that's going to be crucial going into the grand final tomorrow.
Well, it does look as though we have a full complement of drivers. Yesterday, there was a few issues, and not everybody made the grid, but 10 laps of E20 racing. The seniors will go on the lights, the juniors will go 15 seconds later on the Portuguese flag. Sjöberg, Cuesta, Vargas, Daula, Lemoine, they are your seniors, and the E20 senior race goes now.
Yeah, a very, very good start going into turn 1. Looks like Luca Costa got a jump and powered ahead of Jesper Sjöberg as they head into turn 2 for the first time.
And in about 2-1-0 now, the juniors get underway, but we watch the seniors down towards turn number 4, and there come the juniors into view about now, and again it's Bergstrom on the inside who gets the drop there.
Yeah, it looks like the 603 Tomasz Ibsen from Poland was looking towards the outside as they're nearly 2 abreast, around about 5th or 6th position. I did notice Griffin Dowell is currently P3 for Team Canada in the E20 seniors, but it is Bergstrom leading the way. Possibly that might look to be Days Dams from Team Belgium in second in this year's Euro Trophy E20 Championship in the junior class, is hustling along and trying to get one up on the Swede.
Exactly. Now, the juniors come into turn number 8 and turn number 9 for their first time. The seniors complete their opening lap with number 711. That is Luca Cuesta from Germany leading, but look at Bergstrom right in his look at Sjöberg. We've got 2 fast Swedes, 1 in junior, 1 in senior, and I might get it right for the final tomorrow, but it is Sjöberg chasing Luca Cuesta. Dowler in third, like you said, Alex. Then it's Vargas, Matthias Nejem, one of the drivers that didn't go out yesterday, so he obviously was a bit unhappy about that, but at least his tyres are a little bit fresher, and he is putting those tyres to good use. There is the Lebanese driver, Matthias Nejem. Behind Matthias, it's Lemoine, Follett, Lin, Chen Han Lin, and then Chan Yi Lin. Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, 8th and 9th at the moment. Look at the top 3 though, Alex, closing up in E20 senior.
Yeah, looking at Shota Kitazona from Japan, he's currently sitting in 9th position. He has had plenty of overtaking opportunities. One of the other interesting things, Henry, down at the bottom of the hill is now, the lead has changed. Sjöberg has gotten in front of Köster as they come across the line to complete another lap. Köster's looking, Griffin Dowland's trying to go 2 for the price of 1. He gets side by side with Köster. Köster sideways out of turn 1, but Sjöberg retakes the lead here on lap number 3. A great move from the Swede in the latter part of lap 2. Raul Vargas and Matthias Nejem are closing hand over fist, so it won't just be a 3-way scrap. I think it's going to be a 5-way scrap for the race lead.
See the Iron Man crash helmet of Griffin Dowler closing in, and of course that was very, very close. There was almost a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. Here's the junior race lead on lap 3 out of 10. They're squabbling over second. That's Tish Dames and Thomas Ibsen. Dames in the yellow Belgian race suit, Ibsen in the red and white of Team Poland. Then you've got Adam Sidor, Christopher Holst, Jan Stenchel, and Tish Stevens are up next. Enrique de Oliveira, Christian Cantu, Victoria Kolesko and Coco Chi next in line. So impressive. Once again, just trying to remind the viewers, these karts do have a boost button on them, like push to pass.
Yes, effectively as an attacking and defensive countermeasure, you have a 5-second maximum deployment, which recharges the system every 30 seconds. If you use even a second of it, you have to wait that full 30 for your next opportunity. Looks a bit feisty for the 615 at the moment, and that's one of the Polish drivers.
That's Mikhail Soltis.
Yeah, that's the Slovakian who was very, very hot, very good in one of the earlier qualifying heats, but got demoted down due to a front fairing penalty. as they make their way through turn 1. We now return back to E20 Senior, and Matthias Najim is the fastest driver out there, 1 minute 1.257, and he's closing the gap to Raul Vargas from Spain. So the battle for P3 very much on.
Now, we have just had the DD2 pre-finals, the fastest class we have here, the fastest Rotax class of all. They're doing 58.7. That's less than 3 seconds quicker than these E20 karts, and the E20 karts, the power difference. So these E20 karts are getting quicker and quicker and quicker. Rotax are trimming weight off them and improving performance all the time, Alex.
They very much are, because when we had the first generation e-kart from BRP Rotax, it was the Thunder, which I first came across in Brook under Leitha back in 2018. If anyone might remember, we had the cups over at Conde Pareba back in 2018.
Yes, we did.
Then 2019, we had the final round of the DEKM, the Deutsche Elektrokart Meisterschaft,
yes,
which
correct.
has taken a hiatus this year. But Project E20 has flourished. The amount of development, the amount of work that Steve Chapman and Daryl Smith have done behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
I'm very excited about tonight's development of what we're going to see, that the future is coming, as they say.
I've heard it's a 3-wheeled go-kart. I've heard it's
what, like a Reliant Robin?
It's going to be the Rotax Reliant Robin. That's what I've heard. That's what my spies tell me, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to have to find out later on. It's a closely guarded secret. But it is not the one thing that is not a secret, and that is the fact that Jesper Sjöberg leads for Team Sweden, and in junior, Joel Bergstrom also leads for Team Sweden. Yellow flags waving down at post number 11, but whatever driver decided to explore the scenery is now back on track. There is the 706 of Sjöberg. Cuesta, Dowler, Njem, Vargas, Lemoyne, Lin, Follett, Kitazono, Luaka, Harnell, then Chan Yi Lin, Musa Kaji, Diaz. Here's a battle.
Second, there was a bit of a squeeze there. That was Taze Dams on Thomas Ibsen for second position, and now there's a three-way scrap. Someone was going high, wide, and handsome.
Sidor, Adam Sidor,
so
joining the party, and there's a whole group behind as well. Alex Holst, Stencil, De Oliveira, and Christian Cantu, all trying to get an invite to the party.
Yeah, Taze Dams really was playing second fiddle to Taze Stevens, who is way down the order in the 601. But you can just see they are. The thing is, with these karts, something very interesting I want to point out from yesterday. Luca Köster was using the curbing in the adverse conditions to slow the karts down, and that helped him, but he didn't get a front fairing penalty. He was very, very mindful. With this, as Daryl Smith told me before I jumped in the kart at the E20 at Karting Genk, it's slow in, fast out. So you've got to be precise. You've got to be measured. Just under 8 seconds cover the top 13.
And that is very, very impressive. In juniors, we have got a total of, well, the juniors have got even quicker. We got 8 seconds covering.
Oh, someone was off. Yellow flags coming into turn 1. I think that might have been one of the E20 junior drivers that was sideways and off the circuit.
Okay, didn't see that, sorry, but we got 6 seconds separating the top 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 drivers in junior. Yellow flags at post number 1. Can't see who that was. We're on lap 8 out of 10. I'm just going to look there. I think, well, you saw about, it was one of the juniors possibly. We'll catch up with that very shortly. I didn't see the driver, but at the moment we have Bergstrom and Dams still 1-2 in junior. I can see a kart off the side of the circuit. There's no driver in it. And back to the senior race we go. Yellow flags waving and a hand in the air. That is
714.
Griffin Dowler waving his hand in the air. And I think, are we seeing the pace slowing down?
Full course yellow, Henry. I think that looks to be, I can see yellow flags on the top.
Yellow flags all around the press. So on lap 9 out of 10, that will probably do it. Musa Kaji, has Musa Kaji come round? We can't see the driver, so full course caution. Alex, that is going to bring a conclusion to proceedings, I'm sure. Jesper Sjöberg, Luca Cuesta, and Griffin Dowler, so they start what is their final lap. Sweden, Germany, Canada, top 3. Matthias Njem in 4th place. Then it's Vargas and Lemoyne in 5th. As they come across the line, I'll be able to tell you who they're, but I mean, Alex, okay, a disappointing end to the race, but for Sweden, Jesper Sjöberg, he didn't dominate, he controlled it, but there's an awful lot of drivers that have got a chance to win this in seniors.
The thing is that with these karts, folks, they're 143 kilos, not including the drivers. So the demands on the tyres, like we had last year in Bahrain, where we had our inaugural e-kart senior champion, Oscar Palmel, and I did get a lovely message from his dad, Christoph, on Facebook before.
Oh, where is he this year? Come on, Oscar.
Well, he's been running in senior Rotax this season.
Wow,
but the tyre conservation is even more paramount in E20 for both seniors and juniors because of the weight differential. You're putting a lot more power through that rear axle in terms of the torque delivery, and plus with the boost button, it's like a whirligig on a stick. You know, you press a button, you hold on tight, and you do get pushed back. But out of the final corner, it is going to be another unbeaten driver in the E20 Senior, and that is Sweden's Jesper Sjöberg finishing ahead of Luca Costa, with Griffin Dowler from Team Canada rounding out the top 3. It's going to be a fight if Matthias Najim is going to be anywhere near it, and he will be tomorrow because he finishes 4th ahead of Spain's Raul Vargas.
Now we wait for the juniors to come around. So Sjöberg has won everything so far in E20 Senior. So we have Lebanon, Sweden and the UK have an unbeaten driver, but Joel Bergström, he didn't win the opening race, did he?
He
did on the track. Oh, did he?
The intermediate classification after the heats, well, yes, for sure, Joel Bergström becomes the 2nd Swede
so
that
Sweden
joins.
have got 2 unbeaten drivers going into the final. Bergström takes him in. Our timing screen has decided to not to play ball.
I'm not too sure if it might have been Matthias Jellerup from Denmark that might have been the driver involved.
Okay.
Because he didn't exit out of sector number 1.
Right, that is a potential. So Matthias Kellerup may be the driver involved, although we haven't seen that. Sure that we'll see that. But there is Joel Bergström taking the win in juniors. We'll give you a full rundown of that shortly when they get back. Obviously a truncated end to the E20 junior. Well, not truncated, they run their laps, but just the last 2 laps were run under caution. We certainly hope the driver that was involved in that incident
right,
is
there's
okay.
Jellerup's okay.
So Jellerup's okay. We will try and have a look at live timing. Carry on, Alex.
Right. A little birdie told me that it's someone. Well, it's a particular couple's anniversary.
Who's that
6th
then, I
anniversary?
wonder?
Because I have a message for you.
Oh dear.
And it reads as follows.
Here we go, ladies and
Hi,
gentlemen.
honey.
Hi,
Happy
honey.
6th anniversary. Congratulations on a great week in Portugal. Wish I could be there to celebrate with you. I'm sending lots of love you today. I love you with all my heart and soul. Love, Noel.
Well, there we go. Thank you, honey. I think that was addressed not to me, but to Malcolm the Mustache. But yes, it's hard to believe, ladies and gentlemen, somebody has put up with me for more than 5 minutes. Moving back to the karting. Thank you very much, mate. Alex, let's have a look. Take me, while I wipe that tear from my eye, take us through the provisional results in E20 Junior and Senior.
Well, it was Jesper Sjöberg winning by just under 0.2 of a second from Germany's Luca Costa. Griffin Dowler, a great show for Team Canada. They're going to be looking forward to seeing what Ironman can do out on track in the grand final tomorrow. Ahead of Matthias Najim. Top 4 covered by less than 0.8 of a second. Raul Vargas from Spain, Eric Lemoyne from France, Chen Hanlin from Chinese Taipei, Tobias Follett, Shota Kitazono representing the land of the rising sun in 9th position, ahead of Switzerland's Gilberto Loaca. Armin Henel from Germany with Chan Yi Lin from Chinese Taipei, Musakaji from South Africa, João Diaz from Portugal, Hector Ramirez, Xian Yao Su, Manuel Martins,
and then our winning junior driver, Joel Bergström, finishing 18th. Now this is where we find out who the driver involved in the incident is. Mikael Solt is 2nd in juniors, Ties Delms 3rd, Thomas Ibsen in 4th, Adam Sidor is 5th, Jan Stenzel 6th, Christopher Holt 7th, then Enrique Oliveira, Christian Cantu, Victoria Colexa. I believe it might have been Axin Chi, retired.
Colin Vashni, possibly Colin Vashni.
Colin Varshney, maybe Jose Hurtado, also faked the finish. But Alex, thank you very much. Stay with us for a second. Jed Wade and Gus Becken have some interviews for us down in the pits.
All right, we're here with the winner of the pre-final of the E20 Senior, which is Jesper Sjöberg. Jesper, how's the racing been so far this week?
It's been really nice. I took pole position in the quali and then managed to win the first and second heat. Now also the pre-final, but so far so good.
All right, so in other times we're both KZ drivers, so we know a little bit about that as well. What is the main difference for you between the KZ and the E20?
Yeah, of course the gears. You don't have any gears here to focus on, but then also the weight difference. Here we are 45 kilos heavier than we are in KZ, and you can of course feel that, because especially the braking and here you also have four-wheel brakes, but you can feel the weight.
All right, what do you think about the power?
It's amazing, because like I said before also, with the weight we have and all this and the power we have, we drive nearly the same lap times as seniors and DD2, so I think that's amazing.
All right, thank you very much. Best of luck for tomorrow, and we'll head to Jen. She's got your junior winner.
Well, Joel, jumped straight out of the cart there. Yeah. You told me it's a lot of fun and you're really enjoying it. Lots of
drivers, but certainly their racing is amongst the most intense. Are you looking forward to this next race for the micro drivers?
Yeah, of course. I think we will see a very funny race now.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. Once again, all the Birrell team, I think we have a couple of members from the Birrell organisation just looking at the window at us. Ricardo, we've got, it's one race, 36 drivers. Does it always surprise you? Here we go, they're looking at the front drivers there, the number 22 kart. Majos Masinas on the inside. On the outside, Jensen Chalk, that fine figure of a man on the outside. That is Jordan Baines, who is celebrating. Now, this Jordan is proof that even if you look like a Muppet, you still can spanner a wagon. Alex Gill there with sunglasses on, looking like he's got a haircut from 1987 there with the flat top. No one escapes me. Marco Samutsta at the back just wishes he could have a haircut one day, but the hair is long gone and the rest of the thing. But again, you look at all the nationalities, the nations, and it makes this event so special. Is there anyone from Birrell who you might want to say pick on while you see them on screen, Ricardo? Who was in front of the commentary box making fun of us earlier on? Who were they?
Donato.
Ah, yes. Well, they can vamoose off to the side of the circuit. Ricardo, it's been a fantastic event so far. Tell us a little bit about your racing again. Yes, for you. Yeah, yes. Talk about, big yourself up.
I don't know.
It's been a good season for you, yes?
Yeah, hard season because I don't do a lot of race this year because I'm very busy in the job with like team manager. It's hard to do both rules, but I'm happy to do this. And this year was not very lucky for me, especially the European Championship. Also the World Cup was not easy. I do the last race last weekend in Las Vegas. I finished 4, but I start in the back. I did a good final.
Yes.
And now the season, like a driver, is finished, and I have other 3-4 weekends to finish my work
season, yes.
like team manager, and after we will see for the next year.
No problems. Well, look at this site now. The skies are blue. It's early evening now here in Portimão. The Micromax karts are ready to go up. At the end of the season, finally, at least the weather is now good. And are you expecting a close fight in this race?
Yeah, I think today we will see a different race compared yesterday, because also the track today changed a lot, no?
Yes, it changed a lot,
because
yes.
Yesterday the weather was crazy. I don't know if the top 5 finish like yesterday or change something. We will see now what's happened.
We will see indeed. Our timing screen in the commentary box is not functioning at the moment, but I'm sure we'll see the grid out on the circuit now. It's a great sight. 36 of our youngest drivers all sitting and waiting. The mechanics have gone backwards. We've got one race to go after this. Here goes, green flag in the air. Micromax pre-final time is underway. Rolling lap First thing, Ricardo, everybody safely off the grid. That is the worry that all drivers have. And now we look at your starting lineup. Pole position, representing Lithuania, Mahos Masinas. Team UK's Jensen Chalk alongside him. Marco Manson and Maxim Bobrishov on row number 2. Row 3, Martin, the Mustang, Marquez and Kasper Reipold. Then on row 4, Daniel Minto and Tigan, the Tiger Sakano. Beautiful view here in the Algarve. Albert Friend and Oiva Ventenrata are next. Branislav Rentka and John Hahn from Hong Kong on row number 6. Row 7, Yaroslav Matrenin and Marco Samut. Then Maxim Becker and Rafael de Silva from South Africa. Row number 9, Sen Lindemann, David Matlak, Vic van Kampenhout, Feliciano Bruski from Ukraine. Row number 11, Andreas Kellerup and Marco Fali, then James Bedard and Diego Gonzalez. Row 13 sees Ronya Reda and Koda Singh. Then it's Ionis Vibrianatis, 4th last year, starts 27th in the pre-final. Lachlan Johnson is next. Then Luke Conjanapitak, Dario Galvez, Brando Lodono and Ricardo Gonçalves from Portugal. Then it is Juan Camilo Reyes Garçon, Yusuf Algaith, Jan Dosto and Sebastian Piemonte rounds out the complete list of runners. This is going to be a very, very exciting race. They've slowed down a lot coming up the hill. They're coming round at an absolute crawl, a very slow rolling lap, Ricardo.
Yeah, very slow. Now the guys arrive in the start, they think start the race.
Lights are out, 9 laps, we are off and racing, and into turn number 1 and 2. It's a clear, and at the inside somebody gets clipped, and that is just wheel-to-wheel contact, and it always happens, unfortunately. I'm going to bring the live timing up there, but it looks like the leaders are through cleanly. But down the bottom, that is never a good start. But the driver is up. You can see him at the side, obviously very upset. And more drivers. That's Koda Singh for Team Australia, I think, going off. But as we start lap number 1 here of 9, Marshall post at turn 2. But a good start from Mahinas in the lead at the moment. Down the hill, trying to see, I think that is... Can't see who that is in second. You can see the Team Belgium race with Vic van Kampenhout up the hill. Let's have another look. You can see wheel-to-wheel contact on the inside and one driver up in the air, lucky not to turn over, and that driver is obviously upset. But you can see the neck brace on and everything very, very lucky indeed. End of lap number 1. It's Marco Manson from New Zealand who leads from Martin Marquez, Jensen Chalk, Mahinas down to 4th. Ooh. Great battle. That is side by side, very, very close, a good place to overtake, Ricardo?
Yeah, the first corner had a lot of chance to do a overtake. I think if the top 5 now use the head, maybe go away from the big group. But
because the slipstream is like 5-6 tenths of a second.
Yeah, in this category is crazy.
It was Maxim Becker from Germany that was the driver that got hit at the start and has spun out. Maxim is still in the race. James Bedard, Andreas Kellerup and Rafael de Silva have also dropped back a little bit. But again, these 5 side by side. Marco Manson, the black race suit of Team New Zealand. I think he's now being overtaken. It's Team UK's Jensen Chalk who now has the race lead. Chalk, Manson, then the green crash helmet, that is Marcos Masinas. Top 5 trying to use their heads, but it's a question. Chalk to the inside, he's got to defend a little bit. The more that Jensen defends, the bigger the lead group gets though, isn't it? Down the hill, Masinas in 3rd, Manson in 2nd, and here comes the race lead. Marco Manson, no, Jensen Chalk holds on up the hill. Jensen Chalk, he doesn't, the slipstream, he will have to defend for 6 laps, and that will make the race crazy, yes?
Yeah, because it's very difficult to take a distance, to go away, to take the space. Also now, after 2 corners, the group retake the.
Yeah, Marco
the top
Manson tried to move up to turn
Yeah.
number 8, and Jensen Chalk defends. And I got 2, 4, 6. We've now got 7 in the lead group. So that is Maxim Bobrishov, Albert Friend, and Daniel Minto joining the fun. You can see the 2 British drivers. Oh, and that Marco Manson, I think that is that running wide. Yes, it is. Manson, the New Zealander, running very wide. And that is just Chalk having to defend, because if he moves offline, he gets freight trained. 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers go through. Now, down the first straight. Here comes Mahus Masinas, and again, Mahus looks to the inside. Jensen's got to be careful. If he defends too much, he will eventually get pushed.
Yeah. Close the door, did a good job, Jensen.
Now it is Masinas, and that is Maxim Bobrishov in 3rd position from the United Arab Emirates. In 4th place, Portugal's, and here's the battle for the lead. Very close, sharp intake of breath, and this is good now for Jensen Chalk, because they're battling behind. He may be able to get away a little bit, but Martin Marquez, the Mustang from Portugal, in 4th place. He obviously knows the track very well, and that will be a big boost for him. Up the hill, behind the leaders, Albert Friend is now into 5th. Minto is 6th. Manson down to 7th. Kasper Reipold in 8th. And now we've got our timing screen back here. So it is Sakano, Ventenrata, Rentke, Han, Matlak, Kampenhout. But still, look at this line. 36 Birrell ART carts as team manager. Ricardo, this must make you happy to see all the chassis running so well.
Yeah. All the chassis is same for everybody, and a lot of driver is happy with our material. Now I look also in the back, do a fastest lap.
Is Ainis Vibrianatis from Lithuania. So the driver that finished
the level
is
very same for all the driver.
Yes, Vibrianatis in 19th position. He, of course, has this great slipstream, so he's in that 2nd group of karts, but he has got the tow, but it shows that last time around a 68.5 for Vibrianatis, and the leader did a 68.8. So close. And now the lead group has grown again. We've got 2, 4, let's count them, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 drivers. Chalk, Masinas, Bobrishov, Marquez, Friend, Minto, Manson, Reipold, and Ventenrata. Your top 9, and now the leaders changed. Finally, Bobrishov and Masinas make their way past Jensen Chalk. Chalk, he couldn't defend for that long.
I think all the drivers in the top 10 have the chance to win this pre-final, because with the slipstream is very difficult to defend the position.
Yep, Jensen did it for 5 laps. We're on lap number 6 now. Chalk slots into 2nd. Now, so Jensen has gone from defending, he now has to attack. As a driver, how quickly do you change your attitude from defend to attack?
But also it's difficult, because maybe also the driver in the back have a chance outside to overtake you. Also if you defend the line, because the speed is very different when you take the slip.
So you have to be very, very careful that if you run wide, try the undercut maneuver, there will be drivers there. So now Jensen Chalk, I think, has got Albert Friend right behind him. Or no, that is Martin Marquez right behind him. We'll see as they cross the line to complete lap number 7.
Now the top 4 take a space, go
away. Big gap. Down the hill, there we go. Chalk defending 3rd position now. Trying to go around the outside. Up the inside now is Albert Friend. And Albert Friend and Jensen Chalk. Oh, in the background, 2 drivers come together. That's 2 of the lead group. We'll get a name check on those next time around. It was Daniel Minto and the Mustang, Martin Marquez. Oh, disaster. They will both make the final, but now their grid position will be so much further back. You can see them both getting back into their karts. That is just so easy to make one mistake and it's game over.
Yeah, it's very easy to do a mistake, because a lot of drivers stay close in all the corner.
Yes, they defend.
With a small mistake, it's easy to go outside, like now.
Well, Maxim Bobrishov up the hill. Pushing him along is Marcos Masinas. United Arab Emirates, the Gulf states doing very, very well here. Lithuania pushing. We're going to start lap number 8. But look at the gap they've grown. That is just good working together.
Now if Mazinas use the head, push the Maxim, I think have the chance to fight only these two drivers for win this final.
And look at that, yeah, because they're battling 3 wide behind. And we start the last lap, 1,530 meters to go. All 36 cars still running, but it's between Maxim Bobadishov from the United Arab Emirates and Mahos Masinas from Lithuania. Down the main straight, Bobadishov defends. Masinov going to try up the inside. Here's the battle for third. Marco Manson and Albert Friend. Friend takes it behind them. Jensen Chalk is in 5th position. Down turn number 5. Up the hill.
Kasper now is 3rd.
Is Kasper Raypold is 3rd, ahead of Marco Mansons. The 2 British drivers have battled amongst themselves and have raced their way to the back of this lead group. Not good tactics for them. Here we go though, it's going to be Bobadishov leading, Masinas 2nd. Down the hill we go, turn 12, and it's Bobadishov defending. Masinas will try to move up the hill. Can he do it? Let's see Riccardo Longhi. And Masinas went for the move and almost cost him. He wanted it to stay undefeated. Bobadishov, Maxim Bobadishov comes out to the final corner. Masinas under pressure for seconds, and I think we just caught that as a driver. Masinas had to go for the win.
Yeah. Try a hard overtake outside, but was impossible to
If one of the senior drivers did that, you may say, that's stupid. But because he's a micromatch
with a young
driver,
is funny.
you just think, yes, everyone wants to win.
Because they try the maximum every time.
Exactly.
It's impossible until the last corner in this category to say, okay, win this driver, because all the driver is crazy, is funny, and push the gas every time. And
yes, we're gonna see the full results now. But what I wanted to say, do you obviously enjoy working with the young drivers? You say they're funny every time you see they're smiling. Do you enjoy working with them and sort of guiding them and teaching them?
Yeah, I enjoy a lot, because it's beautiful to teach something at one young driver, and because when you speak with him, for him is important listen you, no? Because now you are a good driver.
Yes.
And after a lot of time, when this driver improve, you enjoy this work, you understand the potential.
And
the
now
quality.
the iPad of doom. There it goes. We wait. You don't want to get photo taken by the iPad of doom. That is the front fairing. And the leaders go through. Yeah. And again, so there's Marco Manson with the big, Kiwi feather on his race suit. Team New Zealand. Of all the race suits, tell me, I haven't asked anybody this. You have been around all the race suits. Which race suit is the smartest that you've seen? Which team nationality race suits? You're allowed to say Italy, I know that, but apart from Italy...
No, I know, but it's not the most beautiful suit. I think the beautiful suit is from French guys, also Australian guys. I like a lot.
There we go. So, Riccardo Longhi, I think they say if you go and see the Aussies will give you a couple of tinnies in the ordering now. Right, here's your provisional result. Maxim Bobadishov, Marcus Masinas, Kasper Raypold, Marco Manson and Albert Friend, your top 5. Oiva Ventenrata, Jensen Chalk, Tygan Sakano, Branislav Renka and David Matlak, your top 10. Vic van Kampenhout, Ionis Vibrianatis, Sen Lindemann and Marco Fali, with Daniel Minto in 15th. 6 seconds cover the top 16. Brilliant. John Hahn for Hong Kong is 16th, then Marco Samut and Brandon Londono. Behind the next screen, it's Yaroslav Matrenin, Feliciano Bruschi, then Diego Gonzalez, Juan Gazon, Andreas Kellerup are the rest. There is a look at the screen. All these drivers will be in the final tomorrow. Riccardo Longhi, thank you very much. You can go and celebrate with France and Australia because they love you now. And we're going to go over to Jen Wade and Gust Specken.
Bye.
Maxim, we were just talking about how much fun it is to drive micro, but what a race
Yeah, that was a really hard one, starting from 4th, but still making my way up, working together, and winning the race.
What an exciting finish. It was a close one there, but you managed to hold on. Are you feeling confident now for tomorrow?
Yeah, now I'm feeling really confident. I didn't really do that well in the first heat, but now I feel like I'm really good, can get it, and I think I can win.
Okay, you want to say hi to anyone at home?
Yeah. Can I say it in my language?
Yes.
Привет, Дось, если ты сейчас смотришь.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you. Bye.
Bye.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Good to hear from Maxim. Here we go. It's DD2 Masters time. Paul Louveau, Kristaps Kasparovic on row number 1. Fernando Gutsi and Martinus Takevicius on row number 2. Henry Skruber and Derek Wang on row 3. Then Vivian Cusack-Pico and Eugene Brits on row number 4. The next row is João Cunha and Gil Bronda, Troy Bretherton on camera cards, and Martin Konopka on row number 6. Row 7, Juan Duque, Jan Andreasen, then Matisse Rodriguez and Charles Seguin. Row number 9, we have Michael Hitchcock and Fabio Kiełka, then Antti Olekainen and Pirit Sai. That's your top 20. Claudio Pagliarani and Matt Hamilton share row 11. Igor Mukin and Jared Freeston share row number 12. Daniel Schollenberger, Horacio Torres are up next. Peter Goitai and Slavia Moransky are on row 14. Dennis Toom, Masnori Kato, Nick Izani and Javier Campo come next. The last couple of rows, Tony Hogg, Javier Gonzalez Alcant, Alexander Gautier and Edwin Cho. 36 drivers. This will be a 14-lap race for the Masters. It's going to be a false start. We haven't had many false starts. Today is, well, this is the last race of the day. And we will go around again. Our Masters field. I want to say a big thank you to all the co-commentators today. We'll have another host of international voices joining us tomorrow. Please stay tuned for the studio show, which will take place after this. We have a very special announcement at the end of it. I think at 5:30 there's a press conference. It is 14 laps of the DD2 Masters pre-final, and Paul Louveau, Kristaps Kasparovic are on the front row. We're down towards turn number 12. The evening sun setting. It's got a little bit chilly in here. Once again, joining me in commentary is Tiffany Chittenden. Firstly, talking about your driver in Minimax, Zach Tucker, have we had a result?
We haven't yet, no. So
we're waiting on the result.
Still waiting.
On
but,
tenterhooks.
Yeah, we had Marco Manson and
that
Mike
was
who
very,
did really well.
very good as well
Yeah.
for Team New Zealand.
Yeah. So
And now we've got Matt Hamilton for Team New Zealand in this race. But it's Paul Louveau, Kristaps Kasparovic, Gutsi, Takevicius, Gruber, Wang, Cusack-Pico, Brits, Kuna, Bronda, and Bretherton. Lights are red. Lights are not out again. Now, this is the first race, and the red flag is being waved.
strange one because they look like a better start than some I've seen.
Yes, now the red flag is being waved. Now, is that a problem? Now, this could be the first game of Shut Up and Listen. Do you know the rules of Shut Up and Listen, Tiff Chittenden? Well, here we go. When
I just did it.
Boom, boom. Thank you. We're here all week, ladies and gentlemen. So, this is the race director's version of Shut Up and Listen. So, when you have a field of 36 international go-kart racers, you expect them to be able to get the starting procedure right the first time, and if not the first time, the second time. If you can't do it right the second time, the race director plays Shut Up and Listen, where he invites the 36 contestants in this game to join him for an audience, where the front two drivers, now they're the pole position driver, Paul Louveau and Kristaps Kasparovic.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be them right now.
No, they do the shut up and listen,
Yeah.
and the race director explains them how to start a go-kart race correctly. And the prize is, if you don't get it right the next time, the special prize is a free trip to the back of the grid. Isn't that fun? So we stop, and we'll see. Here's Ramiro Brito. Let's have a look. No, that's the assistant race director. You can see Ramiro Brito just behind the crash helmet of João Cunha, and he is discussing with the drivers, Paul Louveau and Krzysztof Stacmarovic, and the driver's role in this game is to nod and say sorry, and look as though you mean it.
Yeah, it's slightly probably the speed, so too fast, approaching the start too fast.
So there is a look at the field. 36 karts. Drivers to look out for, obviously. Here we go.
There's the wagon finger.
And look, see both contestants nodding, and they've shut up, they've listened. Ramiro Brito has said his piece. Now we go into the final round of the game. The final round of Shut Up and Listen is, do you get it right next time?
Or are they using the flag?
No, this is just to say it's okay. Crack on.
Okay.
Yes. We'll go around again. I've got to say, I thought we were going to get through an entire Grand Finals without playing Shut Up and Listen, but the DD2 Masters, they obliged us right at the end of the day. So, we have got some drivers down towards the back. Dennis Thum, Slawomir Moransky, Daniel Schollenberger, Matt Hamilton, Claudio Pagliarani, and Antti Ollikainen all starting outside the top 15. So we're going to have some movers and shakers in this race, aren't we?
Yeah, you would definitely expect to see some of them coming up. Also, Dennis Thum, he had a DNF as well. So some real fast ones. I spoke to Matt before the race, and he said there's some quick ones back here with me. So
Yep. Antti Ollikainen, Claudio Pagliarani. We saw, won the first race, Hiversi on the road, got penalties, and then in the second heat race got into an accident. So he hasn't had a clean run yet.
No, and here's the speed, but like we've seen so much at this track, it's pretty hard to make your way through. You know, it's a fast-flowing track, easy to defend on.
Okay.
And if you have 35 karts defending, it's gonna.
It's going to be a close race, but it might be a bit of a sedate in terms of lack of overtaking. Now the pace. Tipchik looks better this time. Louveau in the white and blue of France, the red and white of Latvia of Kristaps Kasparovic.
Definitely slower, yeah.
Yes. They played the game well. The drivers look like if the lights go out. Yes, they do. And we're up and racing. Louveau and Kasparovic. A great start from Fernando Guzzi. Somebody get on the grass there. We're 3-4 wide. But it's Guzzi from Brazil up into P2. Brazil have had a very good day with Eduardo Barrichello, and that looks like Peter Gutai running very wide. Oh, and at the back of the field there's somebody off, and that's he's going to get that kart slowed down and not rejoin at the end of the circuit. That was Juan Camilo Duque, I believe it was, having problems, and we'll see about next time around. But the front runners away cleanly, Tim.
Yeah, so far, and it's just going to be, I think, a chain for a couple of laps so far, but it's hard to see if any of the fast ones have made their way up yet, but we'll see as they come past the start line for the first time.
Well, I'm looking down to see who was slow through the middle sector. It was Duque, and in the middle sector, we'll have a look there. Possibly Horacio Torres was one driver that got slowed up as well. Couldn't quite see the driver, but Martin Tankevicius for Lithuania there. He has moved up into 4th position. Captain America Derek Wang. Now we're on board with Troy Bretherton. Team Australia, is in 11th position, and down towards he's got Gil Bronda up the inside of Eugene Brits, side by side in front of us in South Africa. Brits then cuts across. Now can Bretherton, he passes Bronda, dives at the inside. You've got to be so quick, you've got to make the move and then cut across, haven't you?
Exactly, yeah, because the nature of this track, you're on the inside for one corner and the outside of the next, so it's very easy for people to overtake you back again. But now, you can see that
Dennis Thum gained 6th position. Schollenberger has gained 3. Matt Hamilton. Antti Ollikainen up to 13th, Pagliarani at the 15th, Hamilton at the 16th. And for those drivers, the fact that there's no breakaway, that's good. I know overtake is difficult, but at least that gives them a shot. It's a longer race as well.
Yeah,
a problem. That is running wide. Sorry, Fernando Guzzi gets it all wrong, and we're already giving the race to Paul Louveau here because Guzzi was very wide, had to back out of it. Guzzi Kristaps Kasparovich and Tankevicius, they've got to work together because Louveau is just going to cruise away.
He is, yeah, and you can. I know if obviously Claudio Pagani's moved up quite a lot, and I would follow him through if I was the person behind him.
If that happens to be Antti Ollikainen, and that very, very smart driver. He's come so close to winning Grand Finals on so many occasions as Antti Ollikainen. This year looks very, very tough. He had a retirement in one of his heat races, and but again, it's not over till it's over. The race tomorrow, I think, it's going to be 21 laps or something like that.
So it's a long old race, and you don't know how these tyres are, how your tyres are going to last.
And you don't know which drivers are going to hold up as well, because these are the Masters.
Yeah.
But Louveau, 59.90 last time. Gutsy seems to get himself back into the rhythm.
Looks a little bit messy behind him, I'd say.
You can see what you mean, though. It's very, very safe. There's a move back in the back. That does look like a move possibly by Matt Hamilton passing Jan Andreasen, and he's made the move stick, and behind him Michael Hitchcock for Team Switzerland was making a move. Claudio Pagliarani, though, very, very quick. You can see him in the white race suit just making a move at the inside of turn number 5. Has he made it work? I believe he has. Just past the driver with the white race suit and the red shoulders. That, I think, was Martin Konopka. And our camera cart, Troy Bretherton, has made it into the top 10. So, lap 4, here we go. Eugene Britt still in front of us down the hill. Bretherton, you've just got to now work on the next couple of corners to get yourself into position to maybe dive at the braking going into turn number 3. How far are you planning ahead, especially around this track?
You have to plan really far ahead at this track just because of the speed. You have to, there's not a lot of just simple braking hairpins.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to make it flow, make it work, and if I'd say anyone that sees the nose of Claudio would just let him go and follow him through, I would.
Well, our camera cart is the driver next in front of Claudio Pagliarani. So Troy Bretherton's going to be the next driver to see the nose of the flying Italian Pagliarani. At the moment, though, Pagliarani coming up through, you see Bretherton in the green Team Australia race suit. There's a slight gap back to Pagliarani. There's the gap to Pagliarani, but he's closing in. Louveau leads by 0.7 of a second. Down the hill, Gutsy, Kasparovich, Tankevicius, Wang, Gruber, Cunha, Cusack Pico, Brits and Bretherton. Pagliarani in 11th, but he's already gained 10 places. Obviously, we don't know, we've seen him gain, but that's 10 places out of the tyres. But of course, he has had a retirement, so
yeah. So he's got slightly less on his tyres, but
and that does make a difference. Does each lap make a difference, or is it come
not
out
so
inside?
much each lap, but by the end of tomorrow's 21-lap final, the tyres will be absolutely.
They'll have done their bit.
Yeah.
The Mojo Rubber will have done their bit. I mean, 36 karts still running. Looking down there at the moment, we're on lap number 6 out of 14, and we have got 10 seconds covering the top 28. This race is giving opportunity. So Pagliarani up 11 places to 10th. Matt Hamilton up 8 places to 14th. Dennis Thum up 8 places to 21st. I'm looking at Antti Ollikainen is beginning to fall back
down, yeah.
So Antti Ollikainen, it doesn't look like it's going to be the Finnish politician's year in 20. Now Pagliarani has gone past. He's gone past Eugene Britt, so Pagliarani up into 9th place. So we missed him passing Bretherton. He's now past Britt, and he's got Francis Cusack Pico in front of him for 8th position. Down towards turn number 2. Fastest lap of the race. 3rd place, Martin Tankevicius. There's a move. Tankevicius goes at the inside for Gutsy. Risky move, but he made it work, Tim.
Yeah, that's not often one that I would, just with the nature of the corner, because you can run right on the outside of it. But yeah, he made it work.
Did he do it because he knew that Gutsy wouldn't be expecting it?
Yeah, exactly. It's if you wait for the other corners, like I say, you can just pole line it, and that's not really a corner that anyone can pole line. So, and also he's probably seeing the leader getting away, and
yes. So the question is that very tall, the curly-haired Lithuanian Martin Tankevicius. Pagliarani bounces off the curb, but he's up behind the second Brazilian driver, João Cunha. So he's got, or is that Vivian Cusack-Pico in the Team France race suit? But let's see, what can Tankevicius do? The gap at the end of lap number 7, half distance. Louveau leads by 1.6 seconds. Can Tankevicius bring that down. Gutsi runs third for Brazil. Cusack Pico, we just saw there, trying to hold off, and there's a move down there. Oh, that's Pagliarani getting his elbows out. I think that might have been Pagliarani. Was that Derek Wang, Captain America? No, it was Gasparovich, I think, or Gruber. The second lap being Heinrich Gruber falling back a place. It's now we look at the sector times. Is Tankevicius closing? The answer is not. You can't see it visually right now. We're on lap 8 out of 14, and still, incredibly, purple middle sector for Michael Hitchcock in 16th position. Matias Rodriguez is 15th, Hamilton 14th, Dennis Toom up 11 places to 18th position. Oh, Fabio Kjeltke has retired, the Belgian kart number 531, and we're 3 wide across the line, further back, Tim.
Yeah, and this, the second pack is just getting bigger each lap, so I think there's about 10 drivers in the pack for second at the moment, or
and this is a great, this is a look. Oh, look at Paul Louveau.
Yeah, he does look pretty neat compared to the others. He does look like he's
not.
I wouldn't say cruising, but he's definitely nice, tidy. He's not in any way pushing.
You know, he's keeping that little couple of, maybe that 10th or 2 in the bank just when. But Tankevicius is pulling away from Gasparovich. Captain America, Derek Wang, Team USA's most appearances held in the Grand Finals by Derek Wang, and this is his 10th consecutive one. Pagliarani, there he is, the green sleeves. Well, he's up from 21st to 7th. He may not get this opportunity in the final where the race progresses. Now, who is that defending? That's Vivian Cusack-Pico defending from João Cunha, I think, and Cunha goes around Cusack-Pico. Troy Bretherton, our camera car, is 11th.
And Pagliarani's already in P5, so he's
passed both Brazilians.
He's made up 2 places, yes.
Well,
and P5, I've always said, if you can start the final, the main event within the top 5.
Yeah, and also P5, you're third on the inside line.
Yeah, so you're third, should be third coming out in the first corner if all goes well.
But of course, depends on points as well.
Yes,
it does depend on points. So Pagliarani is going to keep pushing. Here we go. Bretherton behind Cusack-Pico. This is the battle for 10th position. Pico up the hill. Bretherton can almost tap him on the shoulder. He's that close. Through turn 15. Now this is where you've got to be setting yourself up, isn't it, Tim?
Yeah, and you're thinking already about the end of the straight. So before you come onto the straight, you need to get that perfect in order to make a move and make sure you're in their slipstream and to make the move at the end of the straight. And then if it doesn't, and there's also the different gear sets. So some will be running the 37, so will be faster down the straight, and some 36. So that will change where you're able to overtake as well.
Well, Tankevicius, I don't think it matters what gear setting he is, he's not going to be able to overtake Paul Louveau, who still leads by 1.9 seconds. However, the best battle is there with the green sleeves on a white race suit. Italy's Claudio Pagliarani. He runs the 54 Squadra Corse team in Italy. He is now catching Derek Wang for 4th place. The order is Louveau for France, Tankevicius for Lithuania, Gasparovich for Latvia, Wang for Team USA, Pagliarani for Italy, then Gutsi and Cunha for Brazil, Gruber for Latvia, Eugene Brits for South Africa, and Cusack-Pico for France. You've then got Bretherton, Hamilton, Konopka, Bronda, Rodriguez, Toom, Seguin, Mukin, Andreasen, Schollenberger, Olekainen, Moransky, and the rest. And Nick Izani, I think, has just become the second retirement from the race. And the question is, can Pagliarani only makes the move on Derek Wang? That looked like it was going through 2, 2, and 3. So Pagliarani into P4. Can he make it onto the podium? He has got 2 laps to get past the driver in the red and white Latvian race to Kristaps Gasparovich. Great drive, brilliant to watch, and a fantastic advert for this class.
Exactly, you can, and this new system does make it difficult for people to have a comeback, but he's shown that it's still happening, and also that he has to fight. He is the one that needs to fight for all the places because, for example, Derek Wang has had some really solid results and point-wise.
Because Pagliarani will probably find himself starting behind the likes of Derek Wang in the final anyway because of the point situation. But psychologically, he's going to say, well, I've passed you once, I'm going to pass you again, and I got more laps in the final.
Exactly, yeah. The final's a long way, and this, again, helps with the kart setup. They haven't done this many laps.
Yeah, and
all
it's
week.
been drive of the day so far. I mean, don't want to curse him because it's, the race is not over yet. He's got one more pass up his sleeve, has Claudio Pagliarani. But Italy have provided the drive of the day so far. Now, into turn number 8. This is where things went slightly awry for Claudio
I'm
yesterday.
not sure if he'll try that one again.
No, yes.
Yeah.
It's you know, he's not really satisfied with his work, though, until he maybe gets the third. Again, psychology. Down the hill. Paul Louveau, 1.9 seconds. Tankevicius made the move, I think, on Guzzi earlier on, but has just not been able to make any sort of impact whatsoever. And it's Claudio Pagliarani, the man of the move, in 4th position. Gasparovic checks over his shoulder. Pagliarani, head down tip. Here we go, last lap.
It's good to see, and I think he's going to have to try and go for the outside. Obviously, he can't. He's the one out of the top 5 that cannot afford a nose cone penalty as well.
Yes.
So he'll know that. But it's good to see how hard he wants it, you know.
Oh yes, I mean it's been
these Masters are just the same as the 11-year-olds.
Just say you do not think that these are any lesser drivers. These are some of the Rotax's most experienced drivers. And even Rubens Barrichello said that it's time for him to move into Masters. Last night on the chat show, he said, I think last year in DD2, next year I am going to try and qualify in Masters, so the competition level will just get better and better. Derek Wang is now got back on the back of Pagliarani. A couple of corners to go, but we'll talk about Paul Louveau. That is a nice Friday afternoon drive in the Algarve for France's Paul Louveau.
He definitely hasn't been, you know, using all the track. He's been nice, neat and tidy. The others have been loose in places. So, yeah, he'd be my pick of the bunch so far.
Well, again, he's going to be tough to beat. Tankevicius for Lithuania, the Baltic regions, well represented, 2nd and 3rd. Pagliarani, though, only the 17 places. I mean, I get things wrong all the time, Tiff. But what was that you saying about how difficult it is to overtake at the start of this race?
Yeah, he proved me wrong.
No, but I mean, I joke, but that was a superb drive for Claudio Pagliarani. Derek Wang, 5th for Team USA. Brazilian 6th and 7th. It's amazing how one Brazilian had such a great result, Eduardo Barrichello, a little while ago, and that just boosts the rest of the team. It does do that, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And
I mean, Matt Hamilton, for example, yeah, he's gained 11 places there. Apart from Claudio Pagliarani, Dennis Toom, Matt Hamilton, and he's just watched New Zealand in Micromax, the youngest member of Team New Zealand, storming through, and now the oldest member of Team New Zealand having a great run as well in Masters.
Yeah, it's really cool to watch the team members, even when you go on the grandstands.
Yep.
All the teams, and normally back home, obviously, they don't work together.
No,
but they're opposing, and now it's great to see.
Well, we're going to take you through there. Once again, can I remind you, at 5:30 local time, you need to tune in to Instagram Live or the studio show with Jen Wade. Something new this way come. My money from Rotax, my money is on a 3-wheeled go-kart, and I'm going to go Reliant Robin Rotax racing. It's going to be the RRR Grand Finals, Reliant Robin Rotax. That's what I reckon it is. Let's see, tune in to see if you can prove me wrong. What do Rotax have up their sleeve for the racing world next season? We shall see. There is a look for the final time today as the drivers go through. There's Pagliarani in the green sleeves there. He can take a bow. Although at this point, the Masters, if they try and bend down, they may not get back up. The old Cilla Black might be giving him a bit of jip. Captain America Derek Wang goes through in kart number 5, 2, 3. Here comes Zhao. The last thing you want is a nose cone.
Drop down in the pits,
A drop down. Fernando Guzzi goes through. There is Michael Hitchcock. He had a problem and finished down the order. 34 karts finished the race, and I have to say, 10 seconds covering the top 18. That's a really, really good and it shows why that even though the amount of ticketing Masters have gone down, the quality, I think, has improved.
I think we're seeing the same guys we would see even if there was a double field.
Yes, you see the same guys that would be seeing a few less accidents and incidents at the back
Exactly,
is what
yeah.
we used to have, I think it's fair to say. So here we go, the pre-final results, provisionally from DD2 Masters. Paul Louveau, Martin Tankevicius, Kristaps Kasparovic, Claudio Pagliarani, Derek Wang, Fernando Guzzi, Xiao Cunha, Henry Gruber, Eugene Britz, Lucien Cusack-Pico, Matt Hamilton, Martin Konopka, Troy Bretherton, Matisse Rodriguez, and Dennis Chung, the top 15, Gil Bronda, Charles Seguin, and Igor Mukin. They are the first half of the Masters field. Now the drivers who are going to be in trouble tomorrow, it's Antti Alakainen, Daniel Schollenberger, Slavomir Moransky, Jan Andreasen, Javier Campo, Peritsai, Juan Duque, Peter Kotoy, Mastro Ricato, Gautier, Hogg, Torres, Alcant, Freeston, Cho, Hitchcock, Izani, and Kjeltka. I know that I think we're going to have a final interview with Hust and Jen down on the circuit. So again, before we go and speak to them, and then we ask you to tune back in for the studio show. It's a big thank you to all my co-commentators here today, to Tiff, to Matilda, to Filippo, Ricardo, Daniel, and Alex. We're going to have a whole host of international voices for you tomorrow, but for the final time today, from me, down to Jen Wayne and Gus Becken in the pits.
So winner once more in DD2 Masters, Paul. Talk us through that race.
Sorry?
Talk us through that race for you.
I have to do my best each time to make the gap at the beginning, and after I manage the gap as usually is the same. So I hope tomorrow I can be this too. Okay.
So there were some quick guys coming through the field, like Dennis, and I believe one of the Italian guys coming through the field as well. You were aware of that?
Sorry, can you repeat, please? Sorry.
So the Italian and Dennis, too,
Yes.
they were coming through the field really quickly. So you think there will be a threat for tomorrow?
I don't care. Really, I don't care. They are behind me, so I'm focused on the front. So I go fast, and we will see tomorrow. So.
All right. Thanks you, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Claudio, we were just talking about you. You are on fire.
Yeah, I'm unlucky yesterday, the last hit, but today I recovered some position. I'm very happy.
17 places from my calculation, but yeah, what a drive. But you were fast and you were a front runner already from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm very happy for today. I hope tomorrow for have a chance for stay on the top.
And what about in Italian? Maybe you've got some Italian friends that you need to speak in Italian and tell them what happened.
Sono molto contento per oggi, ho recuperato tantissime posizioni, mi dispiace molto per ieri, per l'ultima manche, però non è ancora finita, speriamo in domani.
Grazie.
Grazie, prego.
Thank you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, okay. Martinez, Mari, Tankevicius, how's your Italian? Any good?
No, I know only 3 words. Pasta, mamma mia, tutto bene.
Cappuccino.
Cappuccino, yes.
Okay, getting back to what we're talking about, second place, tell us about the day, the weekend.
Overall weekend is really hard. Honestly, for sure, for all the drivers. The weather changes from the first day, one way, another. We got only 5 practice. Out of 5 practices, conditions was completely different on each of them. So I believe that drivers who had participated like 1 month ago, or this is not the first time for them in this track, it's much easier. On the other hand, I see everybody's improving with each session, saving the tires. Some guys are pushing a lot, so we will see tomorrow on the finals how the strategy works out.
Of course, Team Lithuania, you've got some good results, you've got some good little guys as well racing. But of course we've seen you and your team all over Europe, from the Winter Cup, which you won, then you had to come back, to the Euro Trophy. So, I mean, they've been driving different places during the year. But this is special to have, Team Lithuania. They're not all your team drivers, but it's nice.
Overall, I'm really happy for that many Lithuanians qualified out of different championships. Back in Lithuania, we do not have tickets for all the categories, so every driver here is actually qualified somewhere else. except micros, I think. So I'm really glad that we already proven us, you know, in different championships. And of course, it doesn't matter that you know, the guys are not in my team, but I'm really happy, and we are supporting each other and cheering for each other.
Great to see, and we're going to see you tomorrow. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jen. Thank you to our DD2 Masters drivers. That's it for the racing here today at Portimão, but it's not here for our coverage. Firstly, a big thank you to the co-commentators, to Gus Becken and to Jen Wade. Especially a really big happy birthday to Rotax's Lisa Rushak. So Lisa Rushak, a big happy birthday from everyone here at the organisation. Peter Kalman from KMS Europe, a big happy birthday to you too. The studio show begins at 5:15. Please do not miss that. It is a very special one. It's our last studio show of 2022. The Grand Finals, of course, there isn't one tomorrow night. All we have for you tomorrow are the finals, the podiums. For the drivers, not everybody will make it to the final. 36 drivers in Mini, in Junior, in Senior, and in DD2. Their Grand Finals, sadly, are over. For the rest of the drivers, all the drivers we have in Micro, in Masters, in E20, and the lucky 36.
Rock and roll. Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. It gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
There are 72 drivers. We have 3 hits, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well, so let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
The road to the 2021 Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member, the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax MAX Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
Take a deep breath. The 2023 lineup is here, and it's epic. More power, more control, more hardcore. Mountain beasts for off-the-hook riding. Virtually unstoppable crossover sleds. A trail legend. But the question is, have you got what it takes? We are loose. Are you?
hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. It gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
there are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it's
Welcome back to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Henry Baudet.
Hello, good evening. This is the final studio show. It's the final evening that we get to spend together here in the studio, Jan.
I was just getting used to the studio. I like it.
It's the same with every Grand Finals, that there's the build-up, there's the days leading up to it, and then we start, and the racing is so intense. Then before you know it, we come towards the end. We've got one more show to bring you, and it's going to be a very, very, very special show indeed.
It is. We saved the best for last. Well, almost. We had Rubens last night.
Well, we've got some. Rubens was fantastic. It was a very special, touching show for the gift, and I'm wearing my Rubens 111 hat very proudly. But this is now all about the drivers that could potentially win tomorrow.
That's right.
It's what we're all here for. We're here to crown Rotax Grand Finals champions. We've had lots of guests from the different classes, but tonight it's time to speak to some of the drivers that have got a chance tomorrow. Not all the results are confirmed yet, but Jen, we've got our first 2 guests on the show. We've got a special Rotax announcement coming up in about 10-15 minutes time, which we're going to go live to. We've got the news, the results, but we're going to speak to as many of the drivers that are starting, if not from pole position, but on the front row of the grid tomorrow.
That's right. And of course, this is what they're working for the whole year towards this. You know, tomorrow is the day that we all look forward to. It's been fantastic today with all the colours of the nations.
Indeed,
We've had the
drivers'
photos.
parade, fantastic.
Yeah. And of course, they got a really cute little bell helmet.
Yes.
So
again, such a fantastic gift from Bell Helmet, one of our partners here in Rotax. But I suppose we better introduce these 2 guests.
While they're
next to us.
giggling away.
They're giggling away because they just see themselves
Yes.
on the screens
Look
there.
up
Well,
here,
first
guys.
of all, we have
Say
got...
hi to everyone
say
at
hello
home.
there, the right camera. There we go. Now, we have got, initially to my right, this is Harry Bartle. Harry is going to be starting on the outside of the front row for the Mini-Max final. Scott Marsh is going to be starting front row, probably pole position for the Junior Rotax final. Both drivers from Team UK. We do have 60 nations here,
Yes.
and we're not being biased. It just so happens that, Christopher Alfagali in Mini-Max. We'll come to you first, Harry. Christopher Alfagali in Mini-Max, he's undefeated. He's gone home to get some well-earned
We
rest.
just saw him actually on the video
You
right
saw him on the
before
video,
this.
yeah.
So
But it's your first Grand Finals, Harry. You're going to be starting on the outside, the front row. First of all, tell us a little bit about your pre-final today.
So we started the pre-filing first. The whole race we were switching positions, so no one really got away. And coming into the last lap, I was leading, and I made a bit of a mistake going into the double left and went a bit deep and dropped to second, and that's where I stayed for the rest of the race.
Now, this is your first Grand Finals, and what has the event been like? I mean, we talk about it all year in the UK. I know that a lot of your teammates have been here before, but once you actually hear and experience it, how does it compare to anything that you've done before?
It's amazing, really. The track time is a lot different to what we have in the UK. There's a lot bigger gaps in between the sessions, but yes, really good.
It's good. Well, you've got Christopher Alfagali. Now, you have been battling. There's several drivers in. I know Tom Strella from Latvia is going to be very strong. Jacob Ashcroft from the UK is very strong. Without giving anything away, Fagali has won everything. The Team Lebanese driver. He's been fantastic, hasn't he, Jen?
Yes, for sure.
What is your goal now for tomorrow? Obviously to win, but it's going to be a really crazy race in terms of the slipstream. But you can't let Christopher get away. You have to maybe work with other drivers to keep in the slipstream?
Yeah, definitely. The slipstream is very big around here, and it can change the result of the race. So I don't think anyone will get away because of the slipstream, but see how it goes.
Okay, we'll come back to you very shortly. Jen?
Scott Marsh. Now, Scott, I know you just couldn't wait to be on the show, and you've done it. Pole position. Tell us about today, and we won't keep you so long. I know you're really hungry, but just a little bit of insight into what happened today in the pre-final.
Yeah, it was a close race between me and Vinnie Phillips. He managed to get by me. He defended the rest of the race. Of course, the slipstream's quite a lot, so of course, when you defend down the straight and you're pushing like bumper to bumper, and then his nose cone went in, so I managed to take the win in that heat. So that was good, and yeah, that was it really.
Okay, so are you happy with the week and how everything's gone?
Yeah, really happy with the week. The team's been great. Everything's been great.
It's good.
Now, Harry is his first Grand Final. Scott, this is your second Grand Finals. Last year you were here in Mini-Max and you got on the podium. You finished third last year. Your older brother, Sam, also competed. I think it was here in 2015. He competed for Team UK. The British team is exceptionally strong. We had a 1, 2, 3, 4 finish yesterday, but you've also got the likes of Kai Willards. Tomorrow, you've got the British team, you've got other drivers. Who do you think are going to be your main competition? To win the Grand Finals tomorrow, you're going to have to beat who?
I don't really know.
Everybody.
Everybody. Vinnie Phillips, Ethan Jeff Hall. Who else? Who else have we? Charlie Hart. Who else have we got that's not a British driver that you think looks really strong?
I mean, it's going to be a long race. I don't know. I couldn't really name anyone because everyone is so close to each other. There's not like one specific driver that has been like really good. So it's all been very close in the racing.
And of course, everyone's in the same equipment.
Yes.
So it's really changed, I think, the ball game. You turn up, you don't know how everyone's racing because they're not used to racing everybody. But it changes all the time, and as you said, it's a really long race.
Yeah, and what was also interesting is the age restrictions, because in the UK, both Scott and Harry race in Mini-Max.
Yes.
Scott, you're older, so you get the junior ticket. You qualified as a junior. Harry, you race in Mini. You race wheel to wheel for different teams all season. Now your teammates, you're in different classes. Harry, has Scott been able to give any advice to you? What's the spirit like between in the team, in the tent?
We are very good friends, but we've not really spoke about the racing too much because obviously we're in different classes, so we can't really speak about it to each other.
But you've got a little bit of time, don't you? Like you said, in between, because we've got 394 drivers registered this week.
Yes.
So you've got a little bit of time in between to spend that time that maybe you wouldn't normally. Which is nice. End of the season as well. Get to know each other, and it's so strange to see everyone in blue shirts. They feel like
the grey
teammates.
of Croc and the blue of Dan Holland over here.
But it's really nice, really good. I think good team spirit and a little bit of respect also coming out. I think, and we have to be smart if you want to win the team contest, or not team contest,
The
Nations Cup
is what the thing is as well.
That's right. You want to be on that podium as well. Then you have to get maximum points. So help each other a little bit, and be there in the end. And these guys are there.
Now,
at the
we
front.
talk about Rotax as a family. Before we let you go and we get our next round of guests in, we're going to give you one opportunity to talk to your families. First of all, Harry,
Yes, Harry.
what have you got to say to your family? There's the camera. Say a big
Over
hello.
there.
What have we got to say to?
Happy birthday to my big sister. She's 18. Well, she was 18 yesterday. And hello to Rodney.
Rodney the
dog.
There we go.
Rodney the
And
dog. What's
Rodney
your
the dog.
sister's name?
Abby.
No?
My
Not
sister.
Rod- yeah.
What's your
Your
sister's
sister's
name?
not name's Rodney. The dog's Rodney. What's your sister's name?
Abby.
Abby. Happy
Hi,
birthday, Abby.
Happy birthday.
And Scott, your dad was a racing driver. Your brother raced here. He never got on the podium, so you can now turn around and say, what have you got to say to the rest of your racing family now that you're already the most successful member of it?
Yeah.
They taught him all he knows.
Yeah, I mean, I only won what I have because of them. So of course, apart from how nice it is to have done the podium that they did. The only reason I did that was because of them. So
That's
Well,
right.
there we go.
And already you're successful because you're here.
And I've got to say that Scott, I've known Scott since he was that tall. You could never get Scott to say anything that's not very nice and touching and emotional. He won't ever make fun of his dad and his brother. He's just a very, very, very special young man.
Yeah.
Good luck tomorrow, both of you. Believe it or not, Scott's the only person in karting who has successfully managed to relieve me of one of my Viking hats on a bet earlier this year.
Yes, well, that's what happens when you bet with children.
It's what happens when you bet against Scott Marsh winning.
Yes.
That was my downfall.
Well done, both of you as well, but everyone's a champion if they're here in any case.
Indeed.
So whatever happens, enjoy it, have fun, enjoy the racing, and we're going to see you a little bit later.
We will indeed.
Yeah?
We've got a break coming up. We've
We
got
do.
some more potential pole sitters coming up after this short break.
Yes, thank you. I like the Sea-Doo. I love the Sea-Doo.
I mean, this is Rotax do toys for the boys and girls, but they do plenty of things. I mean, they wouldn't let me loosen a jet ski. What about you, Mark? Do you think jet ski, what else? A snowmobile?
No, it's not really my thing.
What about the quads and the ATVs out here?
Yeah, I like them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got those really racy ones, like the Micros and Minimax win at the RMC International Trophy.
Well, yeah, the international trophy at Le Mans, I think.
DS90.
Yeah, they gave away, it was like how many thousands of euros is that as a prize just in a raffle for entering? I mean, incredible.
Plus the Riker, the Can-Am Riker, there was a raffle.
Yes.
Yes, well, kind of a raffle.
The
but
young lady from France, one of
the
the
drivers.
senior drivers from France. And
it's cool.
She picked it up and I was like, is your dad going to let you drive that? And she went, no.
No. But the good thing is you only need a normal license to ride that on the road, so
Here we go.
ride/drive. Mark Kimber.
In case you haven't noticed, ladies and gentlemen, we've got another pole sitter with us. We've got a couple of drivers this year, Jen, that are undefeated. It's very, very rare you get to this point of the Grand Finals and you get drivers that have won everything. We've got Christopher Alfagali in Minimax. We've got Joel Bergstrom and Jesper Sjoberg in E20 Junior and Senior. And we've got the man sitting to my right now in DD2, Mark Kimber.
Yes, and Mark, of course, he knows about interviews because he's been junior champion, senior champion last year in Bahrain. So
Junior champion 2016.
Yes.
Interesting fact. So we talk about the 23-year history of this event, the greatest Rotax Grand Finals driver of all, Cristiano Morgado. 5 titles. However, no one, and this is not the curse of the commentator, nobody has ever won more than 2 classes.
No.
Morgado won Masters and Senior when it was RM1, so he's won it in
actually the DD2 engine.
Yes, but that year it was classed as Senior Rotax, so he technically only won 2 classes on the list of 4. Mark has got one of the best records of everybody. Junior champion in 2016, runner-up in 2018
in Brazil,
in Brazil, winner last year. Now DD2. this year. So, Cristiano, I know you're watching back home in South Africa. Hello to you.
And Rui.
We've got a situation. Does that statistic play on your mind at all? Obviously not in the kart when you're driving, but when we say that and you look at this event, you know, you could be joining Cristiano on the top table of the best of all time at this event.
Yeah, no, of course it would be good to achieve that, but the main focus is just on tomorrow, on the race, not looking at the statistics so far. Of course, we've won everything so far this weekend, but the main thing is tomorrow, and that's what we have to focus on for now.
Now, Rotax called DD2 the ultimate class. The film that was produced yesterday, maybe we see it later on the show, it's the road to the ultimate class. It started with the RM1.
Yes.
They're the fastest cars. This is your first season in a DD2. Describe a little bit, you know, after spending years in the regular junior and senior 125, what is the DD2 like in comparison?
Yeah, it's a lot different, especially the racing. You have the front brakes on the DD2, so it can be quite difficult to overtake at times, but when you do, it makes a good move, and the racing is really close. The grid this year is really difficult, which is making it hard for me at the minute, but all is going well so far.
Making it hard for him. I mean, I was watching the racing. I mean, okay, I joke. Obviously, every race is hard, but Jen, I mean, the pre-finals today, you know, were very, very good. I mean, Glenn Van Parijs won his, Mark won his, but under intense pressure from Zenderua. Mm-hmm. The list of names in DD2 this year is absolutely special.
I did actually ask Mark, was he just cruising? Because he looked so comfortable, and I saw you turn around once towards the end as he came down the straight to see where Zen was. But Zen looked like he was getting a little bit faster, perhaps, but really comfortable and looked, you know, quite at ease, I think. But as he said, he's thinking also about his tyres. One set for the entire event from qualifying, of course, so for slicks. So, yeah, I think, you know, in any case...
Well, Mark...
It's going to be a great race.
It's going to be a great Tomorrow, the final, your chance for a third out of three. Now, tell you what we can do. We've got to go over... You can see behind us, there's something very special. Happening. I tell you what, Mark, is one of the most special drivers here. Yeah. So tell the people, look at that camera there and say, stand by for the next very special announcements from Rotax. Go.
Stand by for the next special announcement from Rotax.
Yes, we're going to stand by. They're not ready yet.
Are they not ready
yet? I can see Lisa.
Okay.
We can actually see
Lisa Mouchette. It's her birthday today. Well, we'll see one half of Lisa. There we go.
Happy birthday, nice. Lisa.
We've got Peter Ilsinger, Stefan Gruber, Steve Chapman, and Ferdinand Habsburg.
But getting back to Mark Kimber, I think.
We'll get back to Mark. As we watch that, we're going to move over there.
Yes.
The one thing that you've come to know 4 of these events, and you've raced lots of other types of karts, but do you agree that Rotax, they always put maximum effort in, they really try and celebrate the drivers? You had a film made about you yesterday. Rotax do push the boat out every year to celebrate the drivers.
Yeah, no, the effort that's gone into this race is obviously really good, and it's good to see everyone here. Everyone really enjoys the event, and that's because of all the hard work that's gone into it, so it's good.
When you look, I mean, you've got Paolo Besonsti, 2018 champion, Pet Bazell, 2019 champion. You've got Nicola Pico, you've got Jakob Bazell, Glenn Van Parijs, Zenderua has been on the multiple podiums. You've got drivers that are struggling to make the A final that have been on the podium in other classes. Obviously, as a driver, you look up, you just think, well, I don't care who I'm racing, I just have to focus to win. But when you did see the entry list, there must be 1 or 2 drivers that you thought, okay, if I'm going to win this thing, I'm going to have to make sure I beat who?
I would say Glenn Van Parijs. I've been racing him all year, me and him. We're also close off the track, you know, we have good racing, we respect each other, so I think me and him, we've had a good year so far, and it'll come down to...
I notice you're wearing your 2018 Grand Final shirt. That's a superstition, you know, you've got to go one better than that. I find that when we cover gearbox racing in the UK, the camaraderie between the gearbox drivers is greater because of the faster speeds. Have you found that a little bit more the same in DD2 because the speeds are just so much quicker than seniors, than there's a bit more respect between the drivers, and also you're a little bit older, more experienced?
Yeah, no, I think all the drivers you know, there's at the front the racing is closed. There's not been much crushing, and so yeah, all the drivers respect each other. We know where to leave the space and how much you can give.
The DD2 race is the very last race of the Grand Finals. We always save the ultimate race till the very end. If you were to be taking to anyone in Rotax why they should stay tuned and watch the DD2 race, what are we likely to see tomorrow?
Well, it's definitely a long race. I think 21 laps, and then you will see close racing all the way to the end. So it's definitely one to watch for.
We gave the youngsters, we gave Harry and we gave Scott a chance to say hi to the family. Now, I know your dad is watching. He was watching this last night because we did the presentation with Rubens Barrichello, and the first two messages I had was from your dad and from Glenn Butcher. So I know he's watching. So there we go. We're going to talk from Solihull's finest to another of Solihull's finest. What have we got to say?
Yeah, I'm sure he'd want to be here and support me, but he's busy working at the minute, so
paying for your racing.
Exactly, but he'll definitely be watching tomorrow.
Excellent. Like I said, Rotax. You can see the presentation. Now, under there, I'm convinced, Jen, it's the first three-wheeled go-kart.
No, I think it's a DD4.
It's going to be Reliant Robin Rotax.
DD4.
Right,
we're going to step it up 2 more gears.
What do you
For
reckon?
sure, it's
DD4,
a DD4.
A three-wheel kart. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I think DD4 sounds better.
DD6. That'll be even better.
I'm sure there was a DD4 somewhere in the past, or a DD3.
There was an RM1, a DD2.
Isn't it time for DD or DD something?
Well, I don't know, there's something, but
we've gone to the D2, D3, D4, D5.
Something like that. Well, there's definitely something is going to be.
Well, there's something under that cover. Why are we here? Why aren't we in the press conference?
Have you had a chance to go into the shop and your team boss Paul Spence? Have you had a chance to go and get him some new clobber because he's walking around looking like a bit of a
the same green jacket. You know, how long's he had that?
Since
what about this nice
since 1987?
Mile T-shirt?
Yeah, maybe I'll get him some tomorrow.
What a good idea. Christmas presents in the shop. If you don't have it, ask your friends. Make sure they order it or online or get it.
You've raced in Europe mainly this year, and a lot of people don't race very often. Why? Just very quickly, we're going to go for a short break now. In just one sentence, why are Team UK so strong this year?
I think England, the competition is really good. The racing and obviously the weather conditions, you get to practice in every aspect which you need for racing. So that's why you see when the UK drivers come to the Grand Finals, they're always strong, always at the front, and also helping each other like in the junior classes. Okay, well, Mark Kimber, good luck tomorrow. Thank you very much for joining us. Jen, I think it's time we take a very short break.
It is. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Up next.
know that all of your schedules are really tight, so we appreciate that you took the time to come here for our press conference. We will start now. I think there will be more come, maybe a little bit too late, but we will start now because we are live on the live stream and on Instagram. So I'm very happy to present my colleagues from Rotax and our ambassador for the new product that we are about to present today. So let me introduce Mr. Peter Oelsinger right here. He's the General Manager of BRP Rotax in Gunskirchen, Austria. Then it's Stefan Gruber, the manager for the Rotax karting and OEM business. Then we have Stephen Chapman. He's the business developer for RMC and e-karting. And we have, of course, our ambassador. We are very happy to have Ferdinand Habsburg here. Ferdinand Habsburg, Le Mans winner, World Endurance Champion, and, of course, a former Rotax kart driver. So welcome, everyone. I will hand over now to Mr. Peter Oelsinger. He will do the introduction words and start with the press conference now. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening and a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you that you took the time, and also officially from Rotax. Rotax is a subsidiary of BRP Inc., as you might know. Originally, Rotax was founded in 1920, so we have more than 100-year history behind us, and a lot of professionalism. And we are, Rotax are a specialist in developing and producing of drive systems in recreational and leisure products. As you might know, most of BRP's products are driven by Rotax engines and drive systems, such as the snowmobiles with the brand of Ski-Doo and Lynx, the personal watercraft with the brand of Sea-Doo, and also the Can-Am on-road and off-road vehicles, as well as, of course, kart and aircraft. So from this, we started to also become a pioneer in alternative drive systems. Rotax has presented a hydrogen-powered snowmobile from Lynx, which was the Lynx High Snow, and also the E20, which you might know very well. It's the first and really full competitive electric kart for racing, and it's also used here at the championship at the Rotax Grand Final here in Portimão. Electric models, and this was a promise from BRP, will guide all product lines from BRP in 2026, and this has already started. And for that one, there will be investments of more than $300 million in the next years from BRP to make that happen. And for drive systems, all components will be developed by Rotax, and we are very proud about that. The acquisition of the company Great Wall Austria GmbH near Vienna was also a very important step of BRP and of Rotax because we have there more than 50 specialists in e-propulsion and powertrains, which help us to speed up and to evolve the e-propulsion systems in Rotax. So, and now I can invite all of you, and Lisa clicks, bring your dream, we will make it happen.
Good. Also a warm welcome from my side. Bring your dreams, we have got the experience. I think this is really a nice picture combined with a nice saying. What do we need? What do we mean with this? So actually, Rotax is a powertrain manufacturer. We all know, we all here, yeah. And as well, it's not just saying a powertrain, giving a powertrain in our customers' hands. It's conveying the message with an experience. And this is what we give with our Rotax MAX Challenge and with all other applications what we offer to our customers. So there is many different ways to enjoy Rotax, and we would like to explain this also in our future communication in these pictures. So you have on top Rotax Racing. Rotax Racing, as we feel it here with the Rotax Max Challenge, is excitement. It's excitement of racing and the spirit. And we see that there is on the left side the professional activity, which is 54 nations here at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final. Finally, we also have talent boost camps in the one or the other country already established. And on the other side, there is probably the biggest customer base in the recreational world. So we are using the Rotax Max engine in club racing communities. And for this, we created a new name. The new brand is Rotax Live. So you're going to see this also in the future on the racetrack. And we would like to give this big population another name, and this is Rotax Live. Next to this, arrive and drive, what does it mean? You know, as the Rotax Max engine is really robust, we have seen that it's also very well performing in a performance rental. This is established in a so-called Club 100 in UK. Just recently was there, 400 drivers, 1 weekend experienced with the Rotax Max Challenge as well. Not the Rotax Challenge, the Rotax Max engine, sorry. Very important also is a new concept, what we established first time in Linz in Austria with the Rotax Max Dome. This is a venue close by Rotax where we combine the digital world with the real Rotax karting experience in an electric kart indoor. And with this also, we give everybody the chance to experience a kart. So what do we need for this technology? And this is what we deliver as Rotax. And we deliver it in, on one side, 2-stroke engines, which is our current main business, clear. But on the other side, e-technology. And we all know that e-technology is an enabler for new features, for future new features. So, one enabler, we all know, is a boost. And whenever you talk about the boost to our youngest of our customers, they're really getting big eyes. It's amazing. So you can see it even here with the E20. It's fantastic. Not just for the youngest, also for the adults, by the way. And the boost is also an enabler for our kids' talents. With this, it changes its future. So we really see that this is also an enabler for our kids. The boost also is your kids' joy. It changes its possibilities. And the boost is also its kids' ambition. And it changes its confidence. So, I think you're pretty much excited. And I would like to welcome my colleagues to reveal our new product. So, let's get it.
You can all come up front and take pictures. You don't have to be shy and stand in the back. You can come up, take pictures. Everybody's invited. Come close. Very good. So if everybody's done with the pictures, we would like to continue with the press conference and let you know what we want to achieve with this new product, what we are aiming for, and what the details in terms of technical side and in terms of...
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Gust, Jen, the brand new Rotax E10.
I'm excited.
Cadet.
I'm excited. I love micro, I love mini.
Yeah, it's not a Cadet, it's the micro, the mini.
And you can see it's the Praga kart.
This particular one. The press conference, I believe, very shortly.
So a little bit of an insight there.
So
this one.
To speak to Stefan Gruber, Peter Olsinger, Ferdinand Habsburg, Steve Chapman. We'll go now.
Okay. Let's listen.
With your kids starting with 6 years old, and we would like to invite for next year for testing experiences as well as for racing activities. More about this we will announce in spring. The new e-karting classes. As I already mentioned before, you know, there is the more professional part as well as the recreational part. And we already have shown you with the E20 that especially in junior and in senior used, we have for the 12 years old up to the 14 plus years old, the ultimative electric experience provided. But we need a feeder for this, and the best feeder for this is the E10. And here we would like to start with a multi-power concept, where we would like to start with a single battery concept. Stephen will explain later, with the Bambini classes. As well, we'll then go to the mini classes for the 9 to 12 years old. So this is fitted as it is shown here within a 950 chassis. Typical cadet chassis, but as well we think that this powertrain is very well suited also for the 1040 chassis, for the bigger chassis, and used in recreational approaches like sprint race, slalom races, whatever is established in which country. And here it will definitely also excite up to 99 years old. Thank you, Lisa. I want to hand on then to Mr. Habsburg.
Yeah, so obviously I'm here coming from sort of two backgrounds. One, having experienced the E20 when it was growing and developing with Stephen, and as a consumer from the past in Rotax, and then growing through to my own personal journey in my racing career. And why I'm a huge fan of this product and why I am happy to put my name to it and stand with it, which I hope is appropriate, is for a couple of reasons. One is that simplicity is something that is hard to come by in motorsports, and it gets worse as you get older with most things. And in karting, the best thing to do is to experience as much joy as possible. Me coming back to the Grand Finals was a huge reminder of why I'm a racing driver, and it's because I just love the part where you're just sitting and driving. So simplifying the moments in between getting out and getting back in is, I think, something that Rotax has prioritized, and I think it's a really clever move. In this situation, there is this plug-and-play situation where I'm going to try to actually put it on myself tomorrow. I think it will be very simple and easy, I hope. But simply being able to put on one battery for the Bambini category and the Mini-Max then with two batteries seems like an extremely good solution to having the situation that you can have a kid get older within Rotax and just have to add another battery and not overcomplicate things. Then also, obviously, the element of the boost function at a young age seems extremely fun. You're used to Mario Kart is my first immediate thought, and the idea that you can use that kind of function for overtaking and enjoying your racing even more. Actually thinking outside the box a little bit and being creative, watching the kids today already and over the week seems something that they will have plenty of fun with. And also, obviously, on the more serious side, the data side of it, simplification with one moving part helps when you are looking at data and trying to improve as a driver. There is less opportunities for excuses, and I call myself the master holding the book of excuses when it comes to racing. So being able to reduce in chapters with just one moving part is something that will help in the growth for younger kids when they are learning. The next part, which I think is relevant, which is a bit more difficult to understand, I think, is the sustainability aspect of it. It's something that I've been paying close attention to over the last couple of years. And when I mean sustainability for the sport as regulations become more difficult in cities and in racetracks. Having electric racing carts will give tracks more opportunities to I think Stephen will speak on more about it, but more racing time, getting closer to places where you would not be able to go to. So many times when I've been racing that we are restricted on where you can and cannot go with racing will be eliminated with electric racing. So more accessibility is something that will become more difficult throughout the years, and Rotax is thinking ahead when it comes to that. And just with noise and combustion engine in general. And finally, sustainability also on the financial aspect, the fact that you can, the engines won't degrade, they will always stay at the same power, as they will further be tested by Stephen as well, obviously, and he can elaborate much more than I can, but it's again something in the book of excuses is that, oh, I need a new engine, I need a new this, I need a new that, and back then when I was studying in karting and budgets is such a big thing and there is difficult to find sponsors, with electric racing not only will you be able to have consistent power for the duration of your ownership of the battery, so you can resell them at a high level. But also, when I'm thinking about the future of how I'm going to get sponsors, one of the main difficulty thing is that brands don't want to associate themselves so much with combustion engine as much. So maybe switching to electric karting will open a new channel of money, which is necessary for kids like me when you then move up through the ranks. So it's something that I've been hitting roadblocks with in my career, which I think can be solved with these kind of situations in this kind of environment. So electric racing needs an ecosystem. I think we know that from cars, from electric scooters and everything that we already are aware of. It doesn't work by itself. So Rotax taking that first step is something that I think is awesome on that side. Maybe Stephen, you can carry on now with more my emotional response, and you with more detailed aspect of it is better, more important.
Thank you, Ferdinand. So some of the technical features from the kart, I think what we have is a very attractive powertrain for a wide range of people. Obviously we have the boost function, which is reactivated every 45 seconds, and this is 20% more power for 5 seconds. The children really appreciate this, as well as the big children like ourselves. That extra kick is really something to look forward to. For driving time on the track, it's really good. We have a 20-minute drive time. The reality is that we actually have more than this, but this is what we say that you'd have as a minimum. We do around 30 laps of a track in Germany called Wackersdorf, and this is enough for a child. It's enough for a big child who's really fit. It's really a tiring time to spend so much time on the track. So I really believe what we have is an exciting product. The existing drivers as well as new drivers, which is what's really exciting about this, that we can bring new people to the sport. We have a package that is more than enough for anybody. We obviously have two setups on the kart where we have 2 batteries or 1 battery, and this allows us to widen the age group that can use the kart. It also makes it very cost effective for the new people to come into the sport because it's only 1 battery pack. It's a lower investment to start karting. And then as you grow up, you just add a second battery pack and you can extend the life of the product right through your cadet age career, let's say, from start of 6 all the way through till you move into junior. I think this is something very good, and the people will really appreciate this. It's actually a concept that we already have with the Rotax MAX engine, that the idea is you should be able to carry one product all throughout your life. The performance, it's really attractive. The kids can do 100 kilometers an hour with the twin battery pack system and do about 80 kilometers an hour with the one battery pack. This is comparable to what you will see here with our Micro and Mini Max in lap time and performance. And this is important because some people always talk about slow, heavy electric. This is a real race kart. It's really comparable to what we have in the combustion world. And as you can see from the next data, the kart is not much more weight than a Mini Max with the 2 battery packs, and it's actually lighter than a Micro Max for the younger kids. So I think what we have is a product in our hand that is very, very good for our customers, and I'm really proud about this. The motor itself, is really nice. It's very simple. It's air-cooled, so there's not a lot of complicated technology. Again, bringing it back to Rotax's ethos, simplicity, where everything is air-cooled. The same with the batteries, they're air-cooled. So when you come off the track, everything's already cool, and it's ready. We actually have little cowling fan covers that sit on the battery to help manage the heat while you're charging on the fast charging system. On the steering wheel panel that allows the driver to see how much battery is left. So it's very easy when you're driving on the track to see, do I have 80%, 50%, 40%, or if there's a red light on the steering wheel there, it's time to go back to the pit and recharge. Obviously we have a reverse button, which is quite unique to electric, which is nice because then the children don't have to climb out of the car to reverse out of a dangerous situation. And then obviously they have the blue boost button, which gives the kids the guys, as we know. The powertrain really fits any current on the market 950 kart. It also fits on the bigger kart, as we know, for slalom kart applications, or for, let's say, the drivers who don't wish to go so fast as a junior or a senior max. And this allows us to attract maybe a newcomer of a different age group where the other categories are too fast for them. Standard 219 chain and the normal sprockets that the whole industry work with. So it's very simple to take this powertrain and apply it to anything that's currently on the market.
So thank you for the presentation, and now it's up to you. Everyone who would like to pose a question, who has anything to ask to either one of the speakers, you are free to, stand up and pose your question. I will come with the microphone.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll. Get down here.
It works really good.
Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
So many toys, and of course, talking about toys, we've got a new one to play with.
Wow, incredible. I have to say, I think Rotax have really outdone themselves. I think that's what they call a game changer. Do you not agree?
Well, it is something to complete their line as we're moving towards electrifying just about everything in this world at the moment. So I think we now have the micro to senior, we have combustion, and we also have the electric component of that brought into life. So I think that's really good and really completing the line they started a couple of years ago.
Yeah, Jen, what's your initial takeaway? Obviously, you've got the picture back here.
I want to have a drive. But that's one thing. That's my
Jen's
takeaway.
the only one that could actually fit in one.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Oh, yes. And honestly, I think this is giving drivers an option or an alternative in some areas, in some countries who are young, maybe the younger brothers and sisters of drivers who are already involved in karting. Maybe they're not really ready to do, you know, combustion racing or something. They might live in an area where they just have a small track or a big car park.
That's the bit that I really like, because obviously I'm involved in karting in the Bahamas, the Edu karting program. We don't have a circuit.
No.
What we do though is slalom racing. What Stefan Gruber said about the slalom application is really good. Personally, I like the idea that it's light and you can transfer, you can have the one chassis, you can take your combustion engine and you can swap it over.
It doesn't take very long.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I know that Darryl
It's around
Smith
the
has
same
done
time as fitting the Mini-Max or the Micro-Max.
Well, I think this is one of the strongest. The weight is one of the strongest parts now with this application, because we have the E20, which is, to be honest, quite a bit heavier than the
147 kilos. So it's about 50 kilos heavier than a normal
than
Rotax car.
their counterparts in internal combustion. So I think they've done a really good job at maintaining the low weight and yet have the 20-minute drive time, which as Steve said is plenty enough for the small kids.
Yeah, it's mostly, you know, if they are on the track, but if they're experienced, obviously, but if they're not, and you have that option of 1 or 2 batteries as well. So 80 kilometers, you know, with a small, just one battery, and then a second one for more power. So over that time, from when they're 6 or 7 years of age, it could just be the case of another battery pack.
I think what we've just seen, Peter Orsinger, Stefan Gruber, Steve Chapman, and Ferdinand Habsburg do, it's electric karts. Rotax, let's be fair. Rotax are not the only engine manufacturer that are producing electric karts for go-karting. Yeah. However, what we've just seen and what you can see on this screen is the first real electric race kart that is accessible. There's a lot more details to come. Every other electric kart, the E20, you can't just put the E20 in the back of your van and go to a race.
Remember that the E20 is high voltage.
No other electric-powered kart at all. Until now. Yeah. This will be the first electric racing kart that I could order for my son to go racing. You could order for your son, your daughter to go racing in the future at club racing around the world. You don't need to have the entire tent with you.
No, but you also can just buy one for fun.
It is fun, and it's
don't
the
even
same
have to go
weight
racing.
as a Mini-Max.
Yeah.
You could choose. I mean, that kart that's there, I think, is a Praga chassis that you've got there. But
because
it will
that's
be for
one of the partners,
any
so
chassis around. And for the first time ever, I think Rotax have achieved that. This is going to. I'll put my hat on it. I believe this will change the culture of karting for the future. This mini and micro kart, where people it weighs the same, can do the same amount of performance. The boost button.
That's cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the key thing is that it will be more accessible than the E20 we have at the moment.
Yes.
So it is more easy to get into an existing chassis. It is more easy to run. It is much simpler. So we have the air-cooled battery pack and motor now. So I think all that combined makes it for a much more complete package for somebody who isn't into the professional racing and isn't necessarily looking for E20 at the moment.
No.
So I think this is very positive.
Yes,
It's what they mentioned about Rotax Life, isn't it? The recreational side with the fun side of karting.
It is the fun side, and it's not for everybody, but you know, kids today, I mean, they've all got mobile phones, they've got hoverboards and electric scooters and bikes. Not only kids, but you know, it's not so unusual for this generation.
Yeah. And what I do like, and this is something that obviously we're going to find a lot more information to come.
Yes.
But if Rotax have produced the E10 electric kart that is a weight comparable to a combustion engine, then you just know that the technology is now there to create the more power and the weight down for something more senior. I think we're going to take a very short break for Who's Jen. I have to say, game well and truly changed.
Garantir que todos os clientes que entram no nosso site saem sempre satisfeitos das nossas estações. Desde a reserva, check-in e check-out até à recolha das chaves e levantamento do veículo. É tudo 100% digital e 0% complicado.
Aqui ninguém anda aos papéis nem em filas de espera. Garantimos que a melhor parte da sua viagem começa sempre na garagem. É só pegar e arrancar.
E na hora de regressar, o processo é sempre igual. Simples, rápido e autónomo. Porque no final de cada experiência, o que nos move é tudo uma questão de tempo. E aqui é garantido que será de qualidade.
Lucky enough to have some specialists from the press conference, a quick dash into the studio. Stephen Chapman from BRP Rotax, and of course Ferdinand, welcome back to the studio for the 15th time.
I love being here.
I know, I think you're just waiting at the door. But really cool, great information and really nice. I saw you at the Red Bull Ring, obviously, when there was the launch of the Thunder some years ago, and here you are again. Would you have imagined you'll be doing this with this little beautiful E10?
I did not know what to imagine, to be honest, but I remember when I first tested the Thunder, it was a whole new experience, and then actually it got better and better through the years, not only the product but also my enthusiasm for it, mainly because I started to understand more of its applicational purposes and you know why it will have its place. You know, I think that people's minds will be turned from the people that aren't quite seeing it yet. I think most people are already, but the ones that haven't will understand in the coming years the relevancy that what Rotax is developing, and Stephen as well, obviously.
Mm. So some interesting questions came up amongst our group while we're watching. But of course, it's so simple, and yet, I mean, it's something completely different. We didn't expect this. We had everything under that cover when we were in the studio earlier. I think Mark Kimber actually thought it was a DD4. He was excited. I said, what do you think, DD4? And he goes, that'd be nice. So, yeah, but this is really, really cool, Steve. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's really nice. It's definitely something different. This is clear, but I think we need something different for the future. I think also the simplicity and the ease of use, and as corny as it sounds, the plug and play. This is what some people want. Not everybody wants the complexity that we currently have in the sport. And I think with this product, we really have the chance to bring in a new type of person who's maybe not so interested in the technical side, the people who just want to go racing. And I think this is definitely a positive from the product.
As a parent, now you've said that, as a parent who is not really familiar with technical things about racing or engines or whatever, that might concern them, or they feel like they've got to go and get that information or get someone else to do it. As you say, it could well give kids a new opportunity when their parents are not really so familiar with racing or kart engines.
Yeah, I really believe it's very simple. We spend some time on the track with my daughter. She's not a mechanic. She's not technically inclined. She doesn't work with the karts like some of the children here do, and I made her do the operation from start to end on that day just to see how the kids can manage this, or even how the parents could manage this, because you know I've been doing this quite a long time, so sometimes maybe you're a little bit blind at what we normally do. And what I noticed was it was so simple that somebody with no experience could physically take the kart, charge the kart, put the kart on the track and drive just with one-time instruction and without any problems. And more importantly, it worked at 100% of its capacity at that time. So it's not like you can do anything wrong. And this is where we talk about the simplicity, plug and play. When you go on the track, it's always full power, you know, it's less complex. You don't have to tune the carburetor or change the jet or select the perfect gearing to get the most out of it. And this again falls into the envelope that we search for with the differences out of the box racing, the concepts that we really strive for. And I really believe we've done a great job with the two-stroke engine on this, but definitely with the electric, it's easier for the new person to the sport to get the most out of the package. And this can only be a good thing, because then it's just about the kid enjoying it on the track, or an adult if they use it on the bigger kart also.
Yes,
So,
I think I'll be enjoying that on the track. What about you, Gust? Any questions for Steve that you've thought about?
Well, you now have, as we talked off air a little bit, you have the additional battery pack, which is 10 kilos now for the E10. But then again, I think the overall weight you've kept really light. So is that something you'll be moving forward into the E20 as well, as they produce and develop further?
Yeah, the E20 at the moment is still going to be offered as is now on the arrive and drive. This is where there's a difference between the E10 and the E20. The E20 is high voltage, so there's some additional safety things that we have to take into account with that. We have a very stable, safe product, and I'll be honest, I'll be really proud of what Rotax has done with this. They've really took care on the crash testing of the batteries, everything else around the kart. It's really good. The safety system's built into the kart to protect the people, the marshals, the drivers, everything else. With the E10, we have none of that because it's low voltage. So this is also where it gets very simple. The future plan with the E20 is, obviously we will start with the E10 now, and then we will see what the next steps are with the E20. But the very interesting thing is people look at the E20 now, and it is big. The only negative with the car for me is the weight, but this takes care of itself. Like, genuinely, when you look at the car now and what we know now as the technology has developed over the years that we've been using it, it's possible to build that car now significantly lighter. So the only negative for me is that weight, and that will fix itself in time in the next generation for me.
Yeah, I think as we've seen today, the performance is really there. It's comparable to seniors and even DD2s. I think it's right in between there. So if that weight could be coming down, I think it plays even more in its favor.
Yeah, when we had the first generation, which was the Thunder, we didn't really have the performance that was comparable with the two strokes for the seniors, let's say. What we have now is, for the technically inclined people, we only have one gear ratio in that E20. When we go to Wackersdorf, we're faster than DD2, even with that additional weight. Here, we're in between DD2 and senior. We have the two power settings.
I drove it in Wackersdorf and it was frightening, actually.
Yeah, it's really quick.
With the qualifying mode, also,
it's really quick.
Yes.
Now, the question is, imagine that with 30 kilos off.
Yeah.
Then you're starting to get into the realms of a KZ lap
And people like you are going to be overtaken. Your KZ car at Wackersdorf.
We'll see.
Yeah. You'll be wanting to drive it. You'll be like, okay, let's try that one. But the torque is completely different. Then you've got the boost. You haven't got that. You haven't got that on your KZ kart.
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
I think with these kind of things, one obviously compares immediately because they are both produced by Rotax. They are both go-karts. But there is a lot of things that separate it that combustion engine will never be able to get to. The electric will improve in performance, in lightness and stuff like that. But things like the ecosystem, like ability to, what Stephen already was speaking about in the press conference a little bit about, was like where you can race and where you cannot race with the combustion, what will change in the future that will go towards the electric and the accessibility with the electric over the combustion, that will never be able to be improved on the combustion engine. So thinking a bit further down the line than just right now, what's going on right now, I think the cool thing about the E10 is that right now you have the performance and the weight that you desire from a go-kart with the E10, and putting that together with the whole package, that's what makes it even more exciting than just a nitty-gritty comparison, which will even then be overtaken as well.
I know this is probably, we have to wait for more information, but how soon before someone can drive it? When will we see it on the track?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, okay. Okay, that's soon. And
I think Henry had a question as well for the, of course we're at the Grand Finals now,
Yes.
so will we see it at Grand Finals anytime soon?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Yeah, in a competitive space.
The plan is that we will do more testing. It's important that we test the product properly before we start to sell it. Next year we will also host some races, and then we will move into serial production of the product, and at that moment we will see what the market requires and we will address it as needed. So there's no firm plans what we do for future Grand Finals as yet, and we just have to watch this space and see what's happening.
All right, very good.
Will it go on tour?
Yeah, the plan is next year that we will have a a good friend of ours, Daryl, who will do some trade shows and stuff next year and put it on demonstration static display. In March next year, the plan is that we will be in Wackersdorf because it's very close and convenient for us for testing. People will have the opportunity to test drive it at that location. There will be some race events that we will work on and have next year where people can come with their own kart and we will give them the powertrain where they can install it and we can do small races, let's say. And
So they will put it on their own cart?
Yeah, they put it on their own cart. It fits the current cart that they own now, or it could be somebody new who just wants to try it also. We also have some karts where we could let people try. So when we're on tour, when we're driving around Europe with the van, with the E20 and the E10, we will look to make it possible that people who are interested to try for some laps, yes.
I did hear that it's possibly going to Kart Mania.
I believe so, yeah.
So anyone in the UK who's watching, come and have a look.
The plan is Daryl.
No one will know if we do donuts in the car park because...
They'll hear the tyres squealing.
If we drive slowly, maybe around in the car park. No, it's really exciting. I'm excited about it. Any other questions, Gus, that you might have for Stephen?
No, I think we'll be even more looking forward to the spring now, as you said in the press conference, when we have more details out and when we get to know the product a little bit more. But I think that the initial stats you've given us with the weight, with the performance is really promising.
Yeah. I think another thing that we miss a little bit sometimes as well when we talk about sustainability is some tracks come under extreme pressure because of noise. You know, we have a track quite close to us in Germany, just over the border in Germany, and we can't go on the track till the afternoon, and certain days you're not allowed on because they have quiet days. And with a product like this, especially for the kids where you want to get on the track and just enjoy the sport, it gives you a wider window of use, and I think this is valuable for everybody in the industry as a whole.
Yes, sounds great. Yeah. Lots of good ideas, and for sure questions will come up which will probably give you more ideas on what you need to deal with or answer. So yeah, I mean, people can also write on social media to us via message. So if there's any information they want, otherwise, where do we find the info in the future about it? Will we find it on the Rotax Kart website, on social media, or anywhere in particular where people can read about the E10?
Yeah, all the information will come out as of now. There will also be a product page for this on our Rotax Karting website. There's one there now already for the E20, and obviously the E10 will go alongside this. And yeah, speak to your local Rotax dealer. They will have the information in their hand as of now. Yeah.
And no one has to worry about the 125 Max Evo disappearing. So it's not going anywhere. In fact, it's really just the beginning.
Yeah, this is some questions, because I'm quite heavily involved in the electric, and some people say to me, hey Stephen, why are you stopping with the combustion? No chance. We work on both directions. Yeah. We also work on sustainable fuels, e-fuels. And
we've already been using this year in the B&L and the Euro Trophy.
Yes.
Testing this as well. So
so Rotax works in both directions. The same with the whole product line from BRP Rotax. They will have an electric and the combustion offering.
Of all these products we've been seeing on the cool ads, there'll be one with electric power or hydroelectric. And perfect.
By 2026.
Yeah.
Every product line will have alternative power source. Yeah.
So, Ferdinand, when can we try it? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes. We'll be there with the kids, see what they're doing on the track. I'm sure you'll be there because it's going to be so much fun and you'll wish you had one when you were also...
Correct.
Yes.
I will be watching from the, club with the cheesecake with you.
Yes, I think so. But I can't wait for this. So we're going to take a short break. Thank you guys for racing over here. I'll see you at the Rotax Club tomorrow. We're going to come back with the news.
We have a date.
Yes. See you then.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the final portion of tonight's studio show. Gust, Jen, first of all, wow, what a great insight into the new E10 electric micro and mini engine. But first, we have the news. Who is in and who is out? Well, not all the results are final just yet. We'll start with Micromax. All 36 drivers are in the final. Maxim Bobrishov won the pre-final today, but it's going to be Mahos Masinas from Lithuania starting tomorrow's final from pole position. Maxim Bobrishov from the UAE will be second, and then Marco Manson from New Zealand will start third. Jensen Chalk from the United Kingdom will start fourth. Kasper Reipold from Poland will start in P5. Now we move on to Minimax. Christopher El-Faghali from Lebanon, undefeated so far. He starts tomorrow's final from pole position. But he has got a host of rivals biting at his heels. We saw Harry Bartle, spoke to Harry Bartle from Team UK earlier. Harry will start alongside Christopher El-Faghali on row number 1. Jacob Ashcroft from Team UK, he'll start on row number 2 alongside Latvia's Toms Strala. Vasilios Malamis, Thomas Pradia, also in the top 6. Travis Teo. Let's talk about Travis Teo. Well done from Malaysia. You will be starting on row number 4. Further back, the drivers who are just going to miss out. Just check on our Rotax app. The last driver in Minimax in the final is Juan Sebastian Pinzon. The first driver who misses out is Francesc Baluziak. Lucas Scales, who was excluded from qualifying, started every single race from the back of the field. He misses out by just 2 places. Tiffany Chittenden's driver, one of our co-commentators, Zach Tucker, he finished 40th. Sadly, he goes home. We move on to Junior. Scott Marsh, who we've just seen, will start from pole position for Team UK alongside Ethan Jeff Hall and Vinnie Phillips at British 1, 2, 3. Now, one of our 2 returning nations, New Zealand, have got a driver in their race in Micromax starting at the front. The other returning nation, South Africa, they have a driver right up at the front of one of their races. Clayton Ensor Smith from South Africa will start 4th in Junior. Charlie Hart and Casper Shermans will start 5th and 6th. This will be Charlie's last ever kart race. He goes from P5. The rest of the top 10 in juniors, Matthias Karnajak, Gaston Irasu, Mohamed Vali and Maxence Bouvier. Once again, we move down to the bottom of the order. The last driver who makes it in is Igor Stepanov from Kyrgyzstan. The first driver who misses out is British Minimax champion Noah Wolf. We move on to DD2. We saw Mark Kimber earlier on. Mark will start from pole position. He is also undefeated. Glenn Van Porish, who won the other pre-final today from Belgium, he goes from the outside of row number 1. But just listen to this, the list of champions and former podium finishers in this event that start just behind Kimber and Van Porish. Jakob Bazel will start from P3. Peter Bazel, a champion in 2019, starts P4. Zander Rua, a perennial podium contender, he starts from row 3 alongside Poland's Dawid Masliakevich. Philippe Moitzi, Chris Hannon, a Micromax podium champion back in the day. He'll be on row number 4. Emils Akmens and Antoine Barbarou, who was a real contender for the victory last year in Bahrain. They will also go for from the top 10, along with Nicola Pico and 2019 senior Rotax champion Axel Sanyala. 2018 DD2 champion Paolo Bessonsone. Watch for the Frenchman. He starts from 19th. And at the back of the grid, well, the last driver in, New Zealand's Joshua Bethune. The Irish eyes are smiling on Nathan Glenn, his very first time in DD2. He scrapes in 35th, but just outside Nicolas Sabo, Christos Oinakomu, Olivier Bedard, and Andre Nicastro. It's going to be a fantastic DD2 race. Into DD2 Masters, another undefeated driver, Paul Louveau from France, starts from pole position. He won the pre-final at an absolute canter, but Claudio Pagliarani, we saw him having a great charge, making 17 positions. He is going to start back in 13th. Who's to say he can't make up another 12 positions tomorrow? Kristaps Kasparovic from Latvia will start on the outside of row number 1 alongside Francis Louveau. Then it's Tankevicius from Lithuania, Gutsi from Brazil, Derek Wang, Henry Gruber, Eugene Britz, and Vivian Cusack-Pico. At the back of the field, watch out for the likes of Tony Hogg and Masanori Kato. Michael Hitchcock, also a top 8 finisher last year. He goes from grid number 28. Into E20 Junior, Joel Bergstrom from Sweden. Undefeated so far. He will start the final from pole position. Don't forget the E20 junior and senior race is now split. They get their own final. Thomas Ibsen from Poland will start second. And then Tish Dames from Belgium, Adam Sido from Poland, and Mikhail Soltis from Slovakia. They round out the top 5. Our lady drivers in E20 junior, well, the best place of them, former guest on this show, Victoria Kulekska, she will go from P10. Last year, in Senior E20, Oscar Pellemel won from France, just in front of Sweden's Hannes Morin. And it's Sweden who will lead the E20 grid to the flag tomorrow with Jesper Sjoberg alongside Luca Cuesta. So it's Sweden and Germany on the front row of the E20 senior grid. Canada's Griffin Dowler. He's got an Ironman crash helmet. We're going to need an Ironman performance from Griffin to get Canada on the top of the podium. And for those of you thinking that the only Lebanese driver with a chance of winning tomorrow is Christopher El Faghali, think again, because Matthias Najem will go from position number 7 on the grid. He's got fresher tyres than everybody else. Raul Vargas from Spain, Tobias Follett, Eric Lemoynier, and Chen Han Lin, Chinese Taipei, will have their first ever driver starting from the top 10 of the final. The senior results are not in yet. We've had a couple of things, but again, in seniors, you've got the likes of Kai Rillarts, you've got the likes of Kai Hunter, Callum Bradshaw, Sean Butcher, so many contenders. Lewis Gilbert, Brandon Carr won pre-final B, the British junior champion, but he is going to be starting, I think, somewhere in the top 10. And in pre-final A, Kai Hunter won from Bradshaw and Butcher. Don't count out Eduardo Barrichello, the son of Rubens Barrichello. When Rubens failed to make the DD2 final, Eduardo Barrichello finished 4th in his pre-final. He'll be starting well inside the top 10 tomorrow. Will we see the Brazilian flag flying on the podium? Tomorrow's racing will be the best it's ever been. The talent is the best it's ever been. The track looks superb. The event is the biggest it's ever been. We can't wait to get started. That rounds out the news.
Well, Henry, I have to say today, honestly, the racing was brilliant. Fantastic. You know, that's what the Grand Finals is all about.
Always is. Hust, it's your first Grand Finals.
Yes.
What have you made of it so far? And are we excited as me tomorrow? Because I'm bouncing around
his
here
first
like
Grand Finals, but he
Behind
drove.
the mic.
First,
Behind the mic, yeah.
Yeah, but first Grand Finals, Team Media. You know, you're
Yeah.
Team
Yes.
Media now. Team Media for life.
And it has changed a little since 2011.
Yeah, we've been in the tent this morning, and the first thing I said when I walked in on Wednesday morning is I said, well, the tent's going to be a pretty bit bigger, because when I was there was no micro, there was no mini, there was no E20 or any of that sort. So there was only junior, senior, DD2, and I think DD2 Masters at the time. So it's gone pretty bit bigger. So it's it's been exciting throughout the week. We've spoken with a lot of interesting people, and tomorrow it will go down into finals.
Just one question. We've asked Daryl many a times, Daryl Smith from Rotax, how many grand finals he's been to, and he's only missed the one. Jen Wade.
I only missed the first one.
You've only missed the first one as well?
Yes, Puerto Rico. So, ever since then. So I guess it's 21.
21?
Yes.
Like
21 grand finals.
You came here as a baby. There we go.
But I was working with the Australian media then. So.
But you're well into grand finals trivia.
Mm.
Can you tell me the driver who has had the most grand finals, who's not here?
Christopher Adams.
Yes.
Christopher Adams,
Hi,
17
Chris.
grand finals. Hello. Scott Campbell is here. He's not qualified. I think that he's now running teams. I think he did 15 and 15 in a row. But of course, the person we want to say hello to is Ken Walker. Ken and Jill Walker. Ken could be with us this week, and we want to say a big hello. You're a big part of the Rotax family, as always. But Jen, the sun came out today. Will the sun come out tomorrow?
It was brilliant. Today was absolutely perfect. Nice blue sky. And of course, I've got my little weather app up there, which is automatic. I've just got to click the button and it should come on. Yes, here we go. I've clicked the button and it's on. So if we just zoom back a little, you'll see there we go. I hope tomorrow's sunshine. That was the plan. That's what I ordered. Sunshine. So let's have a look. And I think it's going to be glorious. You see the blue sky today also from the onboard cameras. Tomorrow, a little bit cooler in the morning, 10 degrees. So wear your jacket, up to 20. Sunrise at 7:25. Oh, and there's the sunshine. It's going to be brilliant all day. It's exactly what we ordered.
Again,
just perfect.
It's what you want to end the biggest event. There'll be disappointed drivers. There'll be winning drivers. But if the sun is shining, the karts glisten, the national colours are even brighter. We are going to be on air from 10 past 10 tomorrow morning all the way through to 5:30. It's going to be the most spectacular day in British karting. Jen?
No, not in British karting.
You hope. You're just a patriotic whaleman.
He's already decided that the British are going to win. And there's 59 other countries that have
There's a lot of Dutch as well,
There are a lot of Dutch.
as well.
South Africa are the most successful nation in terms of wins. They've won 14 grand finals classes. The UK have won 10. UK do have drivers at the front of Micro, Mini, Junior, Senior, and DD2. I'm not saying anything against the Dutch or the Aussies or the Austrians or anybody else, but Team UK could become the most successful nation in Rotax Grand Finals history tomorrow. But you've got to tune in to find out.
Just after 10:30, we'll have our first champion.
You hope?
Yes.
Have a good night. Nostar.
See you then. Follow us on social media, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you, Gust, also for joining us once again. Last studio. Can't wait for tomorrow.